April Fool's Alibi, Holiday Cozy Mystery, Book 9. Written by Tonya Kappas. Narrated by Christina Sagnameni. Chapter 1. The cheerful sounds of carnival music filled the air, mixing with the happy yells of kids running around. It was the kind of day at Holiday Junction that had everyone feeling like a kid again. The Fool's Festival was the highlight of the season, and Holiday Park was buzzing with tourists and locals enjoying the sunshine and the lake where swan paddle boats glided on the water like something out of a storybook. There's just something special about seeing the world through the lens, I mused to myself quietly. Officially, I was here on assignment for the Junction Journal, snapping shots for the big article on the Fool's Festival. Unofficially, I was people-watching, like catching Fern Banks in the act. She was tucked away behind the oversized wooden jester hat, shoveling funnel cake into her mouth when she thought no one was looking. Fern was a long way from her beauty queen days, but she still had that knack for turning heads and pulling at the heartstrings of all the local moms. She'd sell them dreams of success and beauty for their kids, all while teaching classes that promised to set them on the right path so they could be pageant winners just like she was. Camera in hand, I kept walking, the strap around my neck bouncing slightly with each step. The smell of fried dough and sweet powdered sugar was in the air, and every so often, a burst of laughter would rise above the constant buzz of chatter. Kids were chasing each other around, their faces painted with bright colors and their hands sticky from cotton candy. I snapped a few photos of the happy chaos, making sure to capture the warmth and closeness of our little town during the festival time. It was these moments that made Holiday Junction more than just a place on the map. It was a community, a family brought together by tradition and good old-fashioned fun. I moved on, the merry music guiding me through the park, past booths of handmade crafts and games of chance that had folks grinning whether they won or lost. The wooden cutouts of jesters, rabbits, and oversized flowers made for perfect photo ops, and I caught more than a few families posing with them, their smiles genuine and wide. The festival was Holiday Junction's heart laid out for all to see, and through my lens, I planned to show every beat. I rounded the corner, and there it was, the paparazzi photo op, decked out with all the trappings of a Fool's Day bonanza. At the center of it all was Mayor Paisley, the Boston Terrier with a knack for winning hearts and votes. Decked out in a miniature jester hat and a sequined collar that sparkled in the sun, she was the undisputed star of the show. Her owner, Christine Whitlock, stood beside her, the lines on her face mapping out a life rich with laughter and sunny days. Her salt and pepper hair caught the light as she threw back her head, laughing at something one of the festival goers had said. Christine and her husband, Hubert, were pillars of the community, their Jubilee Inn on Main Street a cozy haven for visitors and locals alike. "Christine! Paisley!" I called out, waving a hand to catch their attention. "Smile for the Junction Journal!" Christine turned, her smile lines deepening, and wrapped an arm around her four-legged counterpart. The two posed like the seasoned pros they were, with Paisley's tongue lolling out in a pant that seemed to say, "I'm ready for my close-up." The click of the shutter captured the moment, a perfect snapshot of Holiday Junction's warmth and charm. Christine's eyes crinkled with genuine affection as she looked down at Paisley, and I found myself smiling behind the camera. These were the moments that made our little village more than a collection of streets and shops. It was a tapestry of connections and shared smiles. "Got it," I said, lowering the camera. That's going to be a front-page contender for sure." Christine chuckled, smoothing down the ruffles on Paisley's costume. "Oh, Violet, as if Paisley hasn't had her fill of the spotlight already," she teased, but her eyes were twinkling with pride. "You know everyone loves seeing her," I replied. "She's got more charisma than most of the council put together." "That she does," Christine agreed, giving Paisley a gentle pat. "That she does." As Christine and I shared a light-hearted moment, the familiar sight of my mama, Millie Kay, caught my eye. She was approaching, holding a caramel apple, its glossy coating catching the sunlight. Her presence was like a soft southern breeze, bringing with it a touch of elegance that stood out amid the festival's casual cheer. Mama made her way through the crowd with a grace that made it seem like the sea of people parted just for her. She arrived beside us, offering a genteel smile that matched her polished appearance. In her monogrammed sweater, which was just the right balance of stylish and classic, she looked as if she'd stepped off a page of Southern Living magazine. Her blonde hair, styled perfectly with soft waves, barely betrayed her age, with whispers of gray at the temples. "Violet," she greeted me, her southern drawl wrapping around my name like a warm blanket. "Christine, Paisley, y'all are looking as charming as ever." Christine beamed at the compliment. "Millie Kay, you're looking radiant as always," she said. "How do you manage it?" "Oh, you know." Mama waved a hand dismissively, though I caught the twinkle of pride in her eyes. "Just a little something that I threw on." She then presented the caramel apple to me with the flourish of a prized trophy. "Thought you might need a bit of sugar to keep you going. And good friends down at the leisure center keep me busy." The caramel apple looked like something straight out of a gourmet confectionery, the caramel smooth and inviting. I thanked her and took a bite, the sweetness of the caramel merging with the tartness of the apple in a melody of flavors. I gestured with the apple toward Paisley, who was eyeing it with a mix of curiosity and longing. "Don't worry, I won't give her any," I assured Christine, who was watching her pup like a hawk. "Isn't this just wonderful? The whole town comes alive for these festivals." Mama chuckled softly, her gaze drifting over the festival grounds. "It sure does," I agreed, my eyes sweeping over the vibrant scene before us, the laughter and joy of Holiday Junction encapsulated in this one sunny spring day. Christine got swept up in a wave of tourists eager for a photo with Mayor Paisley. I nudged Mama. "Come on, you can walk with me while I take more shots. Are you heading over to the leisure center later? I'll swing by and get photos of the leading ladies rehearsing Fool Me Once." I had promised her she could take this week off from the Junction Journal, now that Louise and Marge had hired Radley as another journalist. Mama had been good at helping me Google things and go to the courthouse to pull any information I might need for various articles. But with Radley being hired, she was able to open her leisure center. Really, a fancy name for senior citizen building. And she had honestly done a very good job. Mama's face lit up at the mention of the play put on by the leading ladies, of which she was a member too. "Oh, you'll love what they've done with the auditorium. It's all spring colors and April folly." Before I could answer, a voice, smooth as silk but carrying an odd edge, called out, "Miss! Miss!" We turned to see the palm reader, her table a riot of colors, with scarves that fluttered in the breeze like the flags of a foreign land. Her eyes were rimmed with kohl, and her hair was a nest of curls festooned with various feathers and beads. Rings adorned every finger, and her shawl was embroidered with mystic symbols. "No pictures, dear," she said as I raised my camera in habit, thinking she wanted a free photo op. "But I have a message for you." I hesitated, the camera strap now a weight around my neck. "I'm not really into," I started to say, after I heard Mama let out a harumph. "Come on, Violet," Mama interjected, her tone laced with that familiar Southern charm, and barely masked her disdain. The palm reader, however, continued as if Mama hadn't spoken. "No charge," she insisted. "A message you need to hear." "Don't you fall for a fool's errand, Violet," Mama scoffed, pulling at my arm. But curiosity rooted me to the spot. The palm reader walked over and leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper that seemed to slither into my ear. "Beware, for there's a fool among you, one whose final jest will be met with silence, not laughter." The words sent a chill down my spine, despite the sunny day. I walked away quickly, my face drained of color. Mama was hot on my heels. "What did that zealot say to you, Violet?" Mama demanded. "I need to get back," I said, moving faster now, my heart thudding unevenly. "The photos, the article for tomorrow's online edition." Mama was relentless. "Violet Rhinehammer, you stop this instant and tell me what she said," she protested. I paused at the edge of the festival, where the laughter and music faded into the background, overtaken by the gentle lapping of the lake against the shore. She said, "There's a fool among us, that someone's end is nigh." The words hung in the air, as heavy as the humidity that was starting to settle in with the afternoon. Mama's frown deepened, but I was already turning away, heading down the path that would lead me past the lake, through the dunes, and onto the beach, the quickest route back to the safety of the Junction Journal. As I walked, the palm reader's words played over in my mind, a haunting echo that seemed to match the rhythm of my steps. "A fool's demise," she had said. Or was it just another April Fool's trick? Chapter 2. The seaside path to the Junction Journal office offered the perfect chance for me to clear my head. The scent of salt in the air and the sound of waves rolling onto the shore worked their calming magic. The Journal's office, a quaint clapboard house, was a stone's throw away from the beach, its presence as much a part of the seaside as the dunes themselves. Darren's cousin Rhett, businessman and property owner of the Junction Journal building, had struck a deal for the paper to lease it, but I always thought he gave us a fair shake because they were family. Passing the jiggle joint on my way here, I couldn't help but let a smile slip through. Tonight was the night of Darren's surprise party. I'd planned it down to the last streamer and canapé, a celebration for passing the bar exam. It was going to be a new chapter in his life. The thought momentarily pushed aside the unsettling words of the palm reader. Darren had worked hard to get his degree while also running the local bar he owned. The name I'd given it was the Jiggle Joint. Use your imagination as to what that meant. There was a lot of jiggling, dancing, and beer drinking. But it wasn't for me to judge. I still went in there to visit with Darren or check on him when he was doing his late-night studying for the bar exam. It was still a local staple. Most people didn't even care for the jiggling, and it was not as bad as most of those joints I'd seen in my journalist days. Not that I'd seen a lot, but sometimes I found shady people in questionable places when I worked on certain investigations back in the day. The barflies, Owen and Sean, were fixtures as much as the bar stools they occupied, now semi-officially enlisted to help keep the place running. Payment in beer, or the camaraderie that came with it, seemed a fair trade for their time, at least in their eyes. Enjoying the sunny afternoon, I strolled past the bustling Freedom Diner. My smile broadened. It was a hub of activity, its windows fogging up from the warmth of the packed space inside. The diner was a favorite among locals and tourists alike, its reputation for the best blue plate special in town as much a draw as the homey atmosphere. Camera in hand, I continued my seaside walk, documenting the town's festive spirit. The Cup of Cheer tea shop was next, its quaintness a stark contrast to the raucous energy of the jiggle joint. The shop's windows were artfully decorated with streamers in vibrant colors and cutouts of gestures that mirrored the festival's theme. Inside, patrons sipped on specialty teas, their conversations a gentle murmur compared to the din of the diner. Farther along, the old-fashioned printing press, operated by Clara and Garnet Nezzi, stood stoically. Once a week, it churned out the latest edition of the Junction Journal, its rhythmic clanking a testament to the ongoing stories of our little village. Clara often waved from behind the window, her hands always stained with ink, a proud mark of the press. The ceramic celebration shop caught the afternoon light, making its display of clay and pottery creations gleam. Inside hung shelves lined with pieces that were as much art as they were craft, each one a testament to the talent that thrived in Holiday Junction. Tourists flocked here, eager for a unique memento of their visit, and today they were especially charmed by the festival-themed items. With each click of the shutter, I captured the spirit of the Fool's Festival, the essence of Holiday Junction, and the faces of those who called it home or a holiday escape. Those were the moments that would fill the next edition of the paper, the moments that reminded us all why we loved this place. With each snapshot, the memory of the palm reader's warning receded, replaced by the undeniable vitality of the here and now. The office's clapboard exterior glowed in the late afternoon sun. I opened the front door to the familiar sight of the middle hallway. To the left was Radley's office, which he shared with my mama, though everyone knew it was mostly his domain. To the right was my own little sanctuary, an office I'd made my own, with 2 wipe-off boards that were the brains of the operation. One board brimmed with the vital stats of the town, obits, upcoming events, potential leads. The other was dedicated to the Fool's Festival, every event meticulously noted. The kitchen and the sole bathroom were at the back of the cottage. It was a quirky setup, but it suited us just fine. Positioned just past the seaside shops and a small neighborhood beyond the dunes, it was at the heart of everything in Holiday Junction. I had to get the photos uploaded and an article written about the Fool's Festival before I could do anything. This helped me shake off the palm reader's eerie prediction. That was just festival fluff. The real focus now was the evening ahead. I walked into my office, my gaze falling on the boards. It was time to put the final touches on my article before switching into party mode. Tonight was about celebration and success. I intended to make sure Darren felt every bit the accomplished lawyer he was now. After making a quick cup of coffee, I got the SIM card out of the camera and slipped it into the computer and settled into my chair as I brought up the photos. I clicked on a few and couldn't help but smile when I found the one of Fern. She would kill me if she knew I'd taken it. I ended up erasing it because I didn't dare let it get into anyone's hands. The clatter of the old keyboard under my fingers was a comforting rhythm while I pieced together the story of the day's festivities. I was just putting the finishing touches on the paragraph about the jugglers when Radley breezed into the cottage, the door swinging shut behind him with a soft thud. He was slightly older than me, with that sort of rumpled look that you might call academic chic if you were being generous. His hair never quite sat right, and his ties were always a tad askew, but it was part of his charm. He had a smile on his face and a spring in his step that was new, something I attributed to Amelia Hartman, the bakery owner from the art district who had won his heart.
"Guess who I had lunch with?"
Radley announced, not really needing an answer as he placed a delicately iced cookie on my desk, a signature of Sugar Brush Bakery. "Let me guess," I said, arching an eyebrow. "Amelia?"
"You got it,"
he beamed.
"She'll be at the Jiggle Joint tonight, bringing a whole spread of her best treats."
I smiled, picturing the array of sweets that would no doubt be the talk of the party. "Sounds delicious," I replied. Radley's chuckle turned into a full-blown laugh, and I couldn't help but feel curious. "What's so funny?" I probed. He leaned against the doorframe, crossing his arms.
"You won't believe it. We were at Holiday Park earlier, and Amelia just had to get her palm read by that kooky fortune teller. And you know what the palm reader said? She tried to convince us something terrible was going to happen at the Jiggle Joint tonight."
My heart stuttered for a beat, the humor of the situation lost on me. The palm reader's words echoed in my head, her warning suddenly taking on a more ominous tone. I felt the color drain from my face.
"What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost."
Radley's laughter faded as he caught the look on my face. The cookie on my desk seemed to mock me with its sugary swirls. "It's nothing," I said, forcing a smile. "Just déjà vu, I guess. Let's hope the palm reader's wrong, huh?" Radley nodded, though his eyes were still narrowed in concern.
"Right. Well, Amelia's all about that artsy, mystical stuff, but we're not going to let some silly prediction spoil the fun."
He pushed off the frame and shrugged before he walked across the hall to his office. I sucked in a deep breath and wondered why on earth this palm reader would spread such a horrible prediction and lie. Chapter 3. The Jiggle Joint was alive with anticipation, the usual hum of activity amplified by the buzz of excitement for Darren's surprise party. I slipped through the door, the worn wooden sign above creaking gently in the evening breeze, a familiar sound that always signaled the start of something good. The salty tang of the sea wafted in behind me, mingling with the earthy aroma of spilt ale and the tangy scent of wood polish that seemed to linger in the air. Inside, the atmosphere was a cocktail of warmth and shadow, the dim lighting casting everyone in a soft, forgiving glow. The usual crowd was there, huddled around the bar or perched on stools, their conversations a low rumble of contented chatter. Tourists, drawn by the allure of the infamous Jiggle Joint, mingled with the locals, their curious eyes taking in the novelty of it all. The mad fiddlers were tuning their instruments on the small stage, usually reserved for dancers. Tonight, the stage was a platform for celebration, the twang of strings replacing the pulsating beats that typically filled the place. Darren's fiddle lay on a stand, waiting for its master, the polished wood gleaming under the spotlight. I weaved my way through the clusters of people, checking the decorations I'd hung earlier. Banners congratulating Darren for passing the bar exam draped from the ceiling, their bold letters cheerful against the dark wood. Balloons bobbed near the entrance, their colors bright and joyful. Amelia's desserts were spread out on a table near the band, a sweet feast for the eyes as much as the palate. Miniature eclairs filled with cream, tarts topped with fresh berries, and cookies dusted with sugar, all waiting to be devoured in celebration. The dartboard on the far wall was temporarily forgotten, the usual clang of darts replaced by the clink of glasses and the shuffle of feet. I straightened a few streamers that had twisted together and paused to light the candles that I'd placed in the center of each table, their flickering flames casting dancing shadows over the wood. In Darren's office, which lay hidden behind a nondescript door off to the side, I'd placed his favorite Kentucky bourbon on his desk, a toast to his future. It was a nod to where I was born and raised. It was something we had in common to talk about and remind me of where I'd come from. Mama was always telling me that even though I was out of Kentucky, I would never forget my raising. She was right. I loved talking to Darren about bourbons and promised to take him to Kentucky one day for a bourbon tour. But tonight it was all about him and his achievements. I glanced around, and in the dimly lit room, I waved and mouthed, "Thank you," to everyone who had come. There was Mama and Daddy, of course, Darren's parents, Chief Strickland and Louise, Aunt Marge, Cousin Rhett, Nate Lustig and his wife, Herschel and Hazel Ann Hudson from Brewing Beans, Goldie Bennett and her husband, Christine and Hubert Whitlock, Fern and Nettie Banks, Radley and, of course, Amelia, just to name a few. We all had to find a spot to fit into since the place wasn't all that big, and to see all the people who had come to celebrate Darren was so heartwarming. Honoring townsfolk's accomplishments was another thing we did back home in Kentucky that I was seeing here tonight. Though I loved living in Normal, Kentucky, and as much as I called it home, Holiday Junction was really starting to take over that title. As I looked around the bar, I could almost feel the building itself brimming with stories, each corner a witness to the lives and loves of Holiday Junction. The door to the outside stood ajar, a gateway to the cool night and the rolling sea just across the street, its rhythm a heartbeat that underscored our little coastal haven. Everything was ready. All we needed now was Darren. I took a moment to soak in the scene, the laughter, and the music just beginning to swell as the Mad Fiddlers found their groove. This was more than just a bar. It was a tapestry of our community, threads of lives woven together, tonight bound by the shared purpose of honoring one of our own. My heart swelled and tears puddled in my eyes. I glanced around one more time before my phone chimed. It was a thumbs-up text from Diffie. "He's coming!" I screamed so loud I started to cough. The announcement set off a chain reaction of excitement. People scurried into position, some hiding behind tables, others trying to look nonchalant at the bar, their eyes betraying their eagerness. The Mad Fiddlers paused their tuning, their hands hovering over the strings in readiness. Amelia, by the dessert table, gave me a thumbs up, her face alight with anticipation. The air was thick with suspense, every ear straining for the sound of the front door opening. The usual din of the bar had simmered down to a whispering hush, punctuated only by the occasional nervous giggle or clink of a glass being set down a little too hastily. My own heart was drumming a rapid beat in my chest, mirroring the anxious yet jubilant mood that filled the room. I wiped the tears from my eyes, chuckling at my own sentimentality. This was Darren's big night, and the joy of being able to surprise him, to celebrate his hard-earned success, was overwhelming. The door creaked open even more, and for a split second, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then Darren stepped in, his expression one of mild confusion at the unusual quiet. His eyes hadn't yet adjusted to the dim lighting, and he paused, just a silhouette against the backdrop of the night. "Surprise!" The word erupted from every corner of the room, a tidal wave of cheers and applause that swept through the space. Balloons bobbed wildly as people emerged from their hiding spots. The Mad Fiddlers burst into a lively tune, and the room was instantly transformed back into the vibrant heart of Holiday Junction. Darren's face lit up in a mix of shock, joy, and a hint of embarrassment. He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture I knew well from when he was overwhelmed. His eyes found mine across the room, and the warmth in them said everything. He mouthed a thank you, and I nodded, my heart full. The party kicked into full gear. the mad fiddler's Irish tunes setting feet tapping and bodies swaying. Darren was soon pulled into the thick of it, friends and well-wishers clapping him on the back, the congratulations echoing off the walls. I stood back for a moment, watching the scene unfold. The jiggle joint was a kaleidoscope of joy and community spirit, the perfect backdrop for such a momentous occasion. And as Darren laughed, his head thrown back in genuine happiness, I knew that all the effort, all the planning, had been worth it. This was a night we would all remember, a night when the heart of Holiday Junction beat strong and clear. As the celebration continued, the usual barflies, Sean and Owen, had taken their positions behind the bar, serving drinks with a mix of enthusiasm and the slightly clumsy grace of those more accustomed to being on the other side. They were doing their best, but the bar was crowded, and the orders were coming in fast and furious, a testament to the high spirits of the night. At the far end of the bar, a lone figure, clearly not part of our festive group, began to cause a scene. He was a rugged-looking man, his heavy brows knitted in frustration as he aggressively tapped his empty glass on the counter.
"Hey, how about some service here?"
he barked, his voice cutting through the music and laughter like a sharp knife. His impatience and tone drew a few disapproving glances, but most were too wrapped up in the celebration to pay him much mind. Sean and Owen, however, seemed flustered by the man's demanding demeanor. They fumbled with the drink orders, their usual easygoing nature replaced by a tense urgency as they tried to appease the disgruntled customer. Darren, ever the peacemaker and responsible bar owner, noticed the commotion and excused himself from a group of well-wishers. He approached the man with a placating smile.
"Sorry about the wait, Frank. We're a bit swamped tonight. What can I get for you?"
Frank grumbled something under his breath, his expression souring further. He was a stranger to me, not one of the regulars or locals I was familiar with. His presence was like a dark cloud in the otherwise cheerful atmosphere, a note jarring in the symphony of celebration. I watched Darren handle the situation with his usual calm and professionalism, pouring the man a drink and trying to engage him in light conversation, an attempt to smooth over the rough edges of the evening. But the stranger was having none of it, snatching the drink and turning away without a word of thanks. Darren, his characteristic messy black hair falling slightly into his dark eyes, made his way through the crowd toward me. He had that slightly rumpled look that was quintessentially Darren. Loose khakis, a shirt with sleeves rolled up, projecting an easygoing charm rather than a buttoned-up lawyer persona. His thick brows lifted in a playful arch as he approached, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth.
"Hey there, star reporter,"
he greeted me, his voice warm with affection. He reached out, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind my ear. It was a simple gesture, but it felt intimate, especially in the crowded bar.
"Looks like you've thrown quite the party,"
he continued, his eyes sparkling with gratitude and something deeper, a reflection of all the unspoken words between us. I felt my cheeks warm slightly under his gaze. "Well, it's not every day my boyfriend becomes a lawyer," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady despite the butterflies in my stomach. He leaned in closer, the noise of the bar fading into a distant hum.
"I couldn't have done it without you, Violet. You've been my rock through all of this,"
he whispered. Before I could respond, Darren did something completely unexpected. He pulled me gently toward him and kissed me, right there in the middle of the jiggle joint. It was a tender, meaningful kiss that spoke volumes, a public display of affection that was rare for us. The crowd around us erupted into cheers and whistles, the surprise of our public display adding to the festive spirit of the evening. I heard a few playful catcalls and someone shouting, "About time, Darren!" As we broke apart, both of us a little breathless and flushed, I couldn't help but laugh. "Well, that's one way to celebrate," I said, my heart still racing. Darren grinned, his eyes dancing with mischief.
"Seems like the perfect way to me,"
he replied, his arm slipping around my waist, pulling me close in a rare public display of affection. The warmth of his embrace, the sound of our friends' laughter, and the music filling the air, it was a moment of pure joy, a snapshot of happiness in our otherwise chaotic lives. And for a moment, all my worries, including the unsettling words of the palm reader, seemed to vanish into the background, overshadowed by the love and celebration surrounding us. The moment of joy was interrupted by a sneering voice from the bar.
"Get a room!"
Frank, the man already causing problems at the bar just a few minutes ago, remarked, cutting through the laughter and music, a jarring note in the night's harmony. Darren's expression hardened as he turned toward Frank. His usual easygoing demeanor was replaced by a protective firmness.
"Listen, Frank,"
he began, his voice steady but edged with warning. Before Darren could continue, Diffie Delk, the local lawyer and Darren's mentor, intervened. He placed a hand on Darren's shoulder, his gaze fixed on Frank.
"Enjoy your party, Darren. I'll handle this."
Diffie walked toward the end of the bar where Frank was sitting, his beer in his grip. Frank let out a snort, his voice dripping with disdain.
"Yeah, like you took care of my legal troubles?"
he sneered. The tension in the air was thick, the festive atmosphere momentarily forgotten as all eyes turned to the unfolding confrontation. Frank leaned in, his face twisted in a mocking sneer.
"Better watch out, Darren. This guy's nothing but an ambulance chaser. Don't let him drag you down with him."
Frank's eyes then fixed on Diffie. Darren's fists clenched at his sides, but he remained silent, allowing Diffie to respond. The older lawyer stood his ground, his expression unyielding.
"That's enough, Frank. You're clearly intoxicated. I suggest you leave."
Diffie butted up to Frank. Frank stood up, coming chest to chest with Diffie. Frank's response was a bitter laugh, one that echoed mockingly in the suddenly quiet bar. In a swift, almost reflexive motion, he hurled the contents of his beer glass at Diffie, the liquid splashing across Diffie's shirt and face. The shock of the action was like a spark in dry tinder. In an instant, Diffie's restraint snapped. He lunged at Frank, his fist connecting with a solid thud against Frank's jaw. The sound of the impact was sharp, a punctuation mark in the stunned silence that followed. The bar erupted into chaos, with patrons stepping back, some trying to intervene, others just trying to stay clear of the fray. Darren moved quickly, stepping between Diffie and Frank, his hands raised in an attempt to de-escalate the situation.
"All right, that's enough."
Chief Strickland's voice boomed across the room with the timbre of law and order. He moved through the crowd with a purposeful stride, his eyes fixed on Diffie and the spot where Frank had stood moments before. As the tension in the bar simmered, the authoritative presence of Chief Matthew Strickland made itself known. His uniform, always a stark contrast to the casual atmosphere of the jiggle joint, seemed even more pronounced tonight. The chief's commanding stature and stern gaze were enough to immediately draw attention and silence the murmurs. Reaching Diffie, the chief placed a firm hand on his shoulder.
"Diffie, I should haul you and him down to the station for this nonsense,"
he said, his tone severe, yet tinged with a hint of restraint, likely for Darren's sake. The room held its breath, the revelry of moments ago now replaced by a tense hush. Darren stepped forward, his expression a mix of concern and embarrassment.
"Dad, this is just a misunderstanding."
He tried to explain, his voice betraying his worry.
Frank Mulligan had too much to drink tonight.
Chief Strickland turned on Darren, his expression softening slightly.
I know, son, but we can't have brawls breaking out, especially not tonight.
His gaze then swept over the crowd, a clear message that order was to be maintained. Diffie, looking slightly abashed, nodded in understanding.
You're right, Chief. I apologize. It won't happen again.
Diffie adjusted the already too short sleeves on his mustard-colored polyester suit. With a final, stern look, Chief Strickland seemed satisfied that peace was restored. He gave a curt nod before turning to address the room.
Let's keep it civil, folks. We're all here to celebrate a happy occasion.
The tone of Chief Strickland's voice was stern. The party gradually regained its momentum, the mad fiddlers resuming their lively tunes. I was standing near the entrance, saying my goodbyes to my parents, when the evening took yet another unexpected turn. Mama was just telling me to make sure I got some rest after the party, her tone full of that maternal concern that never really fades, no matter how old you get. Dad, ever the quieter presence, offered me a proud smile and a gentle pat on the shoulder. As we were talking, our goodbyes were interrupted. Frank Mulligan, his face still flushed with anger and perhaps a bit too much alcohol, barged through the crowd near the door. His movements were brusque, pushing past people without a word of apology, his demeanor radiating a storm of emotions.
"Watch it now,"
my father said, a note of surprise in his voice as we all took a step back to avoid being jostled by Frank's hasty exit. My mother clucked her tongue disapprovingly, her eyes following Frank's retreating form. "Some people have no manners," she muttered. No sooner had Frank disappeared through the door than Diffie Delk followed in quick pursuit, his face set in a determined, almost grim line. The rapid succession of their exits did not go unnoticed, drawing curious glances and whispered speculations from the surrounding guests. "Dad," I started, my voice tinged with worry, "do you think we should—" He held up a hand, a signal for me to stay out of it.
"Let's not jump to conclusions, but keep an eye out, all right?"
I nodded, feeling a knot of apprehension in my stomach. The sight of Diffie hurrying after Frank, especially after their heated confrontation earlier, was concerning. It was the kind of thing that, in my line of work, often led to larger, more troublesome stories. As the door swung shut behind Diffie, the noise of the party rushed back in, a stark contrast to the uneasy thoughts racing through my mind. Call it journalist instinct, but when I glanced around, no one else seemed to notice or even care. For now, all I could do was hope that the night would end without further incident. But a part of me knew that in Holiday Junction, things were rarely that simple. As the night wore on, the lively atmosphere of the party began to wane. Guests trickled out, leaving behind a quieter, more intimate setting. The mad fiddlers had packed up their instruments, and the once bustling jiggle joint had settled into a calm hush. It was just Darren and me now, alone in a bar that had witnessed so many of our milestones. I hoisted myself up on top of the bar, my legs swinging gently. I watched Darren behind the counter. He was opening a bottle of special Kentucky bourbon, the one I had given him as a celebration of passing the bar exam. My long blonde hair was pulled over one shoulder, and I played with the ends absent-mindedly, lost in thought about the night's events. Darren poured 2 glasses of the amber liquid, the smooth sound of bourbon hitting glass filling the quiet space between us. He handed me a glass and then leaned against the bar, his face reflecting both the fatigue of the night and the excitement of what was to come.
"You know, Vi," he began, his voice low and contemplative, I can't believe I'm actually going to be able to take on clients now. Real clients, not just the grunt work Diffie's been handing me.
I sipped the bourbon, its warmth spreading through me. That's great, Darren. You've worked hard for this. You're going to be an amazing lawyer. I smiled and held out my glass for us to toast. He smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling.
Thanks. It's a big step, you know? Moving away from just helping out around the bar and doing Diffie's legwork to actually being the one in charge of cases. It's kind of scary, but exciting.
I reached out, touching his hand. You're more than ready for this, and I'm here for you every step of the way. Plus, I think giving Sean and Owen some real responsibility around here has helped them, too, I said, noticing how they'd really taken pride in how they served the guests tonight.
I know, and it means everything to me.
He took my hand in his, a gentle squeeze conveying his gratitude. We sat there for a while, just talking and sipping our drinks, the quietness of the bar enveloping us like a cocoon. The events of the evening, the party, Frank's outburst, the palm reader's warning, seemed distant now, pushed to the background as we focused on the here and now. It was a rare moment of stillness in our often hectic lives, a chance to reflect on the journey so far and the new paths that lay ahead. Eventually, Darren glanced up at the clock.
We should probably lock up and head out,
he said, reluctance in his voice. I nodded, sliding off the bar. Let's go home. Together, we tidied up the last remnants of the party, turning off the lights and locking doors, leaving the jiggle joint to its slumber. The quiet streets of Holiday Junction greeted us, and the silence blanketed around us as we walked hand in hand toward the lighthouse.
Are you sure you don't want to just stay the night?
He'd offered so many times before.
I promise you can stay in the guest bedroom. No funny business. Besides, I can't even drive you home.
I laughed at the thought of the newest lawyer in town getting a DUI on a moped. It is late, and the walk back to my little apartment is kinda a distance, I said, the thought of me walking all the way there more of a hassle than me just sleeping in the guest bedroom. I could sleep at the Junction Journal.
No, I'm not letting you do that.
Darren acted as if he were putting his foot down. You know my mama, I reminded him, though he honestly didn't need to be reminded because Mama did a good enough job on her own to let him know how it wasn't appropriate for a single girl to spend the night at her boyfriend's house. Even though I didn't care what others thought, Mama sure did. And, well, let's just say that when she saw I didn't come home that night, and she would because I lived in a little garage apartment behind her house, she'd have me hauled off to the preacher down at Celebration Church, confessing to all sorts of things I'd not done. Yet. But my eyes fixated on the warm glow coming from inside of Darren's lighthouse. I can tell her I slept at the office. Chapter 4. The shrill ring of the phone shattered the early morning tranquility of the lighthouse. Darren groggily reached for the phone, his eyes barely open. I watched him from the couch, wrapped in a blanket, the chill of the morning seeping into the room. Darren must have covered me up and left me there, because all I remember was how we were talking about the Kentucky bourbon and how I would love to take him to Normal for a trip to see where I grew up.
Hello?
Darren's voice was thick with sleep. But as he listened, his posture straightened, the grogginess quickly replaced by alertness. I sat up, my instincts telling me that this was no ordinary call.
What?
Darren's tone shifted to one of disbelief, then concern.
Are you sure? Yes, of course, I'll be there right away.
He hung up the phone and turned to me, his face pale, his eyes wide with shock.
That was Diffie,
he said, his voice tense.
Frank Mulligan. He's dead. Found in Diffie's office.
The words hung heavy in the air. My heart raced, the palm reader's eerie prediction echoing in my mind. Dead? But how? I asked, the journalist in me already piecing together the story. Darren ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of stress I'd come to recognize.
Diffie didn't say much, just that he needed me there immediately. It's my first case.
The gravity of the situation was not lost on either of us. Frank's altercation with Diffie at the party, the public animosity, and now this? It was a bad situation all around. We need to go, now, I said, scrambling off of the couch. Questions cartwheeled through my head, each one a possible headline or a nightmare for the people I cared about. I was already dressed, albeit in crinkles and creases of yesterday's enthusiasm. Shoes were slipped on with record speed, a fashion statement in hurried chic. Darren emerged from the bathroom in a cloud of aftershave that battled valiantly against the bourbon-soaked armor I seemed to be wearing from the night before.
"You smell like a distillery,"
Darren joked, his usual charm wrapped in haste. He pulled out some mints from the satchel he used to use for school but now carried professionally. "And you smell like you're trying to seduce the soap," I shot back with a grin, even as my heart pounded with urgency. I took a couple of the mints. We hurried up the path leading toward Holiday Park. The scene was a stark contrast to the vibrant festivities of the previous day. The Fool's Festival was still asleep, with only a few early risers setting up their stalls and decorations under the soft glow of the morning sun. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of dew on freshly cut grass, and the distant sound of the sea lapping at the shore. People were starting to mill around, some clutching coffees, trying to shake off the cobwebs of sleep, their movements slow and unhurried, a marked difference from the urgency in our steps. The people were waking up, unaware of the dark cloud that had settled over Holiday Junction.
"Diffie didn't do it, Violet. He wouldn't."
Darren broke the silence between us, his voice firm. I glanced at him. The early sunlight was catching the worry etched into his features. "I know, Darren, but you saw them last night. Frank pushed through the crowd and Diffie was right on his heels," I said, my journalistic instincts kicking in. He nodded, the lines of his face hardening at the memory.
"I did, but it's Diffie. There has to be some other explanation."
He shrugged, not once looking over at me. His legs picked up speed. Soon the business district came into full view. The sight of police cars and the flicker of blue lights sent a shiver down my spine. It was real, and it was happening now.
"She's with me,"
Darren told one of the deputies that knew him, and who was guarding the door to the entrance of the courthouse where the office was located. The sobering reality of the situation hit when he turned down the corridor and saw the line of deputies guarding the entrance to the office, along with a church cart waiting for the coroner, Curtis Robinson, to retrieve the body. Diffie Delk's office was a throwback to another era, the kind of place you'd imagine a fast-talking lawyer from a bygone age might occupy. The decor was a mishmash of ostentation and practicality. Brightly colored wallpaper clashed with the heavy, dark wood of the bookshelves that lined the walls, each shelf laden with thick legal tomes and odd trinkets collected over the years. The desk, a massive, imposing piece of furniture that had surely seen better days, was the centerpiece of the chaos. It was here that the struggle seemed to have taken place, papers askew as though a storm had passed through, leaving a trail of bureaucratic debris in its wake. Amidst the disarray, a gaudy, neon-lit sign hung on the wall, the kind that promised aggressive legal representation with a side of showmanship. Diffie himself was a character that matched his environment. His suits always looked sharp in advertisements, gleaming with the sheen of success. In reality, they hung on his frame with the limp resignation of polyester. His receding hairline was less noticeable in the glamorized photos that adorned the walls, where he was always shown with a confident, winning smile. But the most unusual feature of the office was Dave the rooster, perched regally behind the desk on a custom roost. Dave was more than just office decor. He was a sniffer extraordinaire, known to have a better nose than any hound at the small Holiday Junction airport. Today, however, Dave was out of his element, ruffled and clucking softly amidst the commotion, a bizarre sentinel in a scene of tragedy. The office's usual kitschy charm was lost in the grim reality of the morning. The deputies moved around the space with a professional detachment, yet the presence of Dave, still perched behind the desk, seemed to underscore the surreal nature of the morning's events. This was a place where the eccentric met the everyday, where serious legal matters were dealt with a touch of the theatrical, except today the drama was all too real. Chief Matthew Strickland looked up when he noticed we'd entered the office. Darren approached his father, a mix of professional determination and personal concern on his face. I hung back, my reporter's instincts kicking in, taking in the scene, noting every detail. The reality of the situation was setting in. This was no longer just a story for the Junction Journal. It was personal, hitting close to home in a way that none of us could have anticipated. As Darren and Chief Strickland talked, I pulled out my notepad, beginning to jot down notes. The mystery of Frank Mulligan's death was just beginning to unfold, and I knew that the path to uncovering the truth would be anything but straightforward. I lingered near the threshold, a silent observer cataloging the unraveling drama. The coroner, Curtis Robinson, was a seasoned professional, his voice steady as he dictated his initial findings into a tape recorder. I edged closer, the reporter in me hungry for the facts that would begin to piece together this grim puzzle.
Blunt force trauma to the occipital region.
Curtis's voice was low but clear.
The object appears to be the broken edge of a picture frame, one of the diploma frames to be precise, shattered. The wound's characteristics suggest the blow was delivered with considerable force, likely resulting in immediate unconsciousness, followed by death.
I glanced over to where he was crouched, his words painting a stark picture. The broken frame lay discarded on the ground, its glass splintered into a starburst pattern. The once proud display of Diffie's law degree, now a silent witness to violence. It was a bizarre and brutal use of such a personal item. I scribbled down every word, the image of the frame etched into my memory, the jagged edge that had met Frank's head in a fatal encounter. Curtis continued, detailing the position of the body and the state of the room, but I was fixated on the diploma frame. It was as if the very symbol of Diffie's legal prowess had been turned against him, now a piece of evidence in a murder investigation. As I jotted down my observations, a chilling thought crossed my mind. The murder weapon, a symbol of success and justice, now stood for something much darker. This irony wasn't lost on me, and I knew it wouldn't be lost on our readers either. The case was more than a tragic death. It was a story that would shake the core of Holiday Junction, and it was my job to tell it. The heavy air in Diffie's office seemed to cling to us as Darren and I prepared to part ways, the gravity of the situation pulling us in separate directions. He had a somber look on his face as he headed towards the police station, the weight of his first case as a lawyer heavy on his shoulders. It was clear he was troubled by the idea of his mentor, Diffie, sitting in a cold jail cell. "Make sure Diffie knows we're all behind him," I said, giving Darren's hand a reassuring squeeze, "and that we're going to get to the bottom of this." He nodded, his jaw set with determination.
I will. And I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. Frank's comment last night? It's a lead we can't ignore.
I watched as Darren walked away before turning my attention back to my notepad. Frank's accusations at the bar, his insinuations of Diffie's unscrupulous legal practices, it was a thread that needed to be followed. As a journalist, I knew the importance of tracing every lead, no matter how small or convoluted it might seem. I had to find out what legal troubles Frank had been referring to. Was there a previous case that had gone sour? Had Frank been a client, or was he just hurling baseless accusations? These questions needed answers, and it was up to me to dig them up. With a purposeful stride, I left the office, my mind already racing through the list of contacts who might shed light on Frank Mulligan's past dealings with Diffie Delk. The Junction Journal wasn't just my job. It was a lifeline to the truth for the town of Holiday Junction. I'd start with the courthouse records, move on to any public filings, and talk to anyone who might have known Frank. If there was dirt to be found, I would uncover it. The scene at Diffie's office might have been frozen in time by the tragedy, but life outside continued to move. The town was waking up, and with it, the story was unfolding. I'd chase down those leads, follow the evidence, and write the story that needed to be told. This was just the beginning, and I was determined to see it through to the end. Chapter 5.
Violet?
Chief Strickland's voice had a note of urgency that made me stop in my tracks. I turned, half expecting to see him alone, ready to impart some critical piece of information. Instead, there he was, striding toward me, the unmistakable figure of Dave the rooster tucked under his arm, a leash dangling down his side. It would have almost been comical if not for the seriousness of the morning's events. "Chief," I started, "is everything okay?" He closed the distance between us, and for a moment, the sight of our usually stoic chief of police with a rooster in tow almost made me forget what I'd just seen.
"I need you to take Dave for the day,"
he said without preamble, a hint of a plea in his voice that I rarely heard. I blinked, taken aback. "Take Dave?" I echoed, unsure if I'd heard him right. Matthew nodded, the lines on his face deepening.
"It's not an airport day, and with everything that's happening,"
he gestured vaguely in the direction of the police station,
"we can't have him there."
I hesitated, my mind still reeling from the morning's discoveries. "What about Rhett? He's usually with Dave at the airport, right?" I asked, trying to piece together why I was suddenly being entrusted with Holiday Junction's most unusual security expert.
"Rhett's tied up with some of his properties, and you know how the airport is,"
Matthew explained with a tired sigh.
"It's small, only a couple of flights a week. One in, one out. Today's quiet, no flights, no passengers, nothing that needs a rooster's keen senses."
I nodded, but almost told him to use Dave in the investigation. I kept my lips tight. The airport, more a large airstrip with a single terminal building, was indeed tiny. It was usually bustling with activity only on those specific days when the small regional flights came in, bringing a mix of tourists and locals back from their travels. On off days, it was just another quiet spot in Holiday Junction. "So, you want me to babysit?" I asked, a smile tugging at the corner of my mouth despite the situation.
"He likes you, and honestly, I think you could use each other's company today."
Matthew offered a rare, wry grin in return. I looked at Dave, who seemed unperturbed by the morning's drama, his head tilting curiously, as if to say, "Well, why not?" "All right," I agreed, reaching out to take Dave. "We'll keep each other out of trouble." Matthew handed me the leash, a thin strip of leather that seemed almost comical in its formality. Dave, with a demeanor that suggested he was as accustomed to a leash as he was to perching on shoulders, peered around curiously, his bright eyes taking in the sights and sounds of the morning with a keen interest. The rooster, seemingly unfazed by the change of guard, settled comfortably against me, his feathers a soft contrast to the harsh realities of the day. It was a picture that would have been endearing under different circumstances, a journalist and her feathered sidekick ready to tackle the day's mysteries. As I adjusted the leash in my hand, Matthew's tone shifted, becoming more serious.
"I saw you taking notes back there,"
he said, his gaze locking onto mine.
"I assume you understand the delicacy of the situation?"
I met his gaze. The gravity of his role as chief of police mirrored in my own responsibility as a journalist. Of course, Matthew. I'm not looking to make this any harder for anyone. This is our town. These are our people. I want to get the truth, not just for the Junction Journal, but for Holiday Junction. I didn't lie and say I wasn't curious. Matthew's eyes held a trace of concern, the kind that comes from too many years of seeing things go awry.
"I hope your relationship with Darren and his connection to Diffie won't skew the story you tell,"
he said, the words careful but heavy, like they were hard for him to say. I felt a pang of offense at the implication. "Matthew, you know me better than that," I replied, my voice firm yet tinged with hurt. "I'm a journalist first and foremost. My integrity isn't for sale, and my relationship with Darren has no bearing on the truth." He held up a hand, a peace offering.
"I know, Violet. I didn't mean to imply otherwise. It's just a tricky situation, and I've seen good people get swept up in the tide before."
He sighed.
His girlfriend and his mom, my wife, owning the paper, it all gets a little mucky.
I softened slightly, knowing that his intentions were rooted in the well-being of everyone involved. "I understand. The truth is what matters most," I said, "and I sure hope Darren and Diffie can get to the bottom of who did this." By the look Matthew gave me, I could tell he was convinced Diffie had killed Frank. But sometimes the evidence in plain sight wasn't always the truth. With a nod of understanding, we left it at that. I turned, Dave strutting beside me with an air of importance, and we headed toward the Junction Journal. There were leads to chase down and a story to unravel, and I was determined to do it with the integrity that had always been the cornerstone of my work. With Dave now officially in my temporary care, I turned and watched as Matthew walked back toward the station, his figure once again becoming the embodiment of law and order. Dave and I, now an unlikely duo, headed toward my next steps, following leads, gathering facts, and navigating the intricacies of a story that had just become deeply personal. But first, I needed a coffee. As Dave and I walked down Main Street, the morning sun cast long shadows beside us, painting the quaint storefronts with the promise of a new day. The brisk walk had done little to wear off the rooster's sprightly energy. He strutted with a sense of purpose, as though he were leading the investigation himself. When we reached Brewing Beans, Hazel Lynn, with her eternal knack for being where the news was, looked up from behind the counter, her eyebrows arching in amused surprise.
"Violet, honey, what on earth are you doing with Dave?"
she asked, gesturing to my feathery companion. I chuckled. "It's a long story, Hazel Lynn. I'm on babysitting duty today. Is Herschel around to watch him while I grab a coffee? Dave's not exactly a coffee shop kind of guy." Hazel Lynn's laughter rang through the cafe as she called her husband. Herschel appeared, a genial smile on his face, and agreed to keep an eye on Dave. The rooster seemed to approve of the arrangement, content to hold court on the sidewalk where passer-bys couldn't help but give him a second glance. Hazel Lynn leaned on the counter, concern replacing the humor on her face.
I heard about the commotion this morning. Your coffee, as strong as you like it, is on its way. Now, tell me what happened."
Frank Mulligan was found dead in Diffie's office. It's a mess, Hazel-Lynn. And now Darren's wrapped up in it as Diffie's lawyer, I said.
That's awful. But about Frank? He was running his mouth last night at the bar. Kept calling Diffie an ambulance chaser.
Hazel-Lynn tisked, shaking her head. Did he say why he was bad-mouthing Diffie? I asked, leaning in.
Funny you should ask. Frank hired Diffie a while back. Car wreck case. He broke his leg. But the settlement? Let's just say it wasn't what Frank was expecting. He felt shortchanged and made it his mission to tarnish Diffie's name. If you ask me, that's a pretty good reason for Diffie to be sore at him.
Hazel-Lynn divulged, her voice low. My mind raced. Diffie's motive just got stronger, and with Frank dead in his office, the pieces were beginning to form a picture I wasn't sure I wanted to see. Thanks, Hazel-Lynn. That's important information, I said, my reporter's instinct kicking into high gear. Hazel-Lynn gave me a knowing look.
Just be careful, Violet. This isn't your usual fluff piece for the journal.
She tapped her fingers on top of the glass counter between us.
I'll be right back with your coffee.
As I waited for my coffee at Brewing Beans, the cozy shop enveloped me with its familiar sensory comforts. The sense of roasted beans was almost tangible, mingling with the subtle sweetness of pastries. The murmur of conversation blended with the gentle hiss of the espresso machine and the clink of ceramic cups being returned to saucers. It was a symphony of the morning ritual, one that usually offered a sense of normalcy. This morning, though, it was a backdrop to my racing thoughts. A voice cut through the buzz of the shop. "Violet, why didn't you come home last night?" My mother's southern drawl was unmistakable. Turning, I found Mama, her keen eyes all assessing, her perfect blend of concern and disapproval. She leaned in, her voice a conspiratorial whisper. "Did you spend the night with Darren?" The question was laced with all the implications of a Southern belle's concern for propriety. "Don't be ridiculous, Mama." The lie just blurted out of me. "I stayed at the office," I replied, trying to sound as casual as possible. Lordy be, when was I going to be old enough not to feel Mama's guilt-tripping? Her eyebrow arched in that way that said she wasn't entirely convinced. She gave me a once-over, taking in my outfit from yesterday, her look subtly shifting from concern to disapproval and back again. "Well, I know you keep a change of clothes at the office for those long nights," she said, her tone suggesting this was the only acceptable reason for my appearance. Before I could respond, Hazel-Lynn came over with my coffee, its strong aroma promising the jolt I needed.
"Here you go, honey. And remember, if anything else about Frank comes to mind, you give me a call, okay? But I'm with you. Diffie didn't kill him."
Hazel-Lynn seemed sure, but now wasn't the time to talk about it. The statement was bold, and just as it hung in the air, Mama gasped, her eyes going wide with the realization of the conversation's turn. I prepared myself to attend one of Mama's come-to-Jesus meetings. "Violet Rhinehammer, you will not stick your nose into yet another murder," she declared, the protective mother hen emerging in full force. I took a deep breath, steadying myself for the conversation ahead. With my coffee in hand and the day's investigative journey just beginning, I knew this was just the start of a long, winding road that would test both my professional judgment and my daughterly duties. Mama's expression was a telltale sign. She was teetering on the brink of what we in Holiday Junction called a come-to-Jesus meeting. Her stance rigid and her eyes narrowed, she was the picture of a Southern matriarch ready to lay down the law. "If you think that's bad," I said, trying to keep the situation light as I took Dave's leash from Herschel, "wait until you see—" But before I could finish, Mama cut in, her voice stern but controlled, her Southern etiquette keeping the lid on what could easily turn into a hissy fit. "Violet Jean Rhinehammer," she began, using my full name the way only Southern mothers can when you're in for it. "What on earth are you doing carting around a rooster on a leash like it's a normal thing to do?" I could see she was holding back, her every instinct likely urging her to let loose. But years of being the embodiment of decorum kept her in check. "Mama," I started to explain, "Dave's just with me for the day because—" "No, no, no," she interrupted, shaking her head. "You've got a dead man, a scandal brewing, and you're here walking a rooster? You're going to be the talk of the town, and not in a good way, darling." I knew Mama was right. This wasn't just about me. It was about appearances, about respectability. Where we come from, a come-to-Jesus meeting was a force to be reckoned with, a powerful tool for setting things right. It was about changing the course, about making sure you were heeding the unspoken rules of Southern life. A hissy fit, on the other hand, was pure emotion, raw and unfiltered, and often seen as less respectable. Mama was aiming for the former, a way to correct my course without causing a scene that would embarrass us both. "Mama, I promise I'm handling it. And Dave, well, Dave's just caught up in this, same as us," I said, trying to reassure her. Mama's gaze softened ever so slightly as she accepted this temporary truce. "And I insist you don't stick your nose into yet another murder," she added, though her shock at Hazelyn's casual mention of murder hinted that she knew it was already too late for that. "Mama," I said in a low enough voice for just her to hear me. "I'm not budging," she retorted before even listening to me. As I clutched Dave's leash a little tighter, I could hear Mama's determined steps on the pavement behind me. She was a force of nature, and right now her focus was entirely on me and the unexpected turn of events. The trolley's bell clanged in the near distance, a familiar and welcoming sound amidst the morning bustle of Holiday Junction's downtown. The streets were crowded with tourists who hurried along, blissfully unaware of the shadow that had fallen over our small town with Frank's untimely demise. Goldie Bennett, the trolley driver with a flair for thematic dressing, swung the trolley doors open with a flourish. Her bright red hair was as vibrant as her personality, and today she was adorned with dangling jester earrings and a clown necklace that jangled with each movement. As Mama and I approached, she began to hyperventilate, her breaths coming in quick, sharp gasps. The sight alarmed Goldie, who leapt from her driver's seat in an attempt to administer the Heimlich maneuver. "No, I'm fine," Mama insisted, batting Goldie's hands away with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. She regained her composure, shooting me a look that said we'd be having a long talk later. "I just remembered what that palm reader told Violet yesterday," she admitted, a frown creasing her forehead. My mind raced back to the palm reader's foreboding words, and my stomach nodded. I hadn't given much credence to her predictions, but now, with Frank's death, a niggling sense of unease settled in. "Beware, there's a fool among you, one whose final jest will be met with silence, not laughter." Goldie, still a bit flustered, but relieved that Mama was all right, ushered us onto the trolley. The bell clanged again as we found seats, Dave nestling at our feet, seemingly pleased with the excitement he was causing among the other passengers. The clang of the trolley bell signaled our departure, and as we found seats, the vehicle lurched forward. I glanced out the window at the downtown scene. It was crowded, bustling with tourists and locals alike, all seemingly oblivious to the shadow that had been cast over Holiday Junction. As the trolley trundled through downtown, I peered out the window at the bustling scene. Shopkeepers were opening up, their windows displaying festive Fool's Festival wares, and the sidewalks teemed with visitors eager to experience the charm of Holiday Junction. Dave, perched comfortably beside me, watched the world with an unflappable interest that only a rooster could muster. His presence was a novelty that didn't go unnoticed, eliciting smiles and curious glances from other passengers. I was anxious now, eager to get back to the Junction Journal office to pore over the photos I'd taken at Holiday Park. Somewhere in those images might be a clue, a detail I'd overlooked, something that could shed light on the mystery of Frank Mulligan's death and the palm reader's cryptic message. The trolley made its way through the heart of Holiday Junction, the bell clanging cheerfully at each stop, a stark contrast to the undercurrent of tension that coursed through me. But for now, to the unknowing eye, life in Holiday Junction continued as normal, the festival spirit undampened by the dark turn of events. The trolley ride was a short pause in the midst of the chaos, and as Mama and I disembarked at the stop nearest to the Junction Journal office, I could sense a shift in her demeanor. We hurried up the sandy dunes, the grains shifting under our feet, each step taking us closer to the heart of the story that had shaken our little town. Mama, usually the picture of southern poise, quickened her pace to match mine. "Violet," she said, a new resolve in her voice, "let's find out the truth, for everyone's sake." Her change of heart was as surprising as it was welcome. Pushing open the door, we found Radley already there, his focus intense as he pored over some documents that were spread out on his desk. The office had been transformed. Gone was the usual clutter of daily news and local events, replaced with a new purpose. One of the wipe-off boards had been turned into a makeshift murder board, a large photo of Frank Mulligan pinned right in the center, his eyes looking out at us, unaware of his new role at the center of a real-life mystery. There was a photo of a woman with striking blue eyes and long black hair, with "Barbara Mulligan, wife," written under it. "Where did you get the photo?" I wondered.
"Where'd you get the chicken?"
His brows nodded. Radley was pretty new to Holiday Junction and didn't get out a lot, unless it was with Amelia, and then they stayed up in the art district. Dave, released from the confines of his leash, strutted into the room with a sense of ownership. Radley looked up, a question in his gaze as the rooster made himself comfortable in a patch of sunlight streaming through the window. He's a rooster, actually. Dave's his name. I corrected him with a small smile, despite the gravity of our situation. I'm on rooster duty until Darren can get Diffie out of the station. Radley shook his head, a smile tugging at his lips.
"Only in Holiday Junction,"
he muttered, turning his attention back to the board. The murder board was a stark reminder of why we were here. Notes, timelines, and queries were scribbled around Frank's photos, a visual representation of the puzzle we needed to solve. I approached the board, my reporter's instincts taking over. I took in every piece of information Radley had collected. Dave clucked quietly behind me, a bizarre but strangely fitting companion in our search for truth.
"I got on his social media."
Radley circled Frank's name with a dry erase marker. Together, Mama, Radley, Dave, and I delved into the tangle of facts and speculation, determined to piece together the events that led to Frank Mulligan's untimely death. The office was no longer just a hub of community news. It had become the command center in a race against time to clear Diffie's name and find justice for Frank. What else did you find out? I asked. I heard Mama rummaging around in the kitchen, but kept my eyes focused on what Radley was telling me. As Radley delved into the details he had gathered, Mama came in from the kitchen, carrying a slice of bread for Dave. The rooster, seemingly understanding the gesture, pecked at the offering with an appreciative cluck.
"All right, so here's what I've got on Frank,"
Radley began, his tone shifting to one of professional focus.
"Frank Mulligan, born and raised right here in Holiday Junction."
I nodded, jotting down notes on the whiteboard as he spoke. Dave, content with his snack, seemed to listen in, his head tilting from side to side as if trying to catch every word.
"Frank moved away for a while. Big city life and all that. Came back to Holiday Junction a few years ago,"
Radley continued, his eyes scanning the notes he had compiled.
"His return wasn't exactly triumphant. Seemed like he struggled to fit back into small-town life. And since he's been back, he's had his fair share of run-ins. A few disputes at the local events, some unpaid debts here and there. Not exactly the prodigal son story."
Radley might have just given us some new suspects to check out.
"And he's posted a photo of him being arrested."
"Here?" I questioned, and walked over to the laptop he was searching on to see that it was, in fact, Frank with his hands cuffed and a deputy from the Holiday Junction Police Department trying to wrangle him into the police cruiser. I could see the picture Radley was painting. A man who perhaps never quite found his place, returning to a town that had moved on without him. Any known enemies? Disputes that went beyond the usual bar scuffle? I asked. Radley flipped through the notes he had taken before I'd gotten to the office.
"Nothing that stands out as a clear-cut feud, but plenty of people who didn't warm up to him. And, of course, there's the issue with Diffie. That lawsuit left a bad taste in Frank's mouth,"
Radley said. The room was silent for a moment as we all considered this. Frank's life, it seemed, was a tapestry of unfinished threads and loose ends, any one of which could be a lead. Radley tapped at his computer, bringing up a web page with the local courthouse records.
"Here's the docket of the lawsuit between Frank and Diffie,"
he said, scrolling through the document.
"It's all public record."
I leaned in, curious. The screen displayed the details of a legal dispute that seemed more intense than your average small-town squabble. Frank had hired Diffie after his car accident, right? I asked, trying to piece together the narrative.
"Exactly,"
Radley confirmed.
"But it looks like things didn't pan out the way Frank had hoped. The settlement was far less than he expected, and he blamed Diffie for it."
The lawsuit had evidently been a sore point, a thorn in the side of both men. "Do we know how much he got?" Mama asked, her journalist instincts piqued despite her usual disinterest in such matters. Radley pointed to a figure on the screen.
"Here it is. Looks like Frank was awarded a settlement, but it was a fraction of what he was demanding. And given his medical bills and lost wages, it would have barely covered his expenses."
I scribbled down the numbers, a potential motive forming in my mind. So Frank felt shortchanged, humiliated even. Enough to publicly accuse Diffie of being an ambulance chaser, I deducted.
"It seems like it was more than just a financial loss for Frank," Radley mused. "It was a blow to his pride, his reputation."
Radley toggled the screen between the court filing tab and Frank's social media, where it did look like he was waging an all-out war on Diffie Delk. "A man's pride can lead him to dark places," Mama sighed, shaking her head. The information added another layer to the already complex case. A disgruntled client, a disputed settlement, public humiliation. It was a recipe for resentment, one that could potentially lead to tragic consequences. "Let's print this out," I said, feeling the puzzle pieces slowly fitting together. We need to see who else might have been involved in this case. Witnesses, other lawyers, anyone who might have had a stake in the outcome. As Radley printed the documents, I thought about the implications. The lawsuit was a crucial piece of the story, a chapter in Frank's life that could perhaps explain the final, deadly act in his story. We had more digging to do, more leads to follow. The truth was out there, tangled up in the web of Frank Mulligan's last days in Holiday Junction. Chapter 6. As Radley's printer hummed softly in the background, churning out pages of the lawsuit, Mama scooped up Dave's leash from the table. "I'm going to take this little fella for a walk, maybe even swing by the Fool's Festival," she announced, her tone light, but her eyes still carrying the weight of the morning's events. "Thanks, Mama. Keep an eye out for anything unusual," I replied, grateful for her support, despite the strange turn our day had taken. "Just so you know," Mama said as she gave me the stink eye, "this little bit about your clothes and last night will be discussed at the supper table tonight. I expect you to be there." "Mama," I was going to stick with my story. "I don't like to be lied to, Violet," she called out as she headed out into the hall, not bothering to look back. With Mama and Dave out the door, the office felt suddenly quieter. I turned my attention to the task at hand. Pulling the fancy camera from its bag, I carefully ejected the SIM card with a soft click. The tiny piece of technology held the visual story of yesterday's events, possibly even clues that my eyes alone couldn't catch. Most times when I took a photo, my eye was on the actual subject I was trying to capture. It was the little details in the back that sometimes were clearer than the object. I slipped the SIM card into the computer slot, hearing the faint metallic scrape as it made contact. The screen flickered to life, and a folder popped up, brimming with digital memories. I double-clicked, and the images from the Fool's Festival filled the screen, a carousel of color and life. My fingers danced over the keyboard, navigating through the photos. Each image was a snapshot of the festival's vibrant energy, the laughter, the games, the food. But I was searching for something specific, a moment frozen in time that held more significance now than I had realized when capturing it. Finally, there she was, the palm reader. Her booth was a tapestry of mysticism and intrigue, draped in fabrics that whispered of secrets and futures untold. Her eyes, dark and knowing, seemed to look right through the lens, challenging the viewer to question the line between reality and the unseen. The photo of her speaking with others was particularly haunting. Her expression was intense, almost urgent, as if she were imparting a message of great importance. I zoomed in, studying her face, her posture, the way her hands moved as she spoke. The image was static, yet it felt alive, charged with an energy that the festival's cheerful chaos couldn't quite overshadow. It was a moment captured, a piece of the puzzle that I was only now beginning to understand. I leaned back in my chair, my mind racing. What had she seen without looking at my palm? And how did it connect to Frank Mulligan's untimely death? As I flicked through the festival photos, a background detail in one of them caught my eye. It was a blurry figure stepping out from the palm reader's tent. Curiosity piqued, I clicked on the photo to enlarge it. As the image expanded and became clearer, recognition dawned on me. It was Frank Mulligan. I noticed the time and the date. Yesterday, same day the palm reader told me the cryptic message. Using the mouse, I clicked back through the photos until I got to the one where the palm reader was waving me over. I hit the magnify button and zeroed in on the time. Frank had been there before me, like 20 minutes. My heart raced with the realization. This was a significant clue. Frank had been at the palm reader's tent, a fact that hadn't come up before. And what did she say to him, or see in his palm, that made her tell me the strange message? What had he been doing there? Had the palm reader said something that upset him, or played a part in what happened later? I leaned back, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. This was an important lead, something that could give us more insight into Frank's last day. I saved the photo and noted the time it was taken. It was a crucial piece of evidence, one that needed further investigation. I quickly made a mental list of what to do next. The first step was to talk to the palm reader. I needed to find out what was said during that session with Frank. Every little detail was becoming more important in unraveling the mystery surrounding Frank Mulligan's death. Clutching my camera, still vital for the day's reporting duties, I turned to Radley. "Did you print off that list of names from the court papers? Witnesses? People involved in Frank's lawsuit?" I asked. Radley nodded, shuffling the stack of papers on his desk. "Got it right here," he said, tapping the file. "It's a mix of folks from all over. Some from the art district up in the mountains, a couple from out in the country area, others downtown, and a few from the seaside. Each one connected to Frank's case with Diffie in some way." I reached out, taking the papers from him. Glancing over the list, I saw the names and addresses, each a thread that could weave into the larger tapestry of our investigation. Some of the names were familiar, tied to the community in ways that went beyond just a lawsuit. Others were less known to me, but no less important. "Thanks, Radley. This will help," I said, tucking the papers into my bag alongside the camera. He gave me a nod, his expression serious. "Be careful, Violet, and keep your phone on. We don't know what you might stir up asking around," he warned. I assured him with a nod of my own. "I will, and don't worry, I'll keep in touch, so keep digging," I said. With that, I stepped out of the Junction Journal office, the list of names in my bag feeling like a map to hidden answers. My steps quickened on my way toward the Fool's Festival, where the cheerful sounds and sights awaited, along with the palm reader whose cryptic message had added a new layer of mystery to Frank Mulligan's death. The festival, with its laughter and bright colors, was in full swing, a stark contrast to the dark undercurrents of the investigation. I wove through the crowds, my journalist's badge a shield as I sought out the palm reader's tent. Today, I was not just a journalist. I was a detective in my own right, searching for the truth amidst the revelry. I hustled through Holiday Park, my eyes darting around where the palm reader's tent had been. But it was gone, not a trace left, as if the very ground had swallowed it up. I spun on my heel to a woman selling beaded necklaces next door. "Did you see where the palm reader went?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The woman, her fingers nimbly working a piece of wire, looked up with a shrug. "No idea, darling. When I arrived to set up for the day, they had already disappeared. Poof! Like magic," she said, her hands continuing their dance with the beads. A sigh escaped me, a mix of frustration and concern knotting up inside. That's when it hit me. Christine! She handled all the vendor applications for the festival. She'd know something. She had to. I left the park and made a beeline for Main Street, the trolley's bell ringing in the distance. The Jubilee Inn wasn't far, and Christine was likely to be there, tending to the guests and the day's business. The inn's door chimed softly as I entered, the coolness of the lobby a welcome relief from the budding heat outside. Christine was there, her smile warm, but fading a bit as she took in my determined look. "Christine," I started, my words tumbling out. "The palm reader from the festival. I need to know everything, applications, contact info, anything." Her eyes narrowed in understanding, and without a word, She turned to the cabinet behind the desk. "Let's see what we can find, Violet," she said, pulling out a folder thick with papers. Mama had been right. This wasn't just another story. This was big, and I could feel it in my bones. I was going to track down that palm reader, even if it meant turning over every stone in Holiday Junction. Chapter 7. There weren't too many files to look through. 1. The palm readers. Ginny Joyce. I said her name and tried to pull any information from my mind where I might have come across any archived articles about her over the last couple of years. Nothing rang a bell. "Where are the other files?" I asked Christine while she tapped away on the computer. "They were online applications this year," she snorted. "You know, we had to join the electronic age, but not Ginny." "There's nothing in here but the application." I flipped the file shut. "What were you hoping to get?" Christine asked, standing up from the chair and walking over to the printer, waiting for it to stop printing. "Her address." I sighed and reluctantly took the paper she'd printed with all the vendors' applications. Christine chuckled softly, a knowing glint in her eye. "Oh, I know where Ginny Joyce lives," she said, and I perked up immediately. It was a break I hadn't expected so soon. She rattled off an address that had me picturing the art district's mosaic of creativity and color, where the houses were as eclectic as their inhabitants. 22 Pallet Place, right in the heart of the art district. You can't miss it. Her house is the one with the stained glass windows and wind chimes that sing even when there's no breeze. Christine rattled off the address of a house I'd passed by a lot when I was up there, but I never knew it belonged to a palm reader. I scribbled down the address on my notepad, my mind already turning over what my next move should be. The art district was a tight community, protective of their own. If Ginny Joyce was part of that community, getting her to open up about Frank Mulligan or the festival would require some finesse. Or possibly a little Amelia. "Thanks, Christine," I said, already heading toward the door. "This helps a lot." "No problem," Christine called after me. "Let me know if you need anything else with the festival," she said, throwing her hand in the air to wave goodbye before she picked up the ringing phone. "Good afternoon, Jubilee Inn. How can I help you?" I gave her a wave without looking back, my stride purposeful. Ginny Joyce had been elusive at the festival, but she wouldn't be when at her home in the art district. I was going to get to the bottom of this, one way or another. When I stepped outside of the Jubilee Inn, I clutched the notebook and the stack of freshly printed vendor applications close to my side. The bright sunshine was a stark contrast to the dimness of the lobby. Squinting against the light, I fished my phone out of my pocket with the intention of calling Amelia for any insider information she might have about Ginny Joyce. The art district was her turf, after all. Just as the call connected and Amelia's voice faintly said, "Hello?" a jester, dressed in vibrant motley and bells that jingled with each movement, bounded into view. He was juggling an assortment of balls that arched gracefully through the air, drawing my eyes and the eyes of passer-by. I stepped to the side, trying to hear Amelia over the unexpected street performance and the gathering crowd's laughter. "Amelia, can you—" I started to ask, but the jester's antics, combined with the chatter around me, made it impossible to hear. My frustration mounted as the phone connection crackled and died, cutting off our conversation. I stared at the screen, willing it back to life, but it remained stubbornly silent. Then the phone buzzed with an incoming text, pulling my attention away from the jester's show. It was from Amelia. "At the bakery for the next hour if you need me." I pocketed the phone, a silent thank you to Amelia echoing in my thoughts. I'd need to visit her at the bakery, but first I had a palm reader to find. With a final glance at the jester, whose balls were now soaring even higher, I turned and headed toward the art district, ready to confront Jenny Joyce with the questions that had been burning in my mind since the festival. The art district wasn't exactly a stone's throw away, and walking would chew up valuable time I didn't have. I thought about Darren's moped. Quick and nimble, it was the perfect solution.
"Hey,"
came Darren's voice through the phone, a little distracted, as if his thoughts were ensnared by the weight of the case. "How's it going?" I asked, my gaze drifting down the sidewalk to where the jester was now drawing laughs from a new group of onlookers.
"I'm still at the station, waiting to see Diffie,"
he said, his voice tinged with frustration.
"No progress yet."
I stopped walking, feeling a swell of concern. Listen, I saw Frank in the background of a photo at the palm reader's tent. It was just before she gave me that eerie prophecy, I told him. There was a pause on the line.
"You think the palm reader had something to do with—"
Darren's voice trailed off, the implication hanging in the air between us. "I don't know," I admitted, "but her tent was packed up and gone this morning. It's suspicious, and now I need to find her. I was hoping to zip over on your moped."
"I wish I could help, but I've got to go. They're letting me see Diffie now. Maybe it's a break in the case,"
he said. A break for him, but a snag for me. "Okay, good luck. I'll take the trolley to the art district then."
"Be careful, Violet, but keep looking,"
Darren said, a note of concern in his voice that mirrored my own.
"This is getting more tangled by the minute. Keep me posted."
"I will," I added. "Be wary of the palm reader. We don't know if she's a suspect or a soothsayer." With a short, tense laugh, he replied,
"In Holiday Junction, she could be both. Talk soon, Violet."
The call ended, leaving me alone with the buzzing of the festival coming from down the street and the tourists milling around me. I took a deep breath and made my way to the trolley stop, the questions about the palm reader spinning in my head. Was she telling the future, or was she entangled in Frank's fate more directly? I was determined to find out, one way or another, even if it meant a longer journey by trolley. Chapter 8. I hopped on the trolley, the familiar clang of the bell greeting me as I stepped aboard. Goldie Bennett was bent over, gripping the handle to tug the door closed once I got settled in the seat behind her. Her bright red hair was unmistakable, even beneath the visor cap that shaded her eyes. "Did you hear about Frank?" she asked immediately, her voice carrying over the hum of conversations and the rattle of the trolley as it started up again. I nodded, clutching the pole as the trolley lurched forward. In no time, we were already on the curvy road that led from the village up to the mountain to the art district. "Yeah, I'm working on that story right now," I replied, feeling the gentle breeze from the open windows play across my face. The air was cooler here, the scent of the pines from the surrounding forests mingling with the salty tang from the sea. Goldie gave me a sympathetic look in the rearview mirror as she maneuvered the trolley with practiced ease. The vehicle itself was an antique, its wooden benches polished to a shine from years of use. It creaked and groaned like an old man settling into his favorite chair, but it moved with a surety that only came from decades of service. We rattled up the mountain, the village of Holiday Junction shrinking behind us. The trolley's open sides offered a panoramic view of the town I knew so well, its streets and buildings now miniaturized by distance, a picturesque sight. The trolley took the inclines with a steady chug, its wheels gripping the tracks firmly as we ascended toward the art district. It was a world away from the village below, a place where the creative spirit of Holiday Junction blossomed into a vibrant life and, until recently, felt like it was its own village. I could feel the shift as we left the village behind, the landscape opening up to reveal the sprawling canvas of the mountainside, dotted with colorful abodes of the artists who called this place home. The trolley's bell clanged as we approached each stop, a rhythmic reminder of the journey we were on. While Goldie greeted new passengers on and said goodbye to the ones getting off, my mind worked over the facts of the case, the images from the festival, and the palm reader's cryptic message. It was a puzzle, but as we climbed higher, leaving the village and its secrets behind, I felt a growing sense that the answers were waiting for me up in the art district, just beyond the trolley's next stop. Goldie glanced back at me with a curious tilt to her head. "So, why are you headed to the art district? Thought all the action for the Junction Journal was down at the Fools Festival," she wondered. I leaned closer, seizing the opportunity to gather some local insights. "Actually, I'm following up on a lead about the palm reader, Ginny Joyce," I said. Goldie's eyes widened with recognition. "Ginny? Oh, do I have a story for you," she said, her voice dropping to an excited whisper. "You know Peter Potstirrer from over on Jester's Jig? He took the trolley up to the art district yesterday, said he was visiting a friend." I perked up, not recognizing the name. "Go on," I urged. "Well, when I came back to pick him up in the afternoon, I saw him and Ginny having quite the spat right outside her place. It was intense, Violet. He was waving his arms and she was pointing her finger right in his face. Looked like more than just a friendly disagreement to me." Her brows arched. "And I can't help but wonder if it had to do with Frank." "Why Frank?" My eyes narrowed, as if it were going to help me hear better. "Frank and Peter are best friends. Grew up together." She just linked the three together. But how did it all fit in with Frank's murder? If it did. "Did you hear what they were arguing about?" My reporter's instincts kicked into high gear. Goldie shook her head. "Not much, but Peter was saying something about getting what he deserved and not letting it go. Ginny looked furious. It's not often you see that kind of drama around here, especially in broad daylight." I reached down and grabbed my notebook. The papers Christine had printed off for me tumbled out. I quickly gathered them up off the floor and put them in my lap, with the notebook on top. I scribbled down her words, my mind racing. This was a significant development. "And what's Peter's last name again?" I asked, wanting to make sure I had all the details right. "Potstirrer. Peter Potstirrer. Lives over on Jester's Jig," she repeated. "He's a bit of a recluse. Keeps to himself mostly. But yesterday he was all fire and brimstone. Some jester he is, only hiding behind his makeup." Goldie's giggle echoed in the trolley as it trundled along, her words painting a vivid picture in my mind. "A jester, huh? That explains the juggling act," I mused, the pieces beginning to align in a curious pattern. "Yep, he's quite a character during the festival. Juggles, tells jokes, the whole shebang. But don't let that fool you. He's got layers, that one," Goldie added, her eyes twinkling with a mix of amusement and insight. I thanked her, flipping through the papers in my lap, now scattered with hastily scribbled notes. Peter Potstirrer, a reclusive jester with a flair for drama, arguing with Ginny Joyce. It was a lead too intriguing to ignore. As the trolley approached my stop, I gathered my belongings, my mind a whirlwind of thoughts. The jester juggling at the festival, now identified as Peter Potstirrer, was more than just a performer. He was a potential key to unraveling the mystery surrounding Frank's death and Ginny's disappearance. Just as I was stuffing the papers and notebook back in my bag, a name on Christine's paper stood out to me. "Peter Potstirrer?" I whispered, my eyes darting about. "Yes, Violet, that's his name," Goldie giggled after hearing me say his name. I gulped. "Well?" Goldie twisted around in her seat to look at me. "Are you getting off?" "Oh, yeah, I said, in almost a gasp, when I realized Peter was now connected to Ginny in 3 different ways. 1, they were both vendors at the Fool's Festival. 2, they were seen in a public argument. And 3, Peter and Frank were best friends. Stepping off the trolley, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. The Fool's Festival wasn't just a backdrop for holiday fun. It was a stage where the drama of Holiday Junction unfolded, and I was determined to uncover every act and every player in this evolving mystery. First stop, Ginny's house after I picked up Amelia. The second stop, back to the Fool's Festival. I needed to find Peter Potstirrer, the juggling jester with a hidden side. Standing on the sidewalk, I watched the trolley trundle away, leaving me alone with the quaint charm of the art district. It was impossible not to be captivated by the beauty around me. The streets, lined with a kaleidoscope of colorful storefronts, each held their own unique artistic flair, like chapters in a storybook waiting to be read. The flower shops spilled over with fragrant blooms, their scents weaving a symphony in the air, mingling with the smell of fresh paint and clay from nearby studios. Victorian-inspired buildings stood shoulder to shoulder with modern structures, their ironwork balconies and large windows a testament to diverse artistic tastes. Ivy climbed the old brick walls, adding a whimsical touch to the scenery. Even though my daddy would tell them they needed to take the ivy down because it could damage buildings, it was still beautiful. The district was alive with the buzz of creativity, artists with their paintbrushes and sketchbooks capturing the essence of the moment, locals and tourists alike meandering from one shop to another, their faces lit up with wonder and curiosity. The sound of laughter and lively chatter filled the air, a clear sign of a community united by a love for the arts. It wasn't just a place to admire art. It was a vibrant hub of creative souls, a place where every corner whispered stories of inspiration. As I walked, the sunlight filtered through the canopy of trees, casting a play of light and shadows on the pavement. The vibrant flowers in the window boxes and hanging baskets seemed to dance in the gentle breeze. This place, where time stood still and art reigned supreme, was a testament to the enduring spirit of creativity and community. I remembered how Goldie had told me that the art district traced its origins back to the early settlers who sought refuge in the mountains, finding solace and inspiration amidst the serene beauty of the landscape, and how over the years, artists from various backgrounds and disciplines gravitated toward the area, drawn in by the tranquil surroundings and the opportunity to immerse themselves in their craft. It was like its own little world, and my friend Amelia was very much part of it, which was why she was the first stop I had to make. According to Radley, Amelia knew Ginny. I saw my photo with Ginny talking to Frank. Ginny packed up her vendor tent without telling anyone. The jester, Peter, and Ginny were seen fighting before Frank died. And that's my thread to why I needed to get in front of Ginny. Hopefully, with Amelia's help by way of introduction, I'd get some answers. I pushed open the door to Sugar Brush Bakery and was immediately hit with the cool inside that had such an inviting ambience. The place radiated a hip artistic vibe, with exposed brick walls adorned with colorful murals and shelves lined with whimsical knickknacks. Soft jazz music played in the background, setting a relaxed yet creative tone. The air was filled with a fragrant aroma of freshly baked pastries, a symphony of warm butter, vanilla, and toasted sweetness that made my stomach rumble. My eyes drifted to the display counter, where an array of artfully crafted pastries beckoned. Delicate cupcakes topped with intricate fondant, sugar cookies shaped like tiny masterpieces, and macarons in a rainbow of pastel hues sat on display like edible works of art. As I took in the delightful scene, Amelia Hartman emerged from the kitchen, her presence as vivacious as the bakery itself. Her lively red curls framed her face, and her eyes sparkled with a mischievous twinkle. She wore a retro-inspired apron patterned with sugar brushes, a testament to her playful personality and passion for her craft. "Amelia," I called, unable to hide my admiration for the bakery. "I was hoping to catch you. I need a favor." "Violet, what brings you to my little slice of heaven?" She approached with a smile, her energy infectious. She pointed to a pastry. I waved it off. A sugar high, though tempting, was the last thing I needed. I took a deep breath, getting straight to the point. "I'm on the trail of Ginny Joyce, the palm reader from the festival. Radley mentioned you know her. I need to talk to her about Frank Mulligan's case. Could you come with me?" I asked, with a begging look on my face and my hands in prayer position. "I think she might be more open if you're there." Amelia's expression turned thoughtful. "Ginny, huh? That's a bit of a twist. Sure, I'll come with you. Let me just grab my sweatshirt." She shrugged, acting like it was no big deal. I waited as she disappeared into the back, my mind already racing ahead to the potential conversation with Ginny. Sugar Brush Bakery, with its artistic charm and Amelia's vibrant presence, was a stark contrast to the mystery that lay ahead, but it was a welcome reminder of the community spirit, a spirit I was sure would help unravel the secrets of Holiday Junction. After Amelia emerged from the back with her sweatshirt pulled over her head, she hurried down the glass counter with a to-go box and filled it with some of the pastries. "Are you sure you don't want one?" she offered again. "I'm sure." I had to wave her off extra hard this time because my mouth had begun to water. "Okay," Amelia sing-songed. "I know Jenny will take them. These are her favorites." With the treat box in hand, Amelia and I strolled down the main street of the art district, the vibrant atmosphere of the area alive with creativity and color. Amelia chatted animatedly about Ginny Joyce as we walked, her words painting a picture of a fun and lively character who genuinely believed in her palm reading abilities. "She's a hoot, really," Amelia said with a laugh. "Ginny has this flair for the dramatic. She makes her readings feel so real. But, just between us, she's never actually gotten my palm reading right. I'd never tell her that, though. It's all in good fun." I listened, intrigued by this insight. The street was bustling with tourists taking in the charm of the district, their cameras clicking as they captured the artful displays and scenic views. The surrounding mountains and forests framed the district, adding a sense of serene beauty to the lively scene. We turned off the main street onto a dirt road, flanked by tall pines and the occasional flash of wildflowers. 3 log cabins, each about an acre apart, dotted the path. Their rustic charm was a stark contrast to the artistic flair of the main street. As we approached the last cabin, I noticed a car parked outside. "That's Ginny's place," Amelia pointed out, her voice lowering to a hush. The cabin was small and quaint, nestled among the trees like a secret hideaway. A stream babbled cheerfully beside it, the sound of the water adding to the cabin's enchanting ambience. The cabin itself looked like something out of a storybook, with its wooden logs and a small chimney that hinted at cozy nights spent by the fire. Amelia and I exchanged a glance, both understanding the importance of this visit. With each step towards Ginny's cabin, I felt a mix of anticipation and apprehension. Amelia led the way up the pebbled path to Ginny's cabin, the box of pastries in hand as a peace offering, or perhaps a sweet lure for information. The forest around us was silent, except for the gentle gurgle of the stream and the distant calls of birds. We reached the door, rustic and painted a cheerful red that stood out against the natural browns of the log cabin. Amelia rapped on the wood firmly, a series of knocks that seemed too loud in the quiet of the woods. We waited. No sound came from within the cabin, no shuffle of feet or call of greeting. Amelia knocked again, her knuckles rapping a staccato that echoed off the trees. "Maybe she's out back?" I suggested. Amelia shrugged, her brows furrowed with concern. "Jenny's never far from her phone or her clients. It's not like her to miss an appointment." Amelia frowned, her brows dipped. A tension settled over us, the silence becoming more pronounced with each passing moment. It was strange, unsettling. Jenny's absence hung in the air, a new mystery piling onto the old. I walked around to the window to peer inside, cupping my hands around my eyes to block out the glare. The cabin was still, the only movement coming from the shadows of leaves dancing in the sunlight that filtered in. No sign of Jenny. I returned to the front, where Amelia stood by the door, the box of pastries now a forgotten promise of a visit turned sour. "Let's check around the property," I said, a sense of urgency creeping into my voice. But a thorough search revealed nothing, no clues to her whereabouts. Finally, we spotted her car, parked as if ready for a quick getaway, but Jenny was nowhere in sight. Until... "Is that her?" Amelia asked. As we got closer to the car, her stride widened. Our approach to Jenny's car was cautious, an unspoken dread between us. The vehicle sat oddly still and silent. The windows were closed, the glass reflecting the afternoon sun in such a way that obscured the interior. "I think so," I said, and reached the driver's side first, rapping on the window with knuckles that seemed to echo too loudly in the quiet. "Jenny?" I called. There was no movement inside, no sign of life. My heart began to race, a sense of foreboding clouding my thoughts. Amelia caught up, her own face etched with concern. "Jenny?" Amelia called out, her voice steady but tinged with fear. Going around me, she reached for the handle and pulled. The door swung open with an ease that seemed to defy the tension of the moment. For a second, nothing happened. Then, with the slow grace of a nightmare, Jenny's body shifted and tumbled out of the car, her limbs, her skin an unnatural pallor that spoke of a stillness no living person could hold. Amelia gasped, staggering back, her hand flying to her mouth. Jenny's eyes were open, staring blankly at a sky she could no longer see. Her lips parted, as if in the middle of a whispered secret. Her colorful attire, so full of life when she wore it at the festival, now seemed like a cruel joke against the finality of her pose. A chill ran down my spine as I stood there, frozen, the scene before me etching itself into my memory with vicious clarity. The smell of baked goods and pastries from the box that fell to the ground mingled with the scent of pine and earth, a grotesque juxtaposition that made my stomach churn. It was as though the forest itself had gone silent, the leaves stilled, and the birds hushed, as if nature itself bore witness to the grim tableau. The dread that had been a mere whisper before now roared in my ears, and the reality of Jenny's fate, a second death entwined with Frank's, was as cold and stark as the shadow that crept across her still face. "I'll take one of those donuts now," I said, trying to gulp down the knot in my gut. Chapter 9. The wail of sirens shattered the serenity of the art district as Chief Strickland and his team converged on Jenny's home, their police cruisers slicing through the calm like knives. The flashing lights painted the rustic cabins in strobes of blue and red, an urgent ballet of color against the backdrop of tranquility. I stood there, the weight of my 911 call pressing heavily on my chest, as officers spilled out of their vehicles, their movements swift and purposeful. A neighbor, her attire as eclectic and vibrant as the paintings that graced the walls of the surrounding studios, emerged to investigate the chaos. She watched the scene unfold with a bohemian nonchalance, her expression one of mild curiosity rather than alarm, as if such disruptions were just another brushstroke on the district's canvas. Her gaze, though calm, held a hint of intrigue as she took in the flurry of activity that had uprooted the peaceful afternoon. "What's this all about, Amelia?" she called out, her voice carrying a casual curiosity that seemed out of place given the gravity of the situation. She looked at me. "Well?" I hesitated, not wanting to spread unconfirmed information, but Amelia, pale and shaken from the shock of finding Ginny's car empty, recognized the neighbor and spilled the details. "She's dead," Amelia blurted out, her voice quivering. The neighbor, who Amelia called Marjorie, didn't seem surprised. "Well, Ginny was always telling tall tales with those palm readings of hers," Marjorie said with a dismissive wave of her hand. "Told someone they'd win the lottery, and they quit their job over it. When that didn't pan out, I wouldn't be surprised if they came looking for payback." I frowned, the implications unsettling. Was that a common occurrence for Ginny? I asked, seeking clarity. Marjorie nodded. "Oh yes, more than once I've had to cover for her. One time I told a group looking for her that the Mulligans still lived here, just to give Ginny time to hide." "Mulligans?" I echoed, a flicker of connection sparking in my mind. "As in Frank Mulligan?" Marjorie shrugged, her expression nonchalant. "He was the youngest Mulligan, I think. Moved off a while ago, though," she said, clearly unaware of Frank's recent demise. "And this family, they used to take in orphans during the holidays?" I pressed, sensing the outline of a deeper story. "That's right. They always had a heart for the less fortunate, especially around the holidays. Had a soft spot for giving those kids a warm place during the festive season." As Marjorie shared this, my mind raced. I excused myself and stepped away, dialing Radley's number with a newfound urgency. "Radley, I need you to look up local orphanages and see if Ginny was one of the orphans the Mulligans took in. There's more to this story, and I have a hunch it's tied to Frank's death and Ginny's own past." I rattled off a good bit of information for him to chew on while I waited for Matthew to let me go. Surrounded by the soft chatter of the police going about their investigation, the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze, and the distant hum of Art District life continuing unabated, I waited for Radley to answer, feeling the threads of the mystery slowly weaving together into a coherent picture. As the reality of Ginny's death settled over the scene, Chief Strickland's authoritative voice cut through the stillness, calling me over. I clutched the box of pastries, an absurd lifeline in the midst of chaos, as I walked toward him. "Violet," he said, his eyes searching mine for answers, "why are you here?" I swallowed hard, aware of every officer's gaze upon me. "I was following up on a lead for the Junction Journal," I started, my voice steady despite the tremor I felt inside. "Ginny, she was part of the story I'm working on." Matthew nodded, jotting notes in his small, weathered notebook. "Did you have an appointment with her?" he probed, his detective's mind piecing together timelines and motives. No appointment," I admitted. "We just found her like this." Just then, Coroner Curtis Robinson's vehicle pulled up, its arrival punctuating the gravity of the situation. He stepped out with a grim expression, his kit in his hand, and made his way to where Ginny lay. The officers parted to let him through, their faces a mixture of professionalism and subdued grief. "Did she say anything to you recently? Any strange behavior or comments?" Matthew continued, relentless in his pursuit of the truth. "No, I didn't know her," I conceded, recalling the tension in Ginny's demeanor at the festival. "She did try to call me over for a palm reading, but I was with Mama. And, well, she doesn't like those kind of things. I wasn't going to go into detail about Mama's beliefs, especially with my boyfriend's father, because I had no clue if he believed in what Ginny was selling or not. Just best to leave things unsaid. Matthew's gaze lingered on the box of pastries, now an incongruous accessory to a death scene.
"And those?"
he inquired, nodding toward the box. I looked down at the pastries, their sweetness a stark contrast to the bitter turn of events. They were... Amelia brought them, Ginny's favorites. An officer eyed the box, and I offered a sad smile, lifting the lid. "Donut?" I asked, trying to offer some small comfort, to bring a shred of normalcy back to a day that had slipped far from it. Some officers took one, murmuring their thanks, their expressions grateful for the distraction, however small. Meanwhile, Curtis Robinson began his examination of Ginny's body, his movements methodical and respectful. The questions continued, each one chipping away at the mystery surrounding Ginny and her untimely death. I answered as best I could, my mind racing with the implications of each revelation. The art district, usually a place of vibrant life and creation, had become the backdrop to a tragedy, and I found myself at the center of it, holding a box of pastries and a growing list of unanswered questions. Chief Strickland's seasoned eyes narrowed as he regarded me, his posture rigid with authority.
"Cut the bull, Violet,"
he said, his voice stern and unwavering.
"You're not just here as a journalist, are you? You're trying to help Darren clear Diffie Delk's name."
I felt the sting of the accusation, and for a moment I faltered under his gaze. It was true, in part. I was here for a story, but the threads of my personal life were entangled in the fabric of this case. Taking a deep breath, I met his gaze head-on. Yes, I found a connection between Ginny and Frank, I admitted, recalling the photos I'd taken at the festival, specifically the one with Ginny and Frank together. "I took photos at the Fool's Festival," I said. "Frank was at Ginny's tent before everything happened. I needed to talk to her to see what she knew."
"And you thought this would help Darren?"
he asked, a tinge of disappointment in his voice. I nodded, my resolve firming. If it leads to the truth, then yes. Darren's caught in the middle of this, and if there's a way to help him by uncovering the truth, I have to try, I admitted. The chief let out a heavy sigh, his disappointment shifting to reluctant understanding.
"I get it, Violet. You're doing this for Darren. But remember, you're walking a fine line. If you withhold information or interfere with the investigation, it'll only make things worse for everyone involved."
I nodded, the weight of his words settling on my shoulders. "I understand, Matthew. I'm just trying to piece it all together, like you."
"I'm going to need to see those photos,"
he said, rather than requested, even though I knew I could technically tell him he needed a warrant. He'd probably go straight to Louise and force her to give them over. "Fine, I'll bring them by," I said. Chief Strickland gestured for Amelia to step aside with him, his voice low, but carrying an edge that suggested he was not just making small talk. Amelia cast a quick, concerned glance back at me before complying, leaving me to stand awkwardly with the box of pastry still in my hand. Seizing the moment, I approached Coroner Curtis Robinson, who was crouched by Ginny's body, methodically examining her without disturbing the scene too much. He glanced up at me, his expression unreadable beneath his professional facade. "Curtis," I began cautiously, "any idea what happened to her?" He sighed, standing up and taking a moment to remove his gloves.
"Violet, if I'm going to talk to you about this, it's off the record. You can't use it for any of your articles."
He looked down his nose at me. I nodded eagerly. "Of course, just trying to get a sense of what we're dealing with here." I really hoped he had some sort of information. He looked around to ensure we weren't being overheard before continuing.
"Well, there's no obvious signs of trauma. No wounds or injuries that you'd typically associate with foul play,"
he explained in a hushed tone.
"Her position in the car, her expression, it doesn't suggest struggle or pain. Could be a heart attack, but I won't know until I get her back to the lab for a full autopsy."
As Curtis spoke, I took in the scene before us. Jenny's body lay still, her surroundings undisturbed apart from the position of the car door and her body. Curtis knelt again, gently checking her limbs, her fingertips, peering closely at her eyes. He produced a small flashlight from his pocket, checking her pupils, then palpated her neck, likely searching for signs of an unusual anomaly. "Could it be natural causes, then?" I asked, following his movements with my eyes.
"Possibly,"
Curtis murmured, almost to himself.
"But with the recent events, I can't rule anything out until the full autopsy."
I watched as he carefully placed Jenny onto a stretcher, his movements respectful and measured. The somber task was performed with the solemnity that befitted the gravity of the situation. As Jenny was wheeled away, the finality of the moment was not lost on me. I was left with a swirl of thoughts. If Jenny's death was natural, it could change the entire complexion of the case. But if it wasn't, then we were looking at a deeper and possibly more sinister plot within Holiday Junction. Either way, the truth lay ahead, waiting to be discovered, and I was more determined than ever to find it. As the coroner's team prepared to transport Jenny's body, I pondered the link between her death and Frank's. The conversation with Curtis had yielded little in the way of concrete evidence, and I was left with more questions than answers. I recalled Chief Strickland's earlier warning about the potential conflict of interest involving Darren and myself. It was a complication I could do without, but it underscored the necessity of treading carefully. I took a moment to gather my thoughts before approaching Curtis once more. "Curtis, before you go, can you tell me anything about Frank's case? I know there's not a lot you can share, but—" He glanced at me, his expression grave.
"I've already spoken to Chief Strickland about this,"
he began, his voice low to avoid being overheard.
"Frank's death was no accident. We found a small puncture wound, consistent with a syringe. It appears he was poisoned."
My breath hitched at the revelation. "Poisoned? Do you know with what?" Curtis nodded solemnly.
"We identified the substance as digitalis. It's a heart medication, but in high doses, it's lethal. Someone knew what they were doing when they used it on Frank,"
he said. Digitalis. The name sent a shiver down my spine. It was an old medication, not as common these days with the advent of newer drugs. I'd read about it many years ago when I was in college. I thanked Curtis for his discretion and watched as he and his team moved methodically to secure the area and proceed with their duties. My mind was already racing ahead to the implications of this new information. Whoever was behind Frank's murder had access to digitalis and knew how to use it. It was a clue that could narrow down the list of suspects significantly. The sound of my phone ringing cut through the tension hanging in the air like a lifeline to normalcy. I pulled it from my pocket, the screen displaying Mama's name. I answered, bracing myself for her southern drawl laden with urgency. "Violet, you need to come get this rooster now!" Mama's voice crackled with exasperation through the phone. "He's causing a ruckus over here at the leisure center, knocking over the bingo set, scaring the daylights out of the leading ladies' rehearsal." I sighed, a mix of frustration and relief washing over me. "I'm on my way, Mama," I said, the corner of my mouth lifting into a weary smile, despite the gravity of the situation around me. Dave the rooster, innocently brought into the day's chaos, had apparently found his own way to stir up trouble. As I tucked my phone back into my pocket, I took a moment to glance back at the scene. The police were cordoning off the area, and the coroner's van was ready to depart. The reality of death loomed over us, but life, with its unpredictable, often absurd interruptions, persisted. I hurried away from the scene, my thoughts still tangled with the day's revelations. Poison, hidden motives, and now an unruly rooster. It was all in a day's work in the quaint yet surprisingly complex tapestry of Holiday Junction. Chapter 10.
How's it going up there?
Radley called just as I was about to leave Jenny's. I paused as I tried to gather my thoughts, dodging the heavy foot traffic in the art district as I made my way back to the trolley stop so I could get back to the village.
Where's Amelia?
His voice sounded desperate. She must have headed back, I said. Amelia's fine, Radley, I reassured him, noting the worry that laced his words. She was pretty shaken up, so she probably went back to the bakery. I'll check on her later.
Yeah, I'll call her as soon as we hang up,
he said. Listen, Radley, it's been a day, I said, pressing my hand to my forehead and leaning around the others who were waiting for the ride back to the village, trying to see if the trolley was coming up the mountain. It looks like Ginny died of natural causes, but with Frank's murder fresh on our minds, you never know. I could almost hear Radley's brain ticking over as he absorbed the information.
And this Peter guy?
He pressed about the information I'd told him earlier. Seems he may have more to do with all this than we first thought. Goldie mentioned an argument between him and Ginny at the trolley stop, I explained, piecing together the fragments of the puzzle out loud. And now with Ginny gone, we need to tread carefully around him. He's a suspect, Radley. A real one.
I went down to the Fool's Festival to see if I could find him, but once I got my eyes on him, he would somehow disappear.
Radley sounded a little flustered and frustrated. We'll get to the bottom of this, Radley. Not only was my voice firm, but I was determined.
I'll keep digging into Peter's background and see what else I can unearth.
Thanks, Radley, I said, feeling the weight of the day settle upon me. Right now, though, I've got to rescue the leisure center from Dave's reign of terror. I climbed on the trolley, thankful Goldie wasn't driving so I could sit alone and go over what I'd discovered, so I could get my thoughts on what I was going to say to Darren.
Violet, before you go.
Radley's voice caught me just as I was about to disconnect.
I found something about Ginny. She was indeed a resident at the local orphanage, but there's nothing tying her to the Mulligans in the records. It's strange.
You sure? Nothing at all? I frowned and headed to the back seat of the trolley. The pieces of the puzzle in my mind shifted, not quite fitting together.
Nothing. But get this,
he continued, and I could hear the rustle of papers through the phone, suggesting he was on the move.
I ran down to the library to dig a bit deeper, and Berta Bristol was there.
Berta? In the library? I echoed, my curiosity piqued. Berta was synonymous with the Welcome Center, always the first to greet newcomers with a bundle of brochures and a wide smile.
Yeah, an odd place for her,
Radley agreed.
But she was a gold mine of information. Told me the orphanage used to be right there in the art district, where the event center is now.
The event center, a hub of community gatherings and celebrations, now stood where the orphanage once had. The building that held the echoes of many children's laughter and tears, including Ginny's, no doubt. I'd been in the event center a few times, but never once did the fact that it had been an orphanage ever come up. All I'd ever known it as was Elysian Evergreens. Thanks, Radley. That's good to know, I said, the urgency to follow up on this new lead igniting a fire within me. We'll have to check it out tomorrow. There were only so many hours in the day, and I knew we still had to continue to put out the Junction Journal, to do our job.
Oh, and Violet.
Radley's voice halted me just as I was about to slide the phone back into my pocket.
Berta mentioned the head director of the orphanage back then is still around.
She is? Who? I paused, interest piqued.
Name's Edna Clausen, he replied. She's living out her days at Season's Greetings Senior Home over on Garland Grove. It's not too far from the leisure center.
I reached down into my bag and took out my notebook. I scribbled down Edna's name. My mind whirred with the potential of this information. Edna Clausen at Season's Greetings, I repeated, etching the name and place into my memory as well as into my notes.
Yeah, might be worth a chat, you know?
Radley suggested.
If anyone knows the history of the orphanage and its kids, it'd be her.
I agreed, a sense of anticipation building. I'll try to pay her a visit, I said, already plotting out the rest of my day around this new lead. Thanks, Radley. This could be big. I ended the call and leaned back, closing my eyes for a moment. The trolley rumbled beneath me, carrying me away from one chaos and toward another. The trolley began its descent, the picturesque view of the art district giving way to the broader landscape of Holiday Junction. What secrets are you hiding? I whispered out over the village, my eyes sweeping the view in hopes something, anything, would click. Chapter 11. The trolley came to a gentle stop in front of the leisure center, its doors swinging open to the familiar sights and sounds of late afternoon in Holiday Junction. Stepping off, I was greeted by the soft hum of activity that always surrounded Mama's pet project. The leisure center, once a neglected shell of a building, now thrummed with life thanks to her vision and relentless energy. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over the village. A gentle breeze carried the scent of spring blossoms, and the sounds of the season filled the air. Children laughing in the distance, birds chirping in the newly budded trees, and the faint undercurrent of music from inside the center. I pushed through the doors and into a scene of organized chaos. The large gathering room, typically home to bingo nights and community dances, had been transformed into a makeshift theater. Rows of chairs were neatly arranged, facing a stage cobbled together from various tables and platforms. The leading ladies, a local amateur dramatic society mostly comprised of the leisure center regulars, bustled about, their voices a blend of lines from their upcoming play and the good-natured banter that accompanies any such endeavor. The stage itself was a riot of color and makeshift set pieces, a backdrop painted with scenes of the village, props that ranged from the hilariously oversized to the curiously intricate, and costumes draped over every available surface. The air was electric with excitement and nerves as the ladies prepared for their performance on the last day of the Fool's Festival. Mama was there, of course, directing traffic with the same elegance she brought to every undertaking. Her southern charm acted as both a balm and a spur to the performers, and her laughter rang out above the din. I made my way through the crowd, dodging a couple of spirited line dancers who had taken to practicing their steps in the corner. The smell of fresh paint and the mustiness of old fabric mixed in the air, a reminder of the building's transformation from a place of rest to one of spirited activity. I spotted Dave the rooster at the center of a circle of amused onlookers, his feathers ruffled, a testament to the disruption he'd caused. As I wove through the clusters of chatting seniors and sidestepped a precariously placed prop tree, my gaze landed on Lenny McKenna. She was decked out in her Celtic dance team outfit, the vibrant greens and golds highlighting her fiery red hair that was as much a part of her persona as her reputation for being the best seamstress in town. In her hand, she clutched a leash that led to Dave, who was strutting around with a mischievous glint in his eye, undoubtedly plotting his next escapade. "Violet," Lenny called out, her Irish lilt cutting through the din. "Your rooster's been trying to peek at me costumes all day. He's got a ting for sequins, it seems." I couldn't suppress a chuckle as I took the leash from her. "Sorry about that, Lenny. Dave's a bit of a rascal." I gave her a sympathetic smile. "Ah, it's no trouble. Adds a bit of excitement to the day, it does." She gave me a knowing smile, her eyes softening. Lenny paused, looking up from the glittering costume in her hands. "Any news on Diffie?" she asked, her voice low. "The whole town's been abuzz with the assumption that he's the one who did Frank in." I shook my head, trying to keep my expression neutral. "I'm not sure, Lenny. Darren hasn't shared much, and I've been out of the loop today." It wasn't entirely false. I had been out and about, but not without gathering a significant trove of information. However, that wasn't for public consumption, at least not yet. Lenny nodded, threading her needle with new thread. "Aye, it's a terrible business. But you know," she leaned in a bit closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "there might be someone else you should be looking at." I perked up, instinctively stepping closer. "Oh?" "Yeah." Lenny glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping. "You remember Eamon O'Reilly, don't you? Came back into town not too long ago. He and Frank used to be thick as thieves back in the day, until some bad blood drove them apart." I remembered Eamon, a rugged man with a quick temper and a past that most folks in Holiday Junction preferred not to bring up. "Bad blood?" I asked. Lenny nodded. "Oh, yes. Something about a deal gone wrong, and a lot of money owed. Eamon always blamed Frank for his troubles. And then, just last week, I heard they had a bit of a row, right in the middle of Main Street." A row? This was news to me, and it certainly painted Eamon in a suspicious light. "That's right. Witnesses said it got pretty heated. Threats were made. If you're looking for someone with a grudge against Frank, Eamon's your man." I hooked Dave's leash around my wrist so I could take out my notebook and scribble down Eamon's name, my mind already racing with the implications. "Thanks, Lenny. That's very helpful." I was about to ask her about what the heated moment was over, but someone called her to fix their skirt. "Just be careful, Violet. Folks with a history like Eamon's can be unpredictable." Lenny gave me a nod, picking up her scissors and heading off. As I contemplated my next steps, Marge and Louise Strickland swept over to me, their presence commanding the room. Marge with her silver hair elegantly styled, and Louise in one of her signature caftans, a vision of flowing fabric and poised determination. "Violet, dear," began Marge, her voice carrying the refined tone of someone who never wasted a word, "we need to discuss the Junction Journal's coverage of these unfortunate events. Matthews filled us in on the basics, but we're walking a tightrope here. We need to report the news without stepping on the investigation's toes." Louise nodded, the beads on her dress catching the light. I stuck a stray lock of hair behind my ear, the weight of my role as the editor and chief's son's girlfriend heavy on my shoulders. I know, it's a delicate balance. We'll report what's public knowledge. Things like Frank's murder, Ginny's situation, but we won't speculate or hinder the police work, I said, knowing exactly how to word the article so no one would be mad.
"Good, but we can't ignore the fact that these stories are the talk of the town. People will look to us for information."
Marge's eyes were sharp and analytical. "And we'll give it to them," I assured her, responsibly. "Darren's in the thick of it, too. We don't want to make his job harder." Louise's gaze softened slightly. I nodded, feeling a pang of empathy for Darren, caught in the web of his father's investigation. "I'll talk to Darren. Make sure we're all on the same page," I confirmed. I did not want to hurt his first job as a lawyer. Satisfied, Marge and Louise excused themselves to continue their preparations for the leading lady's performance. As they walked away, their figures seemed to embody the spirit of Holiday Junction, resilient, determined, and undeniably human. I turned back to Lenny, who was now fussing over a costume that didn't seem to fit its intended wearer quite right. I waited for a pause in her pinning and tucking before I approached. "Lenny, you mentioned Eamon and Frank had a fight. Do you know what it was about?" I kept my voice low, not wanting to spread rumors or stoke fires without cause. "Well, now, it's a bit of a tale. You see, Eamon and Frank, they were involved in one of those investment opportunities." Lenny glanced up from her work, her hand still for a moment. "You know, the kinds that promise big returns, but is as stable as a house of cards." I leaned in, intrigued. "Go on." She snipped a thread with a decisive click of her scissors. "Eamon sunk a good deal of his savings into it, on Frank's advice. Frank was always a charmer, could sell snow to an Eskimo. But when it all fell apart, Eamon was left with nothing but empty pockets and a heart full of resentment." "And the fight?" I pressed, sensing the story's pulse. "Eamon accused Frank of knowing the deal was bad, of swindling him and others deliberately. 'Twas a matter of honour for Eamon. He's an old-school kind of guy, believes a man's word is his bond." She flailed the scissors in the air. So he thought Frank had betrayed him? I wondered, hoping to find a good motive for someone other than Diffie to have killed Frank. "Not just thought, my dear. He was convinced of it. Said Frank had ruined him and he wasn't going to let it go." Lenny shook her head, a shadow of sorrow passing over her features. "It was more than money for Eamon. 'Twas his trust that was broken, his faith in a friend, and that's not something easily mended." I nodded, understanding the depth of such a motive. Eamon had been wronged, not just financially, but personally. It was a wound that went beyond the pocketbook, striking at the very heart of his pride and trust. "Thanks, Lenny. This helps a lot." I stepped back, allowing her to return to her seamstress duties. As I walked away, my mind was already turning over this new information. Eamon had lost his savings and trust due to Frank's persuasion. That kind of betrayal could fester, turn into something dark and vengeful. It was a powerful motive for murder, and it placed Eamon squarely in the center of my list of suspects. I had just begun to thumb a message to Radley about the Eamon situation when my phone buzzed with an incoming call. Dave, ever the rooster about town, clucked impatiently as I juggled his leash and the phone. It was Darren. "Hey, meet me at the law office." Darren's voice was urgent yet relieved. "I've got Diffie out." I glanced down at Dave, who seemed more interested in pecking at a stray piece of popcorn on the sidewalk than in my phone call. "Okay, I'll be there soon, and I've got Dave with me. Is that all right?" I asked. There was a pause, then a chuckle. "Sure, why not? It's been one of those days. Just bring him along. I'm sure Diffie will be happy to see him," he said. I could picture Darren's smile even through the phone, the kind that always seemed to make the day a little brighter, no matter the chaos. I ended the call, pocketing my phone, and gave Dave a gentle tug on his leash. "Come on, you. We've got places to be." I pulled the leash. Dave gave an obliging bob of his head, as if understanding the gravity of the situation, and together we set off toward the law office. Darren had managed to get Diffie released, a small victory in the grand scheme of things, but it was progress, and right now, progress was exactly what we needed. Chapter 12. The cool embrace of dawn greeted me as I stepped out into the outdoor living area, the space still enveloped in the serene silence of the early morning. The fire pit's embers glowed softly, remnants of the previous night's warmth. With my laptop under my arm and a freshly brewed cup of coffee in hand, I took a seat on the inviting outdoor couch, its plush cushions welcoming me into their comforting embrace. I set my coffee down on a coaster on the ornate outdoor table, a colorful homage to the fall season, courtesy of Mama's impeccable taste. It was a riot of autumnal colors, a still-life painting made tangible, with pumpkins and gourds interspersed with leaves that had been carefully chosen for their vibrant hues. Despite the weight of recent events, this little corner of the world remained untouched, a testament to the enduring rhythm of nature and family traditions. Opening my laptop, I breathed in the crisp air, the slight chill of the morning, a contrast to the warmth of the coffee mug I held between my hands. The screen came to life, casting a glow that mingled with the flickering flames. I navigated to the Junction Journal's online portal, ensuring that the latest edition was up and running for our readers. The homepage greeted me with a carousel of images from the Fool's Festival, snapshots of joy and celebration that felt worlds away from the undercurrent of mystery and sorrow that had taken hold of Holiday Junction. I made a mental note to update the site with today's schedule of events, ensuring the community was kept abreast of the festivities without a hint of the darker stories I was entwined in. I took a moment, savoring the quietude before the village awoke, to reflect on the investigations. There was much to be done, clues to pursue, and truths to uncover, but for now, this brief interlude of peace was mine to cherish. With a deep sigh, I set to work, the rhythmic tapping of my fingers on the keyboard accompanying the soft crackling of the fire and the first songs of the morning birds. As the Junction Journal's online edition hummed along on autopilot, I pulled out my worn notebook from my bag, the edges frayed from constant use. My coffee steamed in the crisp morning air, a comforting companion as I pored over the notes that had accumulated over the past tumultuous days. The clues were like a scattered puzzle, each piece a story of its own, yet interlocked in a mystery that had cast a shadow over Holiday Junction. I took a sip of my coffee, its bitterness grounding me as I contemplated my next moves. First, there was Diffie's argument with Frank, a public confrontation that set the stage for suspicion. It was a lead that couldn't be ignored, especially with Frank's untimely demise following shortly after. Then there was Ginny's disappearance and sudden reemergence, dead. Her ties to Frank were more than coincidental, especially with the photograph I had captured of them together at the Fool's Festival. What were they discussing? Was it a heated argument that Goldie witnessed, or something more sinister? I flipped the page to the image burned in my memory. Frank coming out of Ginny's tent. That same day, she had given me a cryptic message, a warning of sorts. Was she foreseeing her own fate, or Frank's? Or was it mere coincidence? The notebook pages rustled as I considered Frank's murder, a calculated act that pointed to a syringe and poison, a method that spoke of careful planning and a personal vendetta. And then there was the orphanage, an unexpected link between Ginny and Frank. The possibility that Ginny might have been one of the orphans taken in by Frank's family during the holidays was a thread that needed unraveling. It might just be the connection that brought everything full circle. Eamon's emergence as a suspect, fueled by a botched investment on Frank's advice, added another layer of complexity. Money, betrayal, and broken trust often made for a potent motive. And of course I couldn't forget Peter. I for sure had to go see if I could find him at the Fool's Festival, or his house, since I'd gotten his address. Then there was Eamon O'Reilly. I penned a to-do list for the day, prioritizing my visits. The library for any archives on the orphanage, a chat with Edna Clausen at Season's Greetings Senior Home, and a deeper dive into Eamon's history. In between those, I could meander through the festival and keep an eye out for Peter. Closing my notebook, I finished my coffee and prepared myself for the day ahead. The leisurely morning was over. It was time to step back into the role of sleuthing journalist. By the time I got dressed, texted Darren about all the leads I'd found out yesterday, and made it out the door, it looked like Mama and Daddy had already left for. I also sent a quick text for him to look into Eamon O'Reilly and how Lenny had told me about him being wrapped up in a financial scheme with Frank. It was supposed to be sunny and in the high 60s for the temperature, which was the hottest day since last fall. With my chin to the sun and a deep inhale, I started my journey down the sidewalk of Hart Lane. A hum of a moped in the distance brought a smile to my face. Darren. The sound of the moped grew louder, and I turned just in time to see Darren pull up beside me, his hair tousled by the wind and his eyes bright with a mix of determination and concern. "Morning," he said, with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Thought you could use a ride." I couldn't help the laugh that escaped me, the tension of the morning briefly lifting. You know me too well. I winked and leaned over to kiss him. My knight on shining moped. Ha ha, he said flatly. He handed me a spare helmet, and as I secured it on, he said, "After you left the office last night, Diffie started talking. He had a few things to say about Ginny's life, connections we hadn't considered." I climbed on behind him, curiosity piqued. Like what? Darren waited until I was settled, then pulled back onto the road. "Let's talk on the way. I'm coming with you to the nursing home. It seems Ginny's past and the orphanage might hold more answers than we realized." As the moped weaved through the familiar streets of Holiday Junction, Darren's voice cut through the wind, carrying fragments of a story that seemed to intertwine with the growing web of clues. "Diffie mentioned something odd," Darren began, the moped's engine a steady thrum beneath us. "A while back, when he was representing Frank came to him with a proposition. He said he had a surefire investment tip, something that couldn't fail." I held on to Darren a little tighter, leaning in to hear him over the noise. "Sounds like the story I heard about Eamon," I said aloud. "Yeah, that's what I thought too," Darren replied. "Diffie didn't go into much detail, but he said it sounded too good to be true. He declined, but Frank was persistent and said he had other takers who believed in this opportunity." The moped slowed as we approached a stop, and Darren glanced back at me. "I'm willing to bet this is the same bad investment that led Eamon's fallout with Frank. If Frank was peddling this tip to multiple people, who knows how many others might have been burned by it?" he asked. I nodded, my mind racing with the implications. We need to find out more about this investment and who else might have been involved. If it ties back to Frank's murder, it could be the motive we've been looking for. I paused and finally asked, "Do you think Frank and Ginny had some sort of scam going? Or maybe not Frank, but Ginny? Her neighbor said she was always getting visitors saying she scammed them by reading their palms and giving them advice. What if she was doing this to Frank, telling him false advice, and he believed her?"
There would have to be a money trail if that were the case.
Darren was right, and it got my mind reeling. "I'll get Radley to sniff that out," I said, and made a mental note to text Radley once we got to the nursing home. "And if he gets nowhere, can you get some sort of request for bank documents to use in court for Diffie?"
"I can do something."
Darren curled the moped accelerator forward, picking up speed, making it difficult for us to talk. With that, Darren accelerated again, and we continued our journey, the pieces of the puzzle slowly coming together. Frank's death, Ginny's mysterious past, and now a dubious investment that had soured. It was all starting to form a clearer picture, but there were still missing pieces that we needed to find. "I hope Edna Clausen can tell us something," I said, after Darren pulled into a spot in the parking lot and steadied the moped so I could get off before he knocked the kickstand down. The Season's Greetings senior home stood cheerfully amid landscaped gardens, the facade of the main building adorned with tasteful decorations that nodded to the various holidays. It was a large one-story complex, painted with gentle pastels, with wide windows that welcomed the sunlight. The surrounding condos, part of the senior living community, were similarly styled, offering a sense of independence while still providing easy access to the main facilities and care. As Darren and I walked through the automatic sliding doors, we were greeted by the warm, clean scent of the home and the soft melodies of old-time classics playing over the speakers. The interior was a cozy mix of modern and homely, with comfortable furniture arranged in small clusters to encourage conversation among the residents. The reception area was manned by a friendly face, a lady with silver hair, and a badge that read, "Joy." Her smile was genuine as she looked up from her paperwork.
"We're here to see Edna Clausen,"
Darren informed her, his tone polite yet firm. Joy's smile didn't waver as she typed into her computer. "Miss Clausen lives in one of our condos," she said, her eyes scanning the screen. She enjoys her privacy, but I can call and see if she's willing to receive visitors." A few moments later, after a brief phone call, Joy nodded at us. "Edna is happy to have company. She's in condo number 12, just down that path outside." She directed us, pointing to a beautifully manicured walkway that led through the gardens to a series of individual homes. We thanked her, and before we left the building, I glanced back just in time to catch Joy surreptitiously picking up the phone, her demeanor shifting to something more secretive as she whispered into the receiver. It struck me as odd, but with the mission at hand, I shelved my curiosity for later. We followed the path Joy had indicated, noting the peacefulness that seemed to envelop the community. Condo number 12 was at the end of the lane, and the walk there was serene, with a gentle hum of nature accompanying us. Edna's was a lovely end unit with a small private garden that was currently blooming with spring flowers. As we approached the door, its quaint charm was evident, a personal touch to every plant and decoration, a testament to Edna's presence there. Before Darren could knock on the door swung open, revealing a young woman in scrubs. Her badge identified her as a nursing assistant, and her stance was protective, almost cautious. "Can I help you?" she asked, her tone suggesting we might have taken a wrong turn. "We're here to see Edna Clausen," I explained, trying to peer around her. "We called ahead." The nursing assistant hesitated, her eyes darting back as if considering whether to shut the door. "I'm sorry, but Miss Clausen is currently—" "Who is it, Jenna?" The voice suddenly came from behind the nursing assistant, firm yet laced with curiosity. Edna Clausen emerged from the depths of the condo, leaning slightly on a walking stick, but with a spark in her eyes that belied her age. She approached the door with a steady gait, eyeing us both with a mix of caution and intrigue. "Edna, these folks are here to see you. They say it's important," Jenna said, stepping aside but still looking unsure. Edna's gaze settled on me, and I could see the years of wisdom and experience etched into the lines of her face. "Well, don't just stand there. Let 'em in. I may be old, but I haven't lost my manners. Besides, it's not every day I get visitors with important things to discuss." Her voice was tinged with a wry humor that immediately put us at ease. Jenna moved aside, and we stepped into the condo. Edna led us to a cozy living room, where the evidence of a life well lived surrounded us, photos, knickknacks, and shelves of books. "Now," Edna began as she settled into a well-worn armchair, gesturing for us to sit. "Tell me what's so important that brings you to my doorstep." Her eyes were sharp, missing nothing, as Darren and I exchanged a glance, preparing to dive into the history that Edna was a part of, hoping she could shed light on the shadows that lingered over Holiday Junction. I smoothed out my blouse and sat up straighter, adopting the professional demeanor of an editor-in-chief on assignment. "Miss Clausen, I'm Violet Rhinehammer from the Junction Journal. We're doing a special feature on the history of the orphanage that once stood where the event center is now. Particularly, we're interested in the holiday charity program where families took in orphans. It sounds like it was a wonderful initiative." Edna's eyes lit up at the mention, a smile breaking through the lines on her aged face. "Oh, it was, dear," she began, her voice warm with nostalgia. "The Holiday Heart Program, we called it. Every Christmas, we'd have families from all around Holiday Junction come and open their homes to our children. It wasn't just about giving these kids a place to stay for the holidays. It was about giving them a sense of family, even if just for a little while." She leaned back, her gaze drifting as if she could see the past playing out before her. "There were so many generous families. The Mulligans, bless their souls, were among the most devoted. Every year without fail, they'd welcome a child into their home. They believed every child deserved to experience the love and warmth of a family during the holidays," she finished. I noticed Darren jotting down notes, his expression showing his interest. "Do you remember any of the children in particular?" I probed gently, hoping to steer her toward Ginny. Edna's brows furrowed in thought. "There were so many over the years. But yes, some do stand out. Like little Ginny. Ginny Joyce was her name. She was such a bright spark. Ended up staying with the Mulligans several years in a row. They had a special place in their hearts for her, and I believe she felt the same." The information was like a piece to a puzzle we didn't even know we were missing. "And Frank Mulligan? Would he have been around at this same time as Ginny?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light and journalistic, not wanting to alarm Edna with the current events. "Frank? Oh, yes, he was just a boy himself then. He and Ginny were like two peas in a pod every time she stayed with the family. It's funny how life brings people together, isn't it?" Edna mused, unaware of the gravity her memories held for us. It was a connection, a link between Frank and Ginny that went back years, possibly explaining their recent interactions. Darren and I exchanged a glance, both recognizing the importance of Edna's recollections. This interview was uncovering layers of history that were crucial to our investigation, all under the guise of a community piece for the paper. Just as we were about to delve deeper, Jenna appeared at the doorway, her expression apologetic yet firm. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's time for Edna's mahjong game. The ladies are waiting for her, and you know how they get if they have to start without her," she said, her voice carrying a lightness that suggested this was a familiar and fond routine. Edna sighed, a playful roll of her eyes conveying her feelings about the urgency of her mahjong commitments. "These mahjong games are the highlight of their week," she confided to us with a chuckle, "and heaven forbid I make them wait." We stood up, understanding the subtle nudge toward the end of our visit. "Of course, we wouldn't want you to keep anyone waiting," I said, gathering my things. "Thank you so much for your time, Miss Clausen. You have been incredibly helpful." Edna waved off the gratitude with a flick of her wrist, the smile still playing on her lips. "It was my pleasure, dear. It's always nice to stroll down memory lane, especially for a good cause," she responded. Darren and I made our way out, the door closing softly behind us. We had much to discuss, and even more to investigate. But for now, we stepped out into the day, each lost in thoughts about the revelations uncovered, and the game, both mahjong and the one we were playing with fate, that was just beginning.
"Want to grab a bite to eat?"
Darren asked.
"We can discuss our next move."
"Yeah." It was one simple word that I could mutter out. My mind was aflutter with the confirmation from Edna. "Excuse me." Joy emerged from the main building, grabbing our attention. "How did she take the news?"
"The news?"
Darren asked. "About Ginny," Joy said, and my interest ticked up. "What about her?" I asked. "I saw on the news this morning how she was found at her home, and Chief Strickland is asking the public to come forward if they went to her booth at the Fool's Festival." Her words caused me and Darren to look at each other, a bit of shock on both of our faces. "Was she upset?" Joy asked. "I can't even imagine how she feels." "Why would she be so upset?" I asked. Ginny was like a daughter to Edna. Joy's words didn't match the confusion on her face from me not understanding what she was saying. My face must have mirrored Darren's, both of us frozen in surprise. The implication of what Joy was saying settled like a cold weight in my stomach. "A daughter?" I echoed, my voice barely above a whisper. Joy nodded, oblivious to the bombshell she had just dropped. Yes, they were very close. Ginny was here almost every day. They would have lunch together, play cards, sometimes just sit and talk for hours. When Edna couldn't make it to the event center, Ginny brought the festival to her. She was very good to Edna. The revelation sent a flurry of thoughts racing through my mind. The connection between Ginny and Edna was deeper than I had imagined. Not just a former orphan and the head of the orphanage, but a relationship that had grown and continued into the present. This new information recontextualized everything we had learned so far. I could feel Darren's eyes on me, full of questions that we couldn't ask in front of Joy. We needed to reassess our approach, to consider this new angle in the ever more complicated web of Frank and Ginny's deaths. I managed a nod, my professional mask slipping back into place. "Thank you, Joy. That's very sad to hear. We'll make sure to pass along any information that might help with the investigation," I said, acting as if we had not known the news. Joy gave us a grateful smile and headed back inside, leaving us in the wake of this new discovery. As I turned to Darren, I saw my own shock reflected in his eyes. "Ginny was like a daughter to her," I repeated, the words feeling heavier this time. The implications were sprawling, a tangle of motives and opportunities that we had yet to unravel. And somewhere in that tangle lay the truth. Chapter 13. Needless to say, neither Darren nor I were hungry after that big revelation. Both of us were on our own separate mission to figure out the pieces. While he was able to dig around with people he knew and use any means necessary to get financial records before he decided to use that piece of the puzzle to go see Eamon, I decided to head back up to the art district. Ginny's. There had to be something in the house that held some sort of clue. But first, I had some business to attend to at the leisure center. "Mama." I walked into Mama's office at the leisure center after Darren had dropped me off in front, and I greeted Mama in her office. Daddy was there with her. "You guys left early." I looked between her and my dad. "Noah and I had some final touches to put on the stage scene, and we needed to let in Lenny so she could finish up some of the costumes." Mama gestured to the paintbrushes and open paint cans on the ground near the door. "You want to help? We could use it." You know, I was in a bargaining mood, and I was here to ask for a favor. "I need to go to the art district, so if you could let me use the golf cart, I'll be more than happy to help out in a couple of hours." "You got a deal." Mama winked and nudged Daddy. "Give her the keys." "What if I go with you?" Daddy asked. Something he rarely did was go anywhere with me. Sure. I was always up for some father-daughter time. The golf cart was parked just as Mama said, in the shaded nook by the loading dock of the leisure center, waiting like a silent companion for our little adventure. Daddy swung the keys around his finger as we walked, a playful twinkle in his eyes that reminded me of when I was a little girl, eager for any journey, no matter how small. "Ready?" he asked as we reached the cart, his voice laced with that familiar warmth that always made me feel like I could face anything. I climbed into the passenger seat, the vinyl cool against my skin in the quiet shade. "Let's go," I said with a smile, my heart unexpectedly light. As Daddy steered us out of the dock and onto the path, the gentle hum of the golf cart was a soothing soundtrack to the vibrant life unfolding around the leisure center. We passed by clusters of seniors enjoying the sunny day, their laughter and chatter a reminder of the community spirit that thrived there. For a moment, it was just the two of us, cruising along the path, the breeze carrying the scent of spring and the distant sound of the village. I caught my daddy looking at me from the corner of his eye, a question forming behind his gaze. "So, how's life treating you, kiddo?" he finally asked, his words casual, but his tone layered with the care that only a father could have. "It's complex," I replied with a half smile, my mind still reeling about the recent revelations. "And Darren?" he prodded gently, a soft seriousness to his question. I felt my cheeks warm at the mention of Darren. He's great, Daddy. "We're great," I assured him, feeling that mixture of happiness and trepidation that talking about Darren always brought. Daddy nodded, a contented silence falling between us as we continued down the path. It was one of those rare moments that I wished could last forever, a peaceful interlude amidst the chaos of life and the mysteries that seemed to be my constant companion these days. As the golf cart puttered along, Daddy's presence was a comforting constant, a reminder of the love and stability that had always been the foundation of my life. "I'm so glad you followed Mama here," I said to Daddy, grateful that he'd really moved here from Normal, Kentucky, after Mama had put her foot down about wanting to be near me. The golf cart's steady hum was a comforting background to our conversation as we meandered through the streets of Holiday Junction. Daddy navigated the turns with an ease that spoke of his growing familiarity with the village, but I couldn't resist guiding him, pointing out the turns and stops along the way, marking our journey with shared smiles and nods. "You know, it all happened so fast," I continued, the memory of Mama's surprising arrival playing in my mind like a beloved old movie. One day, I'm setting type for the next edition, and the next, she's there with her suitcase and enough casseroles to feed the whole town. Daddy chuckled, a deep, hearty sound that always made me feel like everything was going to be all right. "Your mama and her casseroles," he said with a shake of his head. "I tell you, I think she was aiming to make the whole of Normal come looking for her cooking." I laughed, leaning back in my seat as we ascended a gentle hill, the panoramic view of Holiday Junction unfolding before us. The quaint cottages with their blooming gardens, the bustling main street with shopkeepers sweeping their stoops, and the distant mountains, framing the village in a postcard-perfect scene. It was all so picture-perfect, so full of life. "Normal, Kentucky feels like a lifetime ago now," Daddy said, maneuvering the golf cart with an ease that came from years of weekend golfing. "But I reckon life's a bit more interesting with your mama around, don't you think?" I couldn't help but laugh. "Interesting's one word for it," I replied, the memory of Mama arriving at the Junction Journal office still vivid in my mind. She had descended like a Southern belle storm, pearls and all, her luggage in tow as if she intended to move in. And then Daddy, ever her loyal companion, appeared shortly after, declaring that where Mama went, he followed. As Daddy drove, I guided him through the winding streets of Holiday Junction. The golf cart hummed quietly, and with each turn, the picturesque landscape unfolded around us. To the left, children played in the park, their giggles floating on the wind. To the right, the quaint cottages of the village basked in the golden hue of the morning sun. "Just head toward the art district, Daddy. It's not far," I directed, pointing down the lane lined with dogwood trees, their blossoms like soft clouds against the clear blue sky. The art district was nestled against the backdrop of the mountains, a tapestry of color and life that seemed to grow more vibrant with each passing second. As we approached, the distinct character of the district began to show itself in the quirky shop fronts and the murals that turned every wall into a story. "It's a good place you've got here, Violet. I can see why you love it so much." Daddy took it all in, his eyes reflecting a quiet appreciation. "It's got its charms," I agreed, feeling a swell of hometown pride. "And its mysteries," I added under my breath, thinking of the task ahead. We passed the newly opened cafe, its outdoor tables filled with patrons enjoying their morning brew. Artists sat at their easels on the sidewalks, their brushes sweeping across canvases in broad, confident strokes. The smell of fresh paint mixed with the scent of coffee and blooming flowers created an aroma unique to this part of town. And here, I gestured toward a narrow path that cut between two buildings. Daddy nodded and turned the cart down the path. The sounds of the village faded behind us, replaced by the soft rustling of leaves and the distant chirp of birds. It was a beautiful day, the kind that made you believe anything was possible, even solving a mystery that seemed to weave itself deeper into the fabric of Holiday Junction with each passing hour. "Where are we?" Daddy asked, squinting as the secluded path opened up to reveal the familiar sight of Ginny's cabin, now cordoned off with bright yellow police tape fluttering in the breeze. "We're just at Ginny's place," I said casually, trying to downplay the scene before us. But Daddy's reaction was instant. "Oh, no, Violet," he murmured, his hands tightening on the wheel as he instinctively shoved the golf cart into reverse. A look of fatherly concern crossed his face, the kind that said he was about to put his foot down, just like Mama would. "Daddy, wait!" I reached out to still his hands, offering my most convincing smile. "I just need to check one thing. It'll only take a second, I promise." He hesitated, the golf cart idling in a comical limbo as he weighed his protective instincts against my plea. I batted my eyelashes for good measure, knowing full well the power I held as Daddy's little girl. "Now, Violet, you know your mama would have my hide if she knew we were up here getting mixed up in police business," he warned, but the twinkle in his eye betrayed his resolve. I leaned in, laying my hand over his. "Mama doesn't have to know," I whispered conspiratorially. "And since when have you ever been able to say no to me?" Daddy let out a defeated chuckle, the corner of his eyes crinkling with mirth. "You always did know how to wrap me around your little finger," he admitted, shaking his head with feigned exasperation. "All right, just a minute then, and not a second more." With a resigned sigh, he eased the golf cart back into the drive and crept forward, casting a wary eye at the police tape, as if it might jump out and bite him. I couldn't suppress a giggle. The situation was too surreal and oddly humorous. As we drew closer, I reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I've got this under control," I said, though I knew in the world of cozy mysteries, control was often just an illusion. Daddy parked the golf cart a safe distance from the tape, his posture stiff with apprehension. "All right, Miss Detective, do your thing. But remember, you promised," he warned. I nodded solemnly and hopped out of the cart, the thrill of the investigation reigniting within me. As I glanced back, Daddy sat with a bemused expression, resigned to his role in my latest escapade. It was a funny moment, one that captured the essence of our relationship. Me, the adventurer, him, always the reluctant accomplice. "Be right back," I called out, my voice a mix of determination and mischief as I approached Ginny's cabin, ready to unearth whatever secrets it still held. I couldn't help but feel like I was stepping into a forbidden realm as I nudged open the slightly ajar window. The cabin was still, a stark contrast to the chaos of the investigation swirling around Ginny and Frank's deaths. Inside, the air was stale, but a standing fan hummed on full blast, creating a mini whirlwind of papers on the otherwise neat desk. The cabin was a palm reader's sanctuary, with shelves lined with all sorts of mystical paraphernalia, tarot cards, a crystal ball that caught the light, casting rainbows across the room, and candles that smelled of incense and something more earthy, maybe sage? But amidst the expected, the mundane rustle of the Junction Journal caught my attention. As I stepped over to the desk, the fan sent a flurry of papers dancing off the edge. I muttered a curse under my breath as I bent to gather them, the scent of Ginny's lavender perfume still lingering in the air. But there was one piece of paper, a corner peeking out from under a hefty, ornate chest that seemed far too strategically placed for the fan to have blown it there. "How did you get all the way back there?" I mumbled. Curiosity pricked. I stretched out, my fingertips just grazing the edge of the elusive sheet. With a gentle tug, it came free, and I scooted back to read the words scrawled across in a hurried, frantic hand. It was a handwritten note, a confession, its words heavy with remorse. Ginny had taken the blame for killing Frank and indicated that she couldn't live with the guilt. My heart pounded with the gravity of the find. Could it be genuine, or was it someone's cruel idea of a joke? This was big, too big for me to make sense of alone. I needed to get this to Darren and Matthew, let them know what I found. With the note securely in hand, I made my way back to the window, a million thoughts racing through my mind. Ginny, the palm reader who forecasted futures, now seemed to have foretold her own bleak destiny. But something nagged at me, a detail that didn't quite fit. For now, though, the note was the missing piece in a puzzle that was slowly coming together, one that painted a tragic end to a story that began with a festival and ended with a fan stirring up more than just air in a little cabin in the art district. The note clutched in my hand felt heavier with every step as I rushed back to the golf cart where Daddy waited, a look of concern etching deeper into his features as he saw the urgency in my stride. "Daddy, we need to go to Diffie Delk's office. Now," I said, my voice firm, leaving no room for the leisurely pace we had taken on the way here. He sensed the seriousness from my tone, a silent acknowledgement passing between us as he revved the golf cart into motion without a word. The usually gentle puttering of the golf cart seemed to take on a new intensity as we raced away from Ginny's cabin, the fluttering police tape waving like a warning flag in our wake. The wind whipped through my hair, carrying with it the mingled scents of the forest and the impending storm of revelations this note would bring. With each turn and bump on the path, my resolve strengthened. The note wasn't just a piece of paper. It was something to add to the murky waters of this investigation, potentially exonerating Diffie and leading us closer to the truth. As we descended the mountain, Holiday Junction lay sprawled before us, unsuspecting of the bombshell I was about to drop. In my pocket, the note seemed to burn a hole, its contents a catalyst that would set off a chain of events no one could predict. With the art district fading in the distance, we hurtled toward an unknown future, the past nipping at our heels like a persistent shadow. There was no denying the goosebumps dotted all over my body were not due to the warm temperature. Chapter 14. Diffie Delk's office looked like a war room when I got there. The tension in the room was as thick as the crowds in Holiday Park on a bustling day of the Fools' Festival, teeming with tourists and festive energy. Darren was there, looking every bit the part of a lawyer, despite the unusual setting. He was actually wearing a suit. Diffie sat behind his desk, looking worn and worried, while Dave the rooster perched behind him, strangely quiet.
"Violet, where did you find this?"
Darren asked, his eyes fixed on the note I had just handed him. I took a deep breath. I went back to Ginny's cabin. It was pretty much how the police left it, but I noticed something odd. A standing fan was on, blowing papers around on her desk. I recounted the details. Darren listened intently, his brows furrowed. One paper had been blown way back under a chest. It was hard to reach, but I managed to pull it out. That's when I found the note. It was like Ginny was confessing to killing Frank and then herself, I explained, watching their reactions closely. Diffie leaned back in his chair, absorbing every word.
"So Ginny might have killed Frank, and then herself?"
He sounded like he was trying to fit the pieces of a complicated puzzle together. "Yeah," I nodded. "It changes everything, doesn't it? This note could mean you're no longer the main suspect."
We need to get this to the police. It could be the evidence that clears your name, Diffie.
Darren held the note, turning it over in his hands.
I never wanted it to be Ginny. But if this note is real, it might just be my ticket out of this mess.
Diffie looked a mix of relieved and sad. The atmosphere in the office shifted slightly, a glimmer of hope amidst the uncertainty. But there was still a lot we didn't know. The mystery of Frank's and now Ginny's death was far from solved. But this note was a significant lead, and we were going to follow it wherever it led. Darren, that's not all, I said, eager to fill them in on the other pieces of the puzzle. Darren looked intrigued, and even Diffie seemed to perk up, leaning in to listen. I've been thinking about Edna Clausen at the nursing home. I started to recall what he and I had learned just so I could hear it out loud and get my mind wrapped around all of the clues we could be overlooking. She used to run the local orphanage, the one that's now the event center in the art district. Turns out Ginny was an orphan at that place. And get this, Ginny was like a daughter to her. Visited her almost every day, I explained, the weight of this new information apparent in my tone.
Which makes Ginny connected to the orphanage.
Darren frowned. Yeah, and we can't forget about, I continued, the neighbor at Ginny's place mentioned the Mulligans used to take in orphans during the holidays. Edna confirmed Ginny went to the Mulligans, but Radley checked, and there's no record of her with the Mulligans. So was it on the up and up? Diffie rubbed his chin, deep in thought.
Ginny had ties to the orphanage, and now she's dead. Just like Frank, who also had a connection there. We need to look into this much deeper.
Diffie spoke the thoughts he must have been thinking.
It feels like we're missing a piece of the puzzle,
Darren mused. Exactly, and I think the key might lie in the past, with the orphanage and its connections to both Ginny and Frank. I nodded in agreement. We need to figure out what happened back then to understand what's happening now. The room fell silent as we all pondered the implications. The mystery was deepening, and it was becoming clear that the roots of this case stretched back farther than any of us had imagined.
Diffie, I think it's best if you stay here for now,
Darren said decisively, standing up from his chair.
I'm going to take everything Violet has discovered, the note from Ginny and the information about the orphanage, straight to my dad. We need to get the ball rolling on getting these charges against you dropped.
Diffie nodded, a look of gratitude mixed with worry crossing his face.
Thank you, Darren. I don't know what to say. This is a lot to process.
Diffie shook his head.
I've never been on this side of a murder. Just sit tight,
Darren reassured him.
I'll handle it from here.
As Darren turned, walking out to the copy machine, Dave the rooster fluttered his wings, as if sensing the change in the atmosphere. I watched Darren stride out of the room, a determined set to his shoulders. It felt like we were finally making some headway in unraveling this tangled web of mystery. Left alone with Diffie, I couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The discoveries about the orphanage and Ginny's possible connection to Frank's death were significant. It was all starting to come together, but there were still so many unanswered questions.
Violet, if this note is real, it could change everything.
Diffie let out a long sigh, running his hands through his hair. We're getting closer to the truth, Diffie. I nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility. And I have a feeling there's more to uncover about the orphanage and how everything ties together. The office was quiet for a moment, the only sound being Dave's occasional clucking and the gentle hum of the copy machine where Darren was making a copy of the note. The pieces of the puzzle were slowly fitting together, but the full picture was yet to be revealed. Darren and I stepped out of Diffie's office onto the sunlit sidewalk of Holiday Junction. The tension inside of the office seemed to dissipate as we emerged into the open air, replaced by a hopeful optimism.
I really hope this is the breakthrough we needed,
Darren said, his eyes meeting mine with a mixture of relief and uncertainty. Me too, I agreed, feeling the weight of the day's discoveries. I feel like we're finally getting somewhere." For a moment, we stood there, taking in the hustle and bustle of the village. Then, Darren took a step closer, his expression softening. "Hey, after all of this is over, how about dinner? Just the two of us? A proper date?" he asked, a wry smile on his lips. I couldn't help but smile, feeling a wave of affection for him. "I'd like that. A lot," I said for emphasis. He leaned in, and we shared a kiss, a moment of calm in the midst of the storm that had become our lives these past few days. As we parted, there was a promise in his eyes, a hint of better days to come. "We'll get through this," he said, before turning to head down the street. I watched him go for a moment, then turned in the opposite direction, making my way toward Holiday Park. The path back to the office wound through the heart of the village, past familiar sights and sounds that now held new meaning in the light of recent events. As I walked, my mind was a whirl of thoughts about Jenny, the orphanage, and the intricate web of connections that seemed to link everything together. But for now, those thoughts were pushed to the back of my mind, replaced by the anticipation of a dinner date with Darren, a brief respite from the mysteries that had consumed us. The sound of laughter and festival music filled the air as I entered Holiday Park. I spotted Peter, the jester, in the midst of a juggling act, his colorful balls flying high in a mesmerizing pattern. I hesitated for a moment, watching him entertain a gathering crowd. This was my chance to ask about Jenny and the argument Goldie had mentioned. I approached Peter with an air of professionalism, camera in hand. "Peter, I'm Violet from the Junction Journal," I announced, my voice steady despite the bustling atmosphere of the park. At the mention of the Junction Journal, Peter's performance seemed to kick up a notch. His movements became more flamboyant, and his juggling more intricate and daring. Balls spun through the air in a dazzling array of colors, drawing gasps and applause from the growing crowd. It was clear he was playing to the camera, reveling in the attention. I raised my camera, snapping pictures as he executed a particularly complex series of throws and catches. For a moment, he was the epitome of the festival entertainer, basking in the spotlight. I could see Peter's ego swell with each flash of the camera. He seemed to believe I was there solely to capture his performance, to feature him in the paper as the star of the show. His grin widened with each successful catch, his movements increasingly theatrical. But my purpose was different. Waiting for the right moment, I lowered my camera, preparing to hit him with the real reason for my visit. "Great performance, Peter," I said, keeping my tone light but firm. "But I'm actually here to talk to you about Jenny Joyce." At the mention of Jenny's name, his juggling, which had been so fluid and confident, faltered slightly. The balls continued to fly, but there was a noticeable shift in his focus. He was no longer just the jester performing for the crowd. He was a man suddenly caught off guard by an unexpected turn in the conversation. "Can I ask you a few questions about Jenny Joyce?" He didn't miss a beat as he regained his composure. His juggling continued flawlessly as he flashed me a quick performer's grin. "Can't you see I'm a bit busy here?" he spat, not truly wanting me to answer him. "It's important. It's about an argument you had with her in front of her home," I said. For a moment he kept juggling, his expression unreadable. Suddenly his rhythm faltered, and one by one the balls he was juggling dropped to the ground, bouncing away in different directions. The crowd murmured in surprise, some chuckling, thinking it was part of the act. But I could see the change in Peter's expression, a mix of shock and something else I couldn't quite place. "Wait, what about Jenny?" he asked, his voice a mix of curiosity and concern. He bent down to gather the balls. His usual performer's flair was gone. I took a step closer. "There's been a development in her case. I just need to know more about your relationship with her and what that argument was about." I wasn't going to tell him about the note. Peter stood up, holding the juggling balls close to his chest, his eyes scanning the crowd before settling back on me. "This isn't the place to talk," he said in a lowered voice. "Meet me after my last act, behind the food trucks. I'll tell you what I know." "What time?" I asked. 4 p.m. Before I could respond, he turned back to the crowd, putting on a strange smile and starting his act again. I stepped back, watching him for a moment. His performance was back on track, but the lightness was gone from it. There was more to Peter and Jenny's story than met the eye, and I was determined to find out what it was. Now my journalistic instinct kicked in, my curiosity that had nothing to do with Jenny's murder, but possibly a future story for the Junction Journal I could save as filler. As I meandered through the bustling Fool's Festival on my way to the office, I saw that the vibrant energy had built up since yesterday. The park was alive with the sound of laughter, music, and the cheerful chatter of locals and tourists alike. I paused for a moment to take it all in, feeling a sense of connection to the community around me. The tantalizing aromas from the food trucks made my mouth water. The smell of the homemade apple fritters, with their sweet scent mingling with the smoky air, made me think of home. Normal Kentucky and the Cookie Crumble Bakery there. I purchased one, savoring the warm, sugary treat as I continued my stroll. It was moments like these, amid the simple pleasures of the village, that often provided a much-needed break from the complexities of my investigations. In fact, I briefly stopped to send my friend who owned the bakery a quick text with a photo of the fritter saying how hers was still better. Christine, the owner, texted me back and said she missed me and we needed to catch up. With a date for our phone call, I slid the phone back into my pocket and continued on. I took the opportunity while I was walking through to get my camera so I was able to capture more candid shots of the festival. Children laughing as they chased each other around, couples holding hands while browsing the craft stalls, an elderly man expertly playing the fiddle, his eyes closed in blissful concentration. Each snapshot was a small piece of the tapestry that made up the heart and soul of Holiday Junction. The path down to the seaside was a little more crowded this afternoon. The transition from the lively festival atmosphere to the more serene sounds of the seaside was gradual yet noticeable. The distant call of seagulls and the soft rush of waves became more prominent, a soothing backdrop to my thoughts. I paused at the entrance to the path, taking one last look back at the festival. The colorful booths, the laughter, the music all seemed to blend together into a joyful celebration of life in our small but spirited village. Turning my camera lens toward the sea, I captured a few more photos, each click a reminder of the beauty and mystery that surrounded me in Holiday Junction. With a contented sigh, I took the path to the ocean, a breeze gently tugging at my hair. The festival, with all its revelry and secrets, faded behind me as I ventured forward, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. The seaside path was a welcome change of pace, the rhythmic sound of waves breaking at low tide, creating a soothing soundtrack to my thoughts. The salty sea air filled my lungs as I walked, the gentle breeze bringing a sense of calm and clarity. Ahead, Darren's lighthouse stood tall and solitary against the horizon, a beacon in the vast expanse of blue. I paused for a moment, taking in the sight of the lighthouse. It represented so much more than just a unique dwelling. It was a symbol of guidance, resilience, and the enduring strength of the community. The waves crashed against the rocky shore, sending sprays of water into the air, and for a brief moment, I felt a deep connection to the timeless dance of sea and land. Resuming my walk, I continued along the seaside, the sound of the ocean accompanying me. The tide was low, revealing stretches of wet sand that glistened under the afternoon sun. Seagulls soared overhead, their cries echoing in the vast open space. Eventually, the familiar side of the Junction Journal office came into view. I quickened my pace, eager to review the photos I'd taken and piece together my findings from the day. The office was quiet, a stark contrast to the lively festival I had just left behind. In this space, with the evidence of our journalistic endeavors surrounding me, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. The mystery of Ginny and Frank's deaths was far from solved, but with each new piece of information, we were drawing closer to the truth. The quiet of the office was abruptly shattered when Radley burst through the door, his usual composure replaced by a mix of excitement and urgency. In his hand, he waved a piece of paper that seemed to pulsate with potential revelations.
"Violet!"
he exclaimed, barely containing his enthusiasm.
"You're not going to believe what I just found out."
He approached my desk, placing the paper before me. It was a bank statement belonging to Frank, and a quick glance revealed a series of transactions that immediately caught my attention. Large sums of money had been consistently funneled to Ginny, a fact that added a new layer of complexity to the already intricate case.
"That's not all,"
Radley continued, leaning over my shoulder as I examined the statement.
"Frank was also receiving money, and not just small amounts. We're talking significant sums here. But the source? It's unclear where it's coming from."
I looked up at Radley, my mind racing with the implications of this new information. "This changes everything," I said, my voice a mix of disbelief and determination. Why was Frank sending money to Ginny, and where was he getting all this cash from? I reached down into my bag and grabbed the papers Christine had printed off so I could see if there were any names on there that I recognized. As I shuffled through them, I came across Ginny's handwritten application. I blinked at it a few times. Did she fill this out? I wondered, clearly seeing this was not the handwriting I'd seen on the note I found at her house where she'd admitted to killing Frank.
"Fill out what?"
Radley asked, and then answered the original question I asked him about where Frank was getting all the cash from.
"I don't know where the money he was getting was coming from, but I managed to sweet-talk the bank into giving me this by offering some free advertising in the Junction Journal. It wasn't easy, but I thought it might help us piece things together."
I nodded, our journalistic integrity somewhat compromised. My gaze returned to the statement. The numbers on the page were more than just figures. They were clues, possibly leading us to motives and connections we had yet to uncover. "We need to dig deeper into this," I said, already considering our next steps, keeping the note thought to myself because I'd have to talk to Darren about it first. "There's a story here, Radley, and it's not just about money. There's something going on beneath the surface, and we need to find out what it is." I glanced up at him. It might not have anything to do with the deaths, but possibly something altogether different. Radley agreed, and together we began to brainstorm our next move. The puzzle of Ginny and Frank's deaths was becoming more complex, but with each new piece of information, we were getting closer to the truth. And now, with Frank's mysterious financial activities coming to light, we were on the verge of uncovering something significant. There was something I knew I had to do. "I need to go back to Ginny's and see if I can find out anything with these payments," I said, and told Radley about the note.
"Let's go."
He grabbed his keys. Chapter 15. Radley revved up his golf cart, and we set off toward Ginny's, taking the scenic route through the country roads that wound their way into town before ascending the mountain to the art district. The journey offered a picturesque view of Holiday Junction, showcasing its diverse landscapes. The lush green fields stretched out on either side of the golf cart, dotted with wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze. The rural charm of the countryside was a stark contrast to the bustling energy of the village and the artistic vibrancy of the art district. Old farmhouses, their paint weathered by time, peeked out from behind ancient oak trees, and every so often we'd pass a local waving or tending to their gardens. The town itself was a hive of activity, with people enjoying the Fool's Festival that was set against a backdrop of quaint shops and cozy cafes. The architecture here was a mix of old and new, each building telling its own story. In the streets, the sound of laughter and conversation filled the air, a testament to the close-knit community spirit of Holiday Junction. Gradually, the landscape began to change as we approached the mountain. The road snaked upward, flanked by towering pines and maples. The air grew cooler and fresher, a welcome relief from the warmth of the lowlands. I turned to Radley, pulling out the copy of the note and Jenny's application form. "Look at this," I said, holding them side by side. "The handwriting on this supposed confession note doesn't match the handwriting on her vendor application. It's completely different."
"That is odd. If Jenny didn't write this note, then who did? And why?"
Radley glanced at the papers, his brow furrowing in concentration. "It makes me wonder if she ever wrote this confession at all," I mused, gazing out at the passing scenery. Someone could be trying to cover their tracks, pinning everything on Jenny. The golf cart chugged its way up the final stretch of the mountain road. The artistic community came into view. Its colorful buildings were amazing to see, and how different they were from town. "We need to find anything that connects these payments to Jenny," I said determinedly, as we parked the cart near Jenny's cabin. "Let's see what secrets this place holds." Stepping out of the golf cart, I felt a renewed resoluteness to get to the bottom of what was really going on. The cabin, nestled among the trees, had a quaint and rustic charm. Its wooden exterior, weathered by the elements, blended seamlessly with the surrounding nature. As Radley and I stepped inside, we were immediately enveloped in the unique atmosphere of Jenny's world. The main room was a cozy space, filled with an eclectic mix of furniture and decor. A large, comfortable sofa faced a stone fireplace, the mantel adorned with various trinkets and candles. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with books on mysticism, folklore, and palmistry. The air was heavy with the scent of incense, and a soft, ambient light filtered through the colorful curtains, casting a warm glow. In one corner of the room stood a small table covered in a velvet cloth, a crystal ball at its center. Tarot cards were fanned out next to it, alongside an array of crystals and runes. The space felt like a sanctuary, a private retreat where Jenny could delve into her craft.
"You didn't tell me it looked like this in here."
Radley was standing next to the table looking at the cards. "I was with my dad, and honestly, I went straight to her desk. I didn't look around," I confessed, knowing the note had sent me into a tailspin, and now I wasn't even sure she'd written it. We made our way upstairs, the wooden steps creaking under our weight. The upper floor was surprisingly spacious, divided into several small rooms. Each room had its own character, but all shared the same bohemian aesthetic as the rest of the cabin. The walls were decorated with tapestries depicting celestial patterns, and hanging plants added a touch of greenery. One room appeared to be Jenny's personal sanctuary. A large desk sat under a window, offering a view of the forest. The desk was cluttered with papers, pens, and a small antique lamp. Nearby, a comfortable armchair faced a bookshelf filled with an impressive collection of books on various esoteric subjects. "I didn't come up here to this desk," I said when Radley pointed it out. Radley and I began to search through the rooms, looking for anything that could connect Jenny to the mysterious payments. We rifled through drawers and looked under beds, our movements methodical and thorough. In another room, I found a box of personal items, photographs, letters, and mementos from Jenny's past. As I sifted through the contents, each piece seemed to tell a story, a fragment of Jenny's life, some that looked like memories from the orphanage. I slipped a few of those in my bag. Yet nothing here seemed to directly relate to the payments from Frank. Maybe a couple of the photos were in this cabin and from when the Mulligans had taken her in for Christmas, but I couldn't be sure. A sudden sound of movement from downstairs sliced through the silence of the cabin, startling both Radley and me. We exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between us. We hadn't expected anyone else to be here. In an instant, the serene atmosphere of the cabin transformed into something more like one of those scenes from one of the thriller novels I read. My heart pounded in my chest as adrenaline surged through my veins. We were no longer just investigators. We were potential intruders in the eyes of whoever had just entered. I motioned to Radley, and we quietly moved toward the door of the study. With cautious steps, we edged closer, trying not to make a sound. The creaky wooden floor underfoot felt like an enemy, threatening to give away our position. Peeking around the doorframe, we strained our eyes to see down the staircase. The light filtering in from downstairs cast a long, ominous shadow against the wall. The silhouette of someone moved stealthily through the main room. The intruder's identity was hidden from our view, but their presence was unmistakably real and unnerving. Radley gestured toward the back of the study, where a small closet offered a potential hiding spot. But I shook my head, my journalistic instincts overriding the instinct to hide. I needed to see who was there to understand why they were sneaking around Jenny's cabin. Taking a deep breath to steady my nerves, I tiptoed to the top of the stairs, Radley right behind me. Each step felt like an eternity, every creak of the wood beneath our feet sounding like a thunderclap in the hushed cabin. From our higher vantage point, we could now see into the main room. The figure was methodically searching through Jenny's belongings, their movements calculated and purposeful. It was clear they were looking for something specific, but what? Radley reached for my arm, a silent signal to be ready for anything. My mind raced with the possibilities. Was this person connected to Jenny's death? Were they looking for the same answers we were, or were they here to hide the truth? The figure moved into a patch of light. Their face remained in shadow, but something about their posture seemed familiar. The silence of the cabin amplified every small sound and movement. We watched, holding our breath, waiting for the right moment to confront the intruder and uncover yet another layer of the mystery enveloping Jenny's death and her connection to Frank Mulligan. As the shadowy figure continued their search, they moved with a strange mix of urgency and caution. They methodically opened each drawer of the cabinet near the bottom of the stairs, their movement suggesting a familiarity with the cabin's layout. Radley and I watched in silence, our presence still unnoticed. The tension was almost unbearable, like a scene from a suspenseful movie where you knew something pivotal was about to be revealed. My mind raced with questions and theories, but none of them prepared me for the moment the figure turned around. In the dim light, the intruder's face finally came into view, and my heart skipped a beat. It was a face I recognized. It was Frank's wife, Barbara Mulligan. The realization hit me like a wave, leaving me momentarily breathless. I would know those eyes anywhere after I'd seen the photo. Why was she here? What was she looking for in Jenny's cabin? Seeing her was deeply unsettling, especially when she said she didn't know Jenny. She moved with a sense of purpose, unaware of our watchful eyes from the top of the stairs. Her expression was one of determination, mixed with what seemed like desperation. The sight of her rummaging through Ginny's belongings raised a myriad of questions. Was she connected to the mystery of Ginny and Frank's deaths? Or was she here searching for answers just like us? The atmosphere in the cabin was charged with tension, the silence punctuated only by the soft sounds of her search. Radley and I exchanged a look, a mixture of shock and uncertainty reflected in our eyes. We were witnesses to a scene that added yet another complex layer to an already intricate mystery. For a few heartbeats, we stood frozen, unsure of our next move. Approaching Frank's wife might reveal new insights, but it could also escalate the situation. The element of surprise was on our side, but the risks of revealing ourselves were high. She continued her search, oblivious to our presence. I watched her. What was she doing there? Chapter 16. We found ourselves back in Holiday Junction, the familiar sights and sounds of the village a stark contrast to the secrecy and shadows of the cabin. The sun was beginning its late afternoon descent, and I knew I couldn't miss the secret meeting with Peter. I was never more convinced than now that Frank and Ginny were murdered. "What do you think she was looking for?" Radley asked, picking up his beer stein and taking a sip. Both of us were at a loss for words since we'd seen Frank's widow at Ginny's. Not just at Ginny's, but sneaking around, looking for something, just like us. "I don't know," I whispered, circling my finger around the lip of the glass of ice water. I turned to Radley, the image of Frank's widow still vivid in my mind. "I wish I knew," I admitted, feeling the weight of unanswered questions. "But whatever it is, it's important enough for her to risk being caught." Radley set the beer stein down, his expression mirroring my confusion. "This case gets more tangled by the minute," he sighed. The jiggle joint was lively with the sound of music and conversation. The bar was a hub of activity, a place where the worries of the day could be forgotten, if only for a little while. From what I could tell, everyone was having a jolly good time, certainly due to the Fool's Festival. I needed to talk to Darren, to update him on everything that had happened before I left to meet Peter. Darren stood behind the counter, serving drinks with his easy charm. He brought a sense of normalcy, even though every time he glanced at me, there was a knowing glance that there was so much more going on in Holiday Junction that wasn't as fun as the Fool's Festival. Or were we being the fools? I slapped my hand on top of the counter. Radley jumped, nearly spitting out his beer. "What was that for?" What if Frank and Ginny were having an affair? What if they had this love thing all their lives since they were kids, and they parted, but when he moved back, the feeling resurfaced? He was having an affair, and his wife killed him, killed Ginny, and then was looking for love notes or something, I questioned. The motive was right in front of our faces this whole time. Radley faced forward, his eyes darting about as if he were truly noodling what I'd asked. "Violet, over here," Darren called, gesturing me to a quieter corner of the bar. "I'm going to have Darren go with me to meet Peter," I said, standing up and taking a couple of bucks out of my bag to leave a tip. "I'll let you know what I find out." Yeah, Radley said, tossing back the rest of his beer before he followed suit, throwing a few dollars on the counter and then heading out the door. Something was on his mind, and I could take a pretty good guess it had to do with Frank's widow. I slipped into the booth where Darren had called me over and filled him in on everything, from the discovery at Ginny's cabin to the unexpected appearance of Frank's widow. Darren listened intently, his brow furrowing with concern. "And you're meeting with Peter at 4?" he asked, his voice tinged with worry. "Yeah," I nodded. "I need to see if he knows anything about Ginny and Frank's argument. Maybe he can shed some light on this whole mess. I want you to go with me." "I can't leave the bar. Sean and Owen haven't gotten here yet. But you'll be fine." Darren reached out and squeezed my hand. "Just
Be careful, okay? This is getting more complicated by the minute.
I will. I just want to get to the bottom of this. I squeezed his hand back, appreciating his concern. You keep your phone on.
I will.
He gave me another reassuring smile because he knew I was a pretty tough cookie and could handle anything Peter tried to juggle toward me.
I'll meet you at the Freedom Diner.
Leaving the jiggle joint, I felt a mix of determination and apprehension. The meeting with Peter was a chance to untangle some of the knots in this case, but it also felt like stepping closer to danger. The village clock struck 4 as I made my way to the agreed spot to meet Peter. The air was thick with anticipation, the late afternoon sun casting a golden hue over Holiday Junction. This meeting could be a turning point in the investigation, and I was ready to face whatever revelations it might bring. As I approached the row of food trucks parked behind the bustling area of the festival, the rich aroma of various cuisines filled the air. I spotted Peter from a distance, unmistakable even without his jester's hat, his vibrant outfit partially unbuttoned, revealing a more casual side beneath his flamboyant exterior. In his hand was a massive, greasy chicken leg, which he devoured with an enthusiasm that was almost comical. I cautiously removed my mace from my bag, tucking it into my pocket where it was easily accessible, just in case. Peter didn't notice me at first, too engrossed in his culinary indulgence. As I approached, he looked up, a smear of grease on his face highlighting his grin.
"Reporter, fancy seeing you here,"
he exclaimed between bites.
"You've got to try this chicken. It's to die for. No pun intended, of course,"
he added with a chuckle that didn't quite reach his eyes. Violet. I reminded him of my name with a smile and politely declined his offer. I'll pass, thanks. I'm not much for food truck fare. Peter shrugged, taking another enthusiastic bite.
"Suit yourself. So, what did you want to know about Ginny?"
he asked, his tone light, but his gaze sharp. I took a deep breath, bracing myself for the conversation ahead. I wanted to ask you about her and Frank, I started, watching for any change in his demeanor. At the mention of Frank's name, Peter's jovial expression hardened.
"Ah, that slime ball,"
he muttered, tossing the chicken leg into a nearby trash can. He wiped his hands on a napkin, then leaned back against the food truck, crossing his arms.
"What do you want to know about him?"
Peter's tone was now guarded, his earlier joviality replaced with suspicion. I explained my connection to the Junction Journal and my interest in uncovering the truth behind Frank's murder, leaving out the part where I was trying to see if he was a suspect, not only in Frank's murder, but also now in Ginny's. The more I thought about Ginny's note, the more I started to convince myself Ginny was also a victim. Peter listened, his expression unreadable. As I laid out what I knew and my suspicions, his initial resistance seemed to wane, replaced by reluctant curiosity.
Well, Violet, you have come to the right place. Frank and I, let's just say we've had our differences,
Peter admitted, his voice low.
He and Ginny were running a con.
So you're saying they were running a con game together? I asked, trying to keep my voice even, though inside my mind was racing. Peter nodded, his expression grim.
Yeah, that's right.
Ginny would play the part of the mystical seer, giving out tips on bets to make, while Frank acted as the bookie, collecting the money, he said with an eye roll. Except Ginny's predictions never came true.
And Frank, he made sure his cut was secure, no matter the outcome.
The festival's lively atmosphere seemed to dim around us, overshadowed by the gravity of Peter's story.
I confronted Ginny about it, told her I wanted my money back. She played dumb, but I knew she was in on it with Frank. They even did little crap like this when we were kids.
He caught my ear about the past and how entwined Frank and Ginny really were.
When I heard about Frank's situation, I figured someone else must have caught on to their game.
Peter's gaze shifted to the ground,
a look of regret passing over his features. I told her she needed to make things right, that she should bring me my money at the festival tomorrow. But then I saw her tent was gone.
He shook his head.
She's hiding somewhere, laying low, just like her.
The revelation that Ginny and Frank had been partners in a deceptive scheme added a new layer of complexity to their deaths. It wasn't just a matter of uncovering a murderer. It was unraveling the web of lies and betrayal that spanned the entire community. Did anyone else know about this? About the con game? I pressed, eager to gather as much information as possible. Peter shrugged, his eyes scanning the crowd.
I don't know for sure, but in a place like Holiday Junction, secrets have a way of getting out. Frank had plenty of enemies, and Ginny, well, she was part of it, whether she liked it or not,
he said.
I intend on going right back up to her house after the Fool's Festival if she doesn't show up.
Pausing in my tracks, a sudden realization hit me. Peter, engrossed in his tale of deception and lost bets, hadn't mentioned Ginny's fate with any hint of knowing its finality. Turning back, I saw him casually picking up his juggling balls, ready to resume his performance. "Peter," I called out, drawing his attention once more. His gaze met mine, a question in his eyes. "You know Ginny won't be able to give you your money back, right?" The jester's movements halted, his expression frozen in a mix of confusion and anticipation.
"What are you talking about?"
he asked, a slight edge to his voice. Ginny was found dead at her home," I said, the words feeling heavy and cold as they left my lips. The reaction was immediate. The color drained from Peter's face, his previously animated posture deflating as if the air had been sucked out of him. The balls he was about to juggle dropped to the ground, forgotten.
"Dead? Ginny's dead?"
His voice was barely above a whisper, a stark contrast to the lively banter we'd shared moments before. I nodded solemnly, watching as the news sank in. Peter's reaction was genuine, a mixture of shock and disbelief painting his features. It was clear he had no idea about Ginny's demise. The jovial, confident persona of the jester was gone, replaced by a man confronted with unexpected grief.
I had no idea,"
he stammered, his eyes searching mine for some kind of explanation, a reason that would make sense of the chaos.
"I just thought she was avoiding me, hiding from the money she owed. Stole."
The festival around us continued, the laughter and music a stark backdrop to the somber exchange. In that moment, the complexities of human connections, the intertwining of lives and secrets, became painfully evident. "I'm sorry, Peter. I thought you knew," I said, my own heart heavy with the burden of the news I had delivered.
"Thanks for telling me, Violet. I need some time to process this."
Peter shook his head slowly, his gaze dropping to the ground, to the juggling balls that lay there, silent and still. "You mentioned knowing Frank and Ginny since childhood. Do you know Frank's wife, Barbara?" I asked, seizing the moment to delve deeper into the network of relationships that surrounded the mystery. Peter's eyebrows knitted together in confusion, a clear indication that the name didn't ring any bells.
"Barbara? No, I can't say that I do. Frank and I, we go way back, but when he moved back here, he was always sort of a loner. Kept to himself a lot. Never mentioned a wife."
His response seemed odd to me. The revelation that Peter, despite his close connection to Frank and Ginny in the past, was unaware of Barbara's existence, added another layer of intrigue to the unfolding drama. It seemed Frank's life had compartments, with some doors left open to old friends and others securely locked away. He didn't talk much about his personal life then? I probed further, trying to piece together the fragmented image of Frank that was emerging from the shadows of his past. Peter shook his head, a gesture of dismissal mixed with a hint of sadness.
"Nah, Frank was a closed book when it came to things like that. After he moved back, it was all business, you know? The Frank I knew as a kid, he was different. More open, more carefree. But that changed. I guess people change, especially when you start a con.
Peter felt jilted, and who could blame him? But I wasn't so sure he had anything to do with the murders. The disconnect between the Frank of the past and the man he became was becoming more evident with each conversation. It was as if Frank had deliberately distanced himself from his roots, perhaps in an effort to reinvent himself or escape the ghosts of his past. "I see," I said, absorbing Peter's words and what they implied about the complexities of human nature and the paths we choose in life. "Well, thanks, Peter. This has been really helpful." Before I could step away, a final question lingered at the forefront of my thoughts. Turning back to Peter, whose demeanor had shifted from the shock of Ginny's news, I posed the question that had become a staple in my investigations. "Peter, where were you the night Frank was killed?" I asked, looking for his alibi. He paused, his face reflecting a momentary surprise at the question, before a look of understanding crossed his features. "Ah, I see where this is going. Well, you don't have to worry about me in that regard," he said, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I was at the library." "The library?" I echoed, intrigued by his alibi. "Yeah, they had me doing a special performance for the kids. Fool's Festival themed, you know? Lots of juggling, magic tricks, the works. Kept me busy the whole evening." His tone was light, but there was a firmness in his words that lent credence to his statement. I nodded, mentally noting down his alibi. The library's Fool's Festival event was a well-known community gathering, offering a solid alibi for Peter. It was the kind of detail that could easily be verified, providing him a clear timeline that distanced him from the crime. "That's a solid alibi, Peter. Thanks for letting me know," I acknowledged, appreciating the straightforwardness of his answer. "No problem, Violet. I understand you've got to ask these things," he replied, his juggling balls now securely in his hands, ready to resume his performance. "And let me know if you need a cover story for the paper." He picked up the balls and did a quick juggling act. "I'll get back to you." I said the famous line that had the true meaning that I wouldn't be putting him on the front cover. My mind was already racing with the next steps. I had to see Barbara Mulligan, but I would have to wait. I had a date with a very handsome man. Chapter 17. Walking back from my secret meeting with Peter, my mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, each one a thread in the complex picture of Ginny and Frank's entwined fates. The sun cast a golden hue over the sea, and for a moment I stopped at the end of the pathway from the park to take in what a gorgeous sunset we were about to have. It was a kind of peace that I needed to find in order to get on with what I had to do. Find the real killer. My phone chirped a text, and when I pulled it out of my bag, I saw it was Darren. He was letting me know how he was sitting at the counter of the Freedom Diner, waiting on a booth to open. I hurried my way down the seaside and couldn't help but wonder how my discovery of the note was going to affect Darren's ability to get Diffie off, because we had honestly believed it was a confession. I wasn't so sure now. The Freedom Diner's humble, weathered appearance offered a sense of familiarity and comfort. Its dingy white clapboard surface had a banner hanging from the gutters of American flag-themed triangles, fluttering gently in the evening breeze. The outside was just as fun as the inside, with the mismatched chairs by the door, one a cracked leather relic and the other a frayed picnic chair. Both stood as silent witnesses to the countless stories and confidences shared under this roof. Stepping inside, the diner embraced me, like always, with its quintessential charm, a much welcoming blend of nostalgia and community that I felt I needed right at this moment. The clink of utensils and the murmur of conversations filled the air, a comforting background to the diner's timeless setup. Acrylic-top tables and padded chairs dotted the floor, while the bar boasted stools that invited patrons to take a seat and share a moment. I found Darren already seated at the counter, a smile lighting up his face as he saw me. Sliding onto the stool beside him, I greeted him with a warmth that mirrored the glow of the setting sun outside.
"Here you go,"
Nate Lustig said. He put a Diet Coke in front of me.
"I took the liberty of ordering your drink,"
Darren said, putting a light hand on my back. "Looks busy tonight, Nate," I said, talking to the owner of the diner.
"Busy isn't the word. We are packed."
He whipped the wet bar towel from the waist of his apron and wiped down the counter next to us.
"I think this has been the biggest Fool's Festival yet."
While Nate and Darren chatted about Darren's graduation, my gaze drifted to the glass cake stands along the counter and their contents, a tempting array of pies and cakes promising a sweet end to any meal. It was these small details that made the Freedom Diner more than just a place to eat. And by the looks of it, Nate's ability to create a great atmosphere was apparent. Every single booth was taken up, and I didn't see anyone near ready to finish their plates.
"What's wrong?"
Darren asked after Nate walked off.
"You usually join in on the conversation."
It was funny how Darren knew me so well when we'd not known each other for very long. His smile faded a bit as he noticed the furrow in my brow. I sighed, pulling out the pieces of paper I had tucked away in my bag. "Since I left you at Diffie's office, we've discovered something unsettling about Ginny's supposed confession note." I laid the application Ginny had filled out for the Fool's Festival and the note side by side on the counter. "Look at this," I urged Darren, pointing to the distinct differences in handwriting between the two documents. Darren leaned in, his lawyerly scrutiny taking over as he compared the handwriting.
"They don't match,"
he observed, his voice laced with concern.
"This means the note might not have been written by Ginny at all."
"Exactly," I confirmed, my voice heavy with implication. "It casts a whole new light on everything. Ginny's confession note was crucial in getting Diffie off the hook, but if it's not in her handwriting, then it's possible she didn't write it. Someone else could have fabricated it to frame her." Darren took a moment, processing the information.
"This is big, Violet. It means someone went to great lengths to manipulate the situation. We need to figure out who stood to gain from Ginny's death and framing her for Frank's murder."
I nodded, feeling the weight of our discovery.
"I thought we were close to untangling this mess, but it seems we're just discovering more questions."
He tapped the papers and gnawed on the inside of his lips, a sure sign he was noodling what his next move was for his client.
"I talked to Eamon O'Reilly. He's been on vacation for a few months. He and his wife went to Florida, so he wasn't in town, but he did confirm Frank took him for a lot of money. Not his life savings like Lenny had said, but enough to hurt."
I let out a big sigh, knowing it was just another person to mark off the suspect list. That's when I started to tell Darren about how Ginny and Frank were tied together. "There's more," I said, pausing for a moment to gather my thoughts. "We found out Frank was involved in some financial transactions, sending and receiving money, and Ginny was tied to it." Darren's interest piqued. He leaned in closer. "Radley and I went back to Ginny's cabin to look for anything that could connect these payments to her. And guess what we stumbled upon?" I nodded, remembering the unsettling feeling of uncovering yet another layer of the mystery. Darren waited, his expression a mix of anticipation and concern. "Frank's wife," I continued. "She was there, rummaging through Ginny's things, looking for something."
"Frank's wife? At Ginny's place?"
Darren's eyebrows shot up in surprise.
"What was she looking for?"
"I'm not sure," I admitted. "We didn't approach her, but it's clear she's searching for something important. It could be related to the money Frank was moving around." Darren sat back, processing the information.
"This adds a whole new dimension to the case. If Frank's wife is involved,
We need to figure out her angle. What was she hoping to find at Ginny's? And how does it tie into the money? He asked. I could see the wheels turning in Darren's head, his legal mind already mapping out the next steps. We need to look into Frank's financial records more closely. There might be a clue there about what his wife was after, he said. I can get some information using my new lawyer status as Diffie's defense attorney. I didn't know the particulars, but I sure would love to see more bank records than the ones Radley had gotten. I agreed, feeling a renewed sense of urgency. And we can't ignore the possibility that this money trail could lead us to the real reason behind both Frank and Ginny's deaths. I picked up my glass and took a gulp. We're on to something, Violet. Let's dig deeper into this. We'll start first thing tomorrow. Darren nodded, his determination mirroring my own. Our date at the Freedom Diner had turned into a strategy session, but I didn't mind. We were piecing together parts of the story that didn't go with the murder or the note that Ginny had left. Wait, how did you know it was Frank's wife? Darren asked, his curiosity piqued. I took a sip of my Diet Coke, buying myself a moment to frame my response. Radley had set up sort of a murder board back at the office after Frank's body was found. He had photos, names, connections, all of it. And one of the photos was of Barbara, Frank's wife. I recognized her from that, I said. Darren rubbed his chin, thoughtful. It makes sense that Barbara would be looking for something. Maybe she knew about the financial dealings Frank was involved in. Darren made a good point. Yeah, I agreed. It's all starting to connect. Frank's financial transactions, Ginny's involvement, and now Barbara snooping around Ginny's place. It's like all the pieces of the puzzle are there. We just need to figure out how they fit together. Darren nodded, his expression serious. We've got a lead on the financial angle. And now we know Barbara's potentially involved too. We need to tread carefully, though. If she was looking for something specific, it means there's something out there that could blow this case wide open. I know, I replied, feeling the weight of the situation. That's why I'm going to go see her now that I know about Ginny and Frank's con game. Con game? Darren asked. Yes, con game, I confirmed, eager to share the latest twist in the story with Darren. I spoke with Peter, the jester from the Fool's Festival, and he told me all about it. Ginny would act like she had inside tips on gambling bets, and Frank would collect money from people like a bookie. Frank always charged a fee, so he made money no matter what. But Ginny? She never got it right. Peter even confronted Ginny about it recently, but she played dumb. Darren's eyebrows shot up, a clear indication of his surprise. That adds a whole new layer to this, he said. It's not just about money, then. It's about deception, manipulation. Frank and Ginny were working together to con people out of their money. Exactly. I nodded, feeling a sense of validation that Darren saw the significance of this information. And now both Ginny and Frank are dead. It's not just about finding a murderer. It's about unraveling a scam that likely angered a lot of people. Darren leaned back, thoughtful. This is big, Violet. Really big. We need to be careful how we approach this. If they were scamming people, there's no telling how many enemies they made. And any one of those people could be our murderer. He shook his head like he was trying to sort it all out, hoping all the pieces would fall together. I know. That's why I want to talk to Barbara. If she knew about the con game, she might be able to shed some light on who else was involved, or who might have wanted Frank dead. I understand, I replied, giving Darren a reassuring smile as we made our way to the booth Nate had indicated. The cozy interior of the diner, with its ambient lighting and the smell of home-cooked meals, offered a brief respite from the whirlwind of our investigation. Sitting across from Darren, I could see the concern etched on his face. It's okay, Darren. I can handle Barbara. Besides, with everything going on, Diffie needs you more than I do right now, I said with confidence. Just promise me you'll be careful, okay? This whole situation, it's more complicated than we initially thought, and dangerous.
Darren reached across the table, taking my hand. I squeezed his hand. I promise, and I'll keep you updated every step of the way. After I talk to Barbara, we'll have a better idea of what we're dealing with. Nate came over with our drinks, breaking the intensity of the moment.
Here you go, folks. Can I get you two anything to start with?
We placed our order, and as Nate walked away, Darren and I fell into a lighter conversation, trying to enjoy the moment despite the shadows cast by our investigation. The diner's lively atmosphere, the sound of laughter and clinking dishes, provided a much-needed distraction. Darren offered to walk me home, and I was going to take him up on it. The more I was around him, the more I enjoyed his company and began to wonder where this was going to go. As I walked alongside Darren by the seaside, the night air was crisp and filled with the salty scent of the ocean. The stars twinkled above us, making the evening feel even more magical. We strolled in comfortable silence, our footsteps synchronizing on the sandy path that led back to Hart Way. The beacon from Darren's lighthouse cut through the darkness, a swirling sentinel that guided ships to safety. Its light occasionally illuminated our path, casting long shadows on the ground. I glanced at Darren, noticing how the intermittent light played across his features, highlighting his thoughtful expression. I love these quiet moments with you, I admitted, breaking the silence. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore provided a soothing backdrop to our conversation. It feels like we can leave everything else behind, if only for a little while. Darren smiled, squeezing my hand gently.
I feel the same way, Violet. It's like the rest of the world doesn't exist when I'm with you.
His voice was soft, carrying a warmth that matched the affection in his eyes. We turned up the path that led to Holiday Park, but I couldn't help but take another look at his house. The lighthouse beacon, I said aloud. It's always there, isn't it? Guiding, warning, a constant in the midst of change. Darren nodded.
It's a lot like us, isn't it? No matter what happens, we find our way back to each other. We navigate through the dark, through the unknown, together.
He wrapped his arms around me. I leaned my head against his shoulder as we walked, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his presence in my life. The challenges we faced only seemed to strengthen our bond, each obstacle a testament to our resilience as a couple. There was a long silence between us as we walked through the park and then down the sidewalk, the short distance to where we took a right on Hart Way. Thank you for being my beacon, I said quietly, stopping to face him when we reached the front of my parents' home. The stars above seemed to shine a little brighter at that moment. Darren cupped my face in his hands, his gaze earnest.
And thank you for being mine. No matter how dark it gets, I know we'll find our way.
We shared a tender kiss under the starlit sky. In that moment, everything felt perfect. We were two souls, adrift in a vast world, who had found a safe harbor in each other. Chapter 18. As the morning light crept through the curtains, I finally gave up on trying to sleep. The questions swirling in my mind refused to be silenced. What was Barbara looking for in Jenny's home? And why now? With a sigh, I threw back the covers and decided to start my day, determined to find some answers. First on my agenda was a stop at Brewing Beans. Hazel Lynn, with her knack for knowing just about everyone in Holiday Junction, was my best bet for getting a lead on Barbara. Plus, a strong cup of coffee was exactly what I needed to kickstart the day. After pulling on my clothes, I brushed through my hair quickly, my thoughts still on the mystery at hand. The early morning air was crisp as I stepped outside, the village slowly coming to life around me. The short walk to the coffee shop was quiet, the usual bustle of the day not yet begun. As I pushed open the door to Brewing Beans, the familiar chime greeted me,
along with the rich aroma of coffee that filled the air. Hazel Lynn was behind the counter, her bright smile instantly warming the room. "Morning, Violet," she called out as I approached. "What can I get you today? The usual?" "Yes, please," I replied, returning her smile. "And if you have a moment, I was hoping to get some information from you." Hazel Lynn's expression turned curious as she prepared my coffee. "Sure thing. What do you need to know?" she asked. "It's about Barbara," I started, taking the coffee she handed me. "Barbara Mulligan. Do you know her?" "Barbara. Frank Mulligan's wife, right?" Hazel Lynn paused, her face thoughtful. "Yeah, I've seen her around a few times." I hesitated for a moment, weighing how much to share. "I need to talk about her. Well, it's related to the Junction Journal. I was hoping to bring her something when I visit. Do you know what she likes? Coffee? Pastries?" I said, watching her eyes jump with the realization I needed something really good to take so Barbara would accept it. "Oh, Barbara's a bit of a mystery," Hazel Lynn admitted, leaning on the counter. "But she did come in here once and order a lavender latte. Seemed to really like it. As for the pastries, she went for the blueberry scone." Lavender latte and blueberry scone. It was a start. "Thanks, Hazel Lynn. That helps a lot." I nodded. "I'll take that to go." I paid for my coffee and my treats for Barbara, the warmth of the cup comforting in my hands. With a new lead and a plan forming, I felt a bit more hopeful. Heading to Barbara's with her favorite coffee and pastry might just be the icebreaker I needed to get some answers. As I left Brewing Beans, the village was waking up more fully, the early morning quiet giving way to the day's activities. My mind was clear, focused. Today was going to be a day of uncovering truths, and I was ready to face whatever came my way. Climbing aboard the trolley, I was immediately greeted by Goldie Bennett's vibrant outfit, a kaleidoscope of colors and patterns that perfectly matched the Fool's Festival festive spirit. Her hat, adorned with miniature jester bells, jingled softly as she moved, adding a touch of whimsy to the morning commute. "Morning, Violet," Goldie greeted cheerfully, her eyes quickly darting to the bag of treats in my hand. "Headed somewhere special with that?" "Over to the Mulligans," I replied, finding a seat near the front. "I thought I'd bring Barbara Mulligan a lavender latte and blueberry scone. Hazel Lynn said they were her favorites." Goldie's eyes twinkled with amusement, but a hint of caution flickered there too. "Barbara, huh? She's quite the character. Fiery, that one. Just be careful she doesn't throw that hot latte right back at you," Goldie warned. I laughed, though a part of me wondered if Goldie's warning held more truth than jest. Barbara Mulligan was a mystery, and my visit could very well stir up more than just casual conversation. "Thanks for the heads up, Goldie," I said, settling into my seat as the trolley began its journey. "I'll be sure to tread carefully." As we made our way toward the Mulligan residence, the vibrant energy of the Fool's Festival was still going strong, even from the trolley. Street vendors setting up their stalls, decorations fluttering in the breeze, and the sound of laughter and music started to fill the air. It was a stark contrast to the task at hand, visiting the wife of a man tied to a murder investigation. The trolley rattled along, the scenic route offering glimpses of Holiday Junction in full festival swing. My mind, however, was focused on the upcoming encounter with Barbara. Goldie's comment lingered in my thoughts, a reminder of the unpredictable nature of the people involved in this mystery. "Good luck, Violet," Goldie called out as I prepared to disembark, her words carrying a mix of encouragement and caution. With a nod of thanks, I stepped off the trolley, the festive bag in hand, ready to face whatever response Barbara Mulligan had in store for me. The Mulligan house was a simple red brick ranch, unassuming in its suburban neatness, with a manicured lawn and a welcoming front porch. As I approached the door, A knot of nerves tightened in my stomach. I took a moment to compose myself before knocking. The door swung open, revealing a woman with piercing blue eyes that scanned me with a mix of curiosity and caution. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice firm. "Mrs. Mulligan, I'm Violet from the Junction Journal. I wanted to extend my deepest sympathies for your loss," I began, clutching the bag of treats a little tighter as a peace offering. "I was hoping to ask you a few questions about Ginny Joyce, if that's all right with you." Her expression hardened at the mention of Ginny's name, and she started to close the door. "I'm not interested in talking about that, and I don't want your bribe," she said, eyeballing the bag as she shut me out. Quickly, I wedged my foot in the door. "I saw you in her cabin yesterday," I blurted, desperation edging into my voice. "You were searching for something. You can tell me what it was, or I can go to my boyfriend's father, Chief Strickland, and tell him I saw you there." Barbara paused, her eyes narrowing as she processed my words. The door remained ajar, a silent admission that my presence couldn't be so easily dismissed. "Fine," she conceded after a tense moment, opening the door wider. "Come in, but make it quick." Stepping inside, I felt a surge of adrenaline. She took the bag and coffee from me. This was it, a chance to unravel part of the mystery that had been haunting Holiday Junction. Barbara led me to the living room, gesturing to a sofa draped in a floral-patterned throw. The interior of the house was immaculate, every item in its place, a stark contrast to the turmoil that must have been swirling within its inhabitants since Frank's death. "Thank you, Mrs. Mulligan. I just want to understand what happened between Frank and Ginny, and the situation I witnessed at her cabin," I said. Barbara sighed, taking a seat across from me. Her gaze drifted to the bag of treats momentarily before meeting my eyes again. "What do you want to know?" she asked, the edge in her voice softened slightly by curiosity, or perhaps the need to unburden some of her own suspicions. Barbara Mulligan's living room was a study in suburban tranquility, but the tension between us was undeniable. I chose my words carefully, aiming to unravel the thread that connected Ginny and Frank. "I've learned that Ginny and Frank shared a history stretching back to childhood. It's touching, really, how your family opened its home to her during the holidays." I was treating this like I was a journalist and not a nosy armchair sleuth. Barbara's expression softened momentarily at the memory. "Yes, Frank's family has always been generous," she acknowledged, a trace of nostalgia in her voice. Yet as she spoke, a solitary tear fell down her cheek. "He spoke fondly of those times, eager for me to meet Ginny," she continued, her voice wavering. "He considered her like a sister. But—" she paused, wrestling with her next words. "My perspective was different. To me, Ginny was complicated. Beyond the familial affection, there was another layer, a troubling one." Her resistance hinted at a deeper turmoil. "Ginny had this scheme," Barbara finally revealed, her eyes darkening with the weight of untold stories. "She claimed to have a gift, a vision into the future through her palm readings. Frank, bless his heart, was swept up in it all, convinced of her abilities." I leaned in, sensing the crux of her confession. "But you saw through it?" I asked. "Yes," Barbara affirmed, a mix of sadness and resolve in her gaze. "It wasn't just innocent fun. Ginny's talent led us down a path of financial ruin. Her predictions, her insights, they cost us, cost Frank dearly. He was so entangled in her world of make-believe that he couldn't see the damage it was doing, to him, to us." The revelation was a bombshell, casting a shadow over the narrative I had pieced together. Ginny Joyce, painted as a sisterly figure in Frank's life, was at the heart of a con that had ensnared him. pulling him into a web of deceit under the guise of familial bonds and psychic foresight. Barbara's admission painted a complex picture of Ginny Joyce, far removed from the benevolent orphan taken in by the Mulligans. Here was a woman embroiled in a scheme that preyed on belief and trust, leaving financial devastation in its wake. "Can I ask you why you were at her cabin?" I asked. "Yes, I was there to see if I could find anything she had on Frank, or any paperwork that would implicate him in her schemes." She gulped back tears. "Frank loved Holiday Junction, and the last thing I want for people around here is memories of him and her little web of schemes. But I found nothing." Barbara's admission added another layer to the intricate tapestry of this mystery. Her motives, rooted in a blend of desperation and loyalty, painted a poignant picture of a widow striving to protect her late husband's legacy. "I understand your concern," I offered, my voice soft but persistent. "Frank's reputation means a lot to you, and you're trying to preserve the good memories people have of him." She nodded, a fragile smile touching her lips. "Frank loved Holiday Junction, and that's why we moved back. The thought of his name being dragged through the mud because of Ginny's activities—" She paused, struggling for the right word. "It's unbearable." I leaned forward, my journalistic instincts kicking in. "So when you didn't find anything at Ginny's, what was your next step?" I asked. Barbara sighed, the weight of the world seemingly on her shoulders. "I didn't have a next step. I hoped I'd find something, anything that could help clear Frank's name. But there was nothing there, just an empty cabin and reminders of Ginny's deception." Her frustration came out in her tone, and for a moment I felt the depth of her turmoil. Here was a woman caught in the aftermath of a complex web of deceit, seeking answers where there were none to be found. Her visit to Ginny's cabin, driven by a mix of hope and desperation, had yielded nothing but more questions. Barbara hesitated, her eyes scanning the room as if searching for an answer in its corners. I can't say for sure," she finally replied, her voice a mix of uncertainty and resignation. "Both of them had their, let's say, detractors. Frank with his sometimes too-good-to-be-true investment advice, and Ginny with her palm reading, promising fortunes that never came to be. It's hard to pinpoint anyone specific." She paused, taking a deep breath, as if steadying herself to share something more. "But," she continued, a new level of seriousness in her tone, "if I had to guess, it would be someone caught up in one of Ginny's predictions. Someone who believed her, invested everything, and then lost it all. Frank tried to help, to mitigate the damage, but there's only so much you can do against false hope." "Can you tell me where you were on the night your husband died?" I asked. "I was in bed. He was in a drunken stupor. He'd just gotten back from the bar. He was muttering something about needing money to cover the bets of one of his and Ginny's schemes." She shook her head, disappointment settling on her face. "That's when he told me he was going to break into Diffie Delk's office to see if he could get his hands on the lawsuit papers and see if Diffie overlooked something from the car wreck. But he didn't. Diffie got him a great settlement, but turns out Frank is the one who blew it." Barbara's words painted a stark picture of the final hours leading up to Frank's death. "I begged him not to go," she continued, her voice faltering with the memory. "But Frank was desperate. He thought if he could just find something, anything in those papers that Diffie might have missed, it could be our ticket out of the mess he'd gotten us into with Ginny's schemes." She paused, taking a deep breath as if to steady herself. "But he never came back. I fell asleep waiting for him, and the next thing I knew, the police were at my door telling me he was gone." The sorrow in her eyes was deep, a testament to the reality of living with someone caught in a web of desperation and deceit. Her alibi for the night of Frank's death was clear. She was home alone, a fact that both isolated her from the act and underscored the personal tragedy of her loss. Frank's ill-fated decision to break into Diffie Delk's office was a last-ditch effort gone horribly wrong, leaving Barbara to grapple with the fallout. As I left Barbara's house, her story echoed in my mind. The tale of a man caught between the allure of quick fixes and the harsh reality of their consequences. It was a sobering reminder of the complexities of human nature and the unforeseen impacts of our choices. But had I been fooled again? What had the last hours of Frank's life looked like? Did someone else come into Diffie's office and catch him there? Was Frank alone? Did Frank have Ginny meet him at Diffie's? Maybe this was nothing to do with their little scheme, and possibly the wrong place, wrong time? Chapter 19. I was so caught up in trying to analyze what Barbara had said about her husband, and about how he obviously had been mesmerized by Ginny as well as loving her like a sister, that I'd not even heard the trolley barreling down the road. "Well, you getting on or not?" Goldie had the door flung open. Her body leaned way over the lever, her hand gripping it. "On." I got out of my head. "Definitely on, but not sure where to go," I said, passing her and taking a seat on the bench opposite her driver's seat. "I guess the office." "What's going on?" Goldie asked, adjusting herself to the side so she could look at me. "And what did Barbara have to say to you to get you all—" Goldie's eyes drew up and down me, speaking volumes. "That obvious?" I chuckled. "I guess I'm at a loss for how Ginny had a hold on Frank Mulligan." "Oh, I've heard stories." Goldie tugged the door shut and then pulled the trolley bell to signal our leaving. "You have?" My interest piqued. I leaned forward, eager for any insight Goldie might have. The trolley began to move, the gentle hum of its engine a backdrop to our conversation. "Sure have. You know Holiday Junction's a small place. Word gets around, especially about folks like Ginny and Frank." Goldie began, her voice dropping to a confidential tone. "Frank was always a bit of a dreamer, looking for the next big thing. And Ginny, well, she knew just how to reel him in with her predictions and inside tips, just like she did when she got into their family home as a kid." I nodded, absorbing every word. "So you think she was using him?" I asked. Goldie shrugged. "Maybe, maybe not. Ginny had a way of making you believe she could see right through your soul. Frank wasn't the first to get caught up in her charms, and he probably wouldn't have been the last if things had turned out differently," she added. "His entire family was lured by her charm." The trolley rattled along, and I glanced out the window, the streets of Holiday Junction passing by in a blur. "Whole family?" I asked, turning back to Goldie. "Yep, whole family," she said again. As the trolley wound its way through the town, Goldie's words echoed in my mind. Ginny's influence over Frank, the mysterious financial transactions, and now how Ginny lured in the whole family. "Next stop, Junction Journal," Goldie yelled out for everyone to hear. She turned back to me and said, "Well, if you need more from the grapevine, you know where to find me." While Goldie kept the trolley on the road, I stared ahead and watched out the window pretty much with a blank stare until I saw the Season's Greetings Senior Center roll into view. "Stop! Drop me here!" I told Goldie with an idea in my head. Goldie mentioned Ginny was very persuasive as a child, and there was no one on this earth who knew Ginny better than Edna Clausen. Goldie hit the brakes, the trolley screeching to a halt just past the Season Greetings Senior Home. "Sure thing, Violet," she said, swinging the door open once more. The bright morning light spilled onto the trolley steps as I gathered my things, my mind racing with the pieces of the puzzle Goldie had unwittingly helped click into place. "Thanks, Goldie," I said, stepping off the trolley onto the sidewalk. The senior center stood before me, its facade welcoming, yet holding the keys to untold stories within its walls. As I made my way toward the entrance, the idea that Jenny had been persuasive even as a child intrigued me. Edna Clausen, with her long history at the orphanage and close connection to Jenny, might have insights no one else could provide. Perhaps she knew more about Jenny's influence on the Mulligan family and the roots of the complicated relationship between Jenny and Frank. I pushed open the doors to the senior home, the familiar scent of antiseptic mixed with fresh flowers greeting me. The receptionist looked up, a questioning smile on her face. "Back again, Violet?" Joy asked. "Yes, I need to see Edna Clausen again, if that's possible," I replied, my request firm but polite. The receptionist nodded, making a quick call before directing me to Edna's condo. My footsteps echoed me back out the door where I headed for Edna's, each step bringing me closer to what I hoped would be answers. Edna greeted me with a warm, knowing smile, as if she'd been expecting my return. "Back so soon, dear?" she inquired, her eyes twinkling with a mix of curiosity and wisdom. "Yes, Edna," I began, taking a seat across from her. "I've been thinking a lot about what you told me, and something Goldie said on the trolley struck a chord, about Jenny being persuasive even as a child, and her influence on the Mulligan family." Edna leaned back, her expression thoughtful. "Ah, Jenny," she sighed, a mix of fondness and sorrow in her voice. "She was always a charmer, even as a little girl. Had a way of making you see things her way, making you believe in her visions. And yes, the Mulligans, they were taken with her, all of them. It was no secret." I leaned in, eager for every detail. "Did you notice anything off about her relationship with Frank or the family?" Edna paused, her gaze drifting to a photo on the mantel. "It was complicated, dear. Jenny and Frank had a bond, that's true. But there were tensions, too. Expectations, disappointments. It wasn't all smooth sailing," she said. "But she still comes to see me." Her words confirmed my suspicions that the relationship between Jenny and the Mulligans, particularly Frank, was layered and complex, perhaps more so than anyone outside the family knew. As our conversation continued, Edna shared anecdotes and observations from Jenny's childhood, each piece adding depth to the portrait of a woman who'd woven herself deeply into the fabric of Holiday Junction and the Mulligan family. And I'd become well aware that Edna had no idea about what had happened to Jenny. But there was nothing that gave me any indication as to who did the murders. "It's time for your medication." Jenna came into the room. "Oh, I'm sorry. I had no idea you had company." "Hi, Jenna," I greeted the nursing assistant. "You didn't interrupt anything." "I'm glad you're here," Edna said to Jenna before she turned her attention back to me. "Jenna, tell Violet about Jenny." "What about her?" Jenna's eyes grew like she was trying to tell me something. I gave a wry smile, knowing she was trying to tell me that Edna hadn't been told that Jenny had died. Jenna hesitated for a moment, glancing between Edna and me. "Well, Jenny, she was like everyone's big sister at the orphanage," Jenna began, her voice softening with the memories. "She had this energy about her, you know, always looking out for the smaller kids, making sure no one felt left out." I leaned in, intrigued by this new perspective. "Did you keep in touch with her after you both left the orphanage?" I asked, hoping to glean more about their relationship and possibly uncover any connections to recent events. "A bit, yes," Jenna admitted. Ginny never really left the spirit of the orphanage behind. She'd visit Edna here, and sometimes we'd catch up. It's hard to believe." Her voice trailed off, a shadow of sadness crossing her face, though she didn't have to say anything else for me to know what she meant. Plus, I knew she didn't want to say it in front of Edna. "Jenna, did Ginny ever talk to you about Frank Mulligan, or any troubles she might have been facing recently?" I pressed gently, aware of Edna's presence and the delicate nature of our conversation. Jenna paused, considering her words carefully. Ginny didn't like to burden others with her problems, but I could tell something was weighing on her. She mentioned Frank a few times, but always in passing, like she was trying to figure something out, something important. Jenna shrugged. "Thank you, Jenna," I said, grateful for her openness. "Your memories of Ginny help paint a fuller picture of who she was and the impact she had on those around her." As Jenna assisted Edna to the other room where she would give Edna her medication, I took a moment to reflect on the information gathered. "Let's go in here and take your shot." Jenna guided Edna out of the room, and I got to look at all the photos from Edna's life. They looked like the same photos I'd tumbled through and might have taken a few from the box in Ginny's cabin. The photograph was a snapshot of a simpler time, frozen moments of childhood innocence and camaraderie. Frank, with his youthful grin, stood beside Ginny, her smile wide and carefree. And there, slightly to the side, was a young girl who bore a striking resemblance to Jenna. I studied the photograph, the details slowly sinking in. The cabin in the background, a constant in Ginny's life, now held more significance than ever. It wasn't just Ginny's home. It was a landmark of shared memories, a place where orphans like Ginny, Jenna, and even Frank had found moments of joy amidst their uncertain lives. The realization struck that Jenna might have shared a part of her childhood with Ginny and Frank at the Mulligans during the holidays. It suggested a long-standing bond, one that might hold clues to the motivations and dynamics that led to the tragic events. Carefully, I returned the photo to its place, my mind racing with questions. Had Jenna withheld information about her connection to Ginny out of fear or loyalty? The photograph was a tangible link to their shared past, a clue that warranted further exploration. I glanced around the condo and walked over to the small kitchen table where bottles of medication accompanied a list of Edna's medications. I scanned down the list, wondering what on earth Edna needed all this medication for. Poor lady, she was on a lot of medications. Digitalis? I noticed a name I'd recognized. "We will be right back in," Jenna trilled, walking back into the room, momentarily stopping, as if I'd caught her off guard standing next to the table. I took a step aside, and she continued on shuffling through the medication bottles to grab what she needed to give Edna. "Why did you do it?" I asked Jenna as she started out of the room. "Excuse me?" She turned around, a confused look on her face. "Why did you kill Frank and Ginny?" I asked, point blank. "Why would you say something like that?" Jenna's voice was barely a whisper, but there was an undercurrent of emotion in it. I stood up, my resolve firming. "Digitalis. It's not a common medication. Frank was poisoned with it, and you, working in a nursing home, would have easy access to it." I looked at the needle in her fingers. "Not only do you have access to it, but you administer it to Edna. No one would think anything of it." Jenna's eyes darted away for a moment before meeting mine again. "You don't understand," she said, her voice gathering strength. "It wasn't supposed to happen like this." I took a step closer. "Then tell me, Jenna. Help me understand. Why Ginny and Frank?" I asked again. She sighed, a long, heavy sigh that carried the weight of her guilt. "It was never about them. It was about the money. Frank got greedy and Ginny, she was in over her head. I tried to warn her, tried to get her out before it was too late. She came in here and she gave Edna the sad story." Frantically, she started to pace back and forth. Her eyes began to dart wildly around the room. Jenna's voice broke as she continued. "Edna was all I had. She promised me a future, something stable after a lifetime of uncertainty. And then Ginny came along with her stories, her troubles, and Edna was ready to give it all away to help her. I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't lose everything to Ginny's schemes." Her confession was a tangled web of emotions, jealousy, fear, and a desperate desire to protect her own future, even at the cost of others. "I thought if I could scare Ginny away, make her think the risk was too great, she'd leave for good. I never wanted anyone to get hurt," Jenna insisted, her eyes welling with tears. The realization hit me like a wave. Jenna's actions, driven by a fear of losing her security, had spiraled into a tragedy that claimed lives and cast long shadows over Holiday Junction. Frank was the way I could get Ginny out of the picture. Her eyes shifted past me to the photos on Edna's walls with Ginny in them. "Erase her. She'd go to jail for his murder. I followed him to Diffie Delk's office, knocked him over the head with the frame, and then injected him with a lethal dose of digitalis."
Is this true, Jenna?
Edna's voice echoed, weak with disbelief. "Edna!" Jenna gasped, glancing around with wide eyes, the kind you make when your parent catches you doing or saying something you never intended them to see or hear.
What did you do?"
Edna shuffled into the room. Like a toddler, Jenna immediately started to beg for her forgiveness. Edna's entrance was like a shadow falling over the room, her presence commanding, despite her frailty and the disbelief in her eyes, a mirror to the shock that reverberated through me.
"Jenna, how could you?"
Edna's voice trembled, not with anger, but with a profound sense of betrayal. "I'm so sorry, Edna. I didn't know what else to do," Jenna stammered, her voice cracking under the weight of her actions. She looked smaller somehow, diminished by the gravity of her confession and Edna's disappointment. "You are like my mom, and she was going to take you and me for everything we have here. I couldn't." Edna shook her head slowly, the motion conveying a lifetime of sorrow and regret.
"You were like a daughter to me, Jenna. To think that you could do something so irreversible."
Her gaze lingered on Jenna, a silent plea for an explanation that could never suffice. I knew then that it was time to step in, to move beyond the tragedy unraveling before us. "Edna, I need to call the police. They need to know the truth about what happened to Frank and Ginny." Jenna's eyes widened in panic, but Edna nodded. Jenna looked at Edna.
"Yes, Violet, that's the only way now."
Edna's voice was steady, a testament to her strength, even in the face of such heartbreak. As I dialed the police, explaining the situation in hushed tones, Jenna's sobs filled the room, a cacophony of guilt and fear. Edna approached her slowly, placing a trembling hand on her shoulder in a gesture of comfort that was both maternal and mournful. Edna took the syringe out of Jenna's hand and eased her down into a chair at the table. "Matthew," I said, and started to walk away. "I've got Frank and Ginny's killer." I continued to give him a quick summary of the situation, knowing I was going to have to give a statement later. In the background, I heard the sound of the familiar police siren flip on, giving me a little breathing room and somewhat calming my nerves. "I think you're going to find Ginny has a very large amount of digitalis in her system, too," I told him, connecting the two murders to each other before we hung up the phone. As the sirens grew closer, Marking the approach of the resolution to this twisted tale, I couldn't help but reflect on the journey that I had led to this moment. The mystery of Frank and Ginny's deaths had woven through the fabric of their lives, pulling at threads that unraveled secrets long buried. Edna, with the wisdom and grace that had guided her through years of nurturing lost souls, turned to Jenna with a sorrowful expression. "Jenna, this was not the answer. We could have found another way," she murmured, her voice breaking with the weight of disappointment and betrayal. Jenna, now resigned to her fate, could only nod, her tears a silent admission of her guilt and remorse. The reality of her actions, the irreversible harm she had caused, settled around us like a heavy shroud. Joy was right behind Chief Strickland and his officers when they arrived. She stood by Edna, offering support as they took Jenna into custody with a respectful solemnity. I watched as a chapter of Holiday Junction's story closed, leaving behind a community forever changed but ready to heal. "Thank you, Violet," Edna said softly, standing beside me as we watched the police car drive away. She placed a frail hand on my arm. "For seeking the truth, no matter how painful it turned out to be." With a heavy heart but determined spirit, I turned back to the Junction Journal office, ready to tell the story of a town that faced darkness but found its way back to the light. And the only way I knew how to do that was a note from the Merrymaker. Chapter 20. A Foolish Finale, a Note from Your Merrymaker. Dear Holiday Junction, as your resident purveyor of pranks and playful jests, I've watched our community navigate through a season shadowed by mystery and melancholy. But as we stand on the brink of April, let us not forget the spirit of foolery that defines this month's mischievous merriment. In the spirit of reconciliation and rejuvenation, I extend an invitation to each and every one of you to join us at the grand finale of the Fool's Festival. Let's gather near the whimsical wood structure, a monument to our collective creativity and resilience, for an evening of laughter, light, and a little bit of lunacy. Expect a cavalcade of capers, from jesters juggling jests to tricksters trading tales. Our town may have traversed through trials, but our unity and spirit remain untroubled and unbroken. So, don your most foolish finery, bring your best gags, and prepare for an evening where we triumph over tribulations with the timeless tonic of laughter. Let this gathering be a testament to our town's capacity for compassion, our ability to find humor in the heartache, and our collective courage to march forward mirthfully. In the wise words of a well-known fool, the greatest of follies is to be afraid of making one. So let us embrace our inner fools, for on this night we celebrate not just the end of the festival, but the beginning of a new chapter for Holiday Junction. Be there or be square, or better yet, be there and be splendidly square. The festivities commence as the evening star kisses the night, by the edge of the enchanted woods. Let us fill the air with laughter that echoes through the trees, reminding us that joy, like the seasons, always returns. With a wink and a Books by Tonya. Southern Hospitality with a Smidgen of Homicide. Camper and Criminal's Cozy Mystery Series. All is good in the camperhood until a dead body shows up in the woods. Beaches, Bungalows, and Burglaries. Deserts, Driving, and Derelicts. Forests, Fishing, and Forgery. Christmas, Criminals, and Campers. Motorhomes, Maps, and Murder. Canyons, Caravans, and Cadavers.
hitches, hideouts, and homicides, assailants, asphalt, and alibis, valleys, vehicles, and victims, sunsets, sabbatical, and scandal, tents, trails, and turmoil, kickbacks, kayaks, and kidnapping, gear, grills, and guns, eggnog, extortion, and evergreen, ropes, riddles, and robberies, paddlers, promises, and poison, insects, ivy, and investigations, outdoors, oars, and oath, wildlife, warrants, and weapons, blossoms, barbecue, and blackmail, lanterns, lakes, and larceny, jackets, jack-o'-lantern, and justice, Santa, sunrises, and suspicions, vistas, vices, and valentines, adventure, abduction, and arrest, rangers, RVs, and revenge, campfires, courage, and convicts, trapping, turkey, and Thanksgiving, gifts, glamping, and glocks, zoning, zealots, and zip lines, hammocks, handguns, and hearsay, questions, quarrels, and quandary, witness, woods, and wedding, elves, evergreens, and evidence, moonlight, marshmallows, and manslaughter, bonfire, backpacks, and brawls, fireworks, freedom, and felonies, autumns, awings, and arson, snowcaps, skiing, and sabotage, cliffs, clues, and conspiracies, haunts, hikes, and havoc. Killer Coffee Cozy Mystery Series. Welcome to the Beanhive Coffee Shop, where the gossip is just as hot as the coffee. Scene of the grind, mocha and murder, freshly ground murder, cold-blooded brew, decaffeinated scandal, a killer latte, holiday roast mortem, dead to the last drop, a charming blend novella, crossover with magical cures mystery, frothy foul play, spoonful of murder, barista bump off, cappuccino criminal, macchiato murder, pour over predicament, ice coffee corruption, steamed secrets. Holiday Cozy Mystery Series. Celebrate good crimes. Four-leaf felony. Mother's Day murder. A Halloween homicide. New Year nuisance. Chocolate bunny betrayal. 4th of July forgery. Thanksgiving treachery. Santa Claus surprise. April Fool's alibi. Columbus Day conundrum. Holly homicide. Father's Day fugitive. Kenny Lowry Mystery Series. Mysteries so delicious it'll make your mouth water and leave you hankering for more. Fixin' to Die. Southern Fried. Axe to Grind. 6 Feet Under. Dead as a doornail. Tangled up in tinsel. Diggin' up dirt. Blowin' up a murder. Heavens to bribery. Grave as all get out. Thick as thieves. Magical Cure Mystery Series. Welcome to Whispering Falls, where magic and mystery collide. A charming crime. A charming cure. A charming potion novella. A charming wish. A charming spell. A charming magic. A charming secret. A charming Christmas novella. A charming fatality. A charming death novella. A charming ghost. A charming hex. A charming voodoo. A charming corpse. A charming misfortune. A charming blend, crossover with Killer Coffee Cozy. A charming deception. A charming hex assist. Mail Carrier Cozy Mysteries. Welcome to Sugar Creek Gap, where more than mail is being delivered. Stamped Out. Address for Murder. All She Wrote. Return to Sender. First Class Killer. Post Mortem. Deadly Delivery, Red Letter Sleigh, Maisie Doss Mystery, Sleight of Hand, Tangled Lies, Grave Deception, Southern Magical Bakery, Spellbound Scones and Secrets, Wands, Waffles, and Whispers, Mystic Muffins and Murder. About Tonya. Tonya has written over 100 novels, all of which have graced numerous bestseller lists, including the USA Today. Best known for stories charged with emotion and humor and filled with flawed characters, her novels have garnered reader praise and glowing critical reviews. She lives with her husband and a very spoiled rescue cat named Ro. Tonya grew up in the small southern Kentucky town of Nicholasville. Now that her 4 boys are grown men, Tonya writes full-time in her camper she calls her shamper, she-camper. Join my newsletter and see all of my books on Amazon. Find all these links on my website, tonyakappas.com. For a full reading order of Tonya Kappas's novels, visit www.tonyakappas.com. Facebook, Instagram, Goodreads. This book is a work of fiction. The characters, incidents, and dialogue are drawn from the author's imagination and are not to be construed as real. Any resemblance to actual events or persons, living or dead, is entirely coincidental. Cover artist Mariah Sinclair, The Cover Vault. Editor Red Adept. Copyright 2024 by Tonya Kappas. All rights reserved. Printed in the United States of America. No part of this book may be used or reproduced in any manner whatsoever without written permission, except in the case of brief quotations embodied in critical articles and reviews. For information, email tonyakappas@tonyakappas.com. This has been April Fool's Alibi, Holiday Cozy Mystery, Book 9, written by Tonya Kappas, narrated by Christina Sagnameni. Copyright 2024 by Tonya Kappas. Production copyright by Tonya Kappas.